adventurers, travelers, and radio renegades. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting loud and proud from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans with your host and high-octane co-pilot, Jimmy Mack.
Well, I don't know who I'm co-piloting with right now. Lindsay will be here at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. That, of course, is 10 in the East. Good morning to you, Madison with a T. Excellent job. Our first remote was actually handled by Madison. We have not gotten a chance to do a remote since we moved over to this new platform. Well, these new platforms. Good morning to everybody over there on the Tube of You and the Book of Face and the Audacity of Odyssey. By the way, at RadioNemo.com, you can hit that 365 button. And please leave your heart at iHeart. And give us a call at 615-292-6366. It's interesting, too, because I, Jimmy Mack, often find myself thinking about what could be. And as I look at the last couple of weeks and I look at where we're headed down the road, there are so many possibilities and so much potential. We just don't have enough time to do them all. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. I mean, in just a couple of moments here, our friend from NACFE, in the form of Jeff Seeger of Wegmans, is going to be here. He's a clean energy consultant. We'll be talking to him about what's going on over there with them. Lots of stuff to kind of dig into there. Miles back, our friends from the ATHS in the form of Mark Schreier are going to be here. BJ Ganem, Sierra Delta. Do you know BJ Ganem?
I do not.
Oh, my God. What a dude. What a guy. Actually had his portrait painted by President Bush. He is a survivor, a veteran, and a hero of the War on Terror. Here's where he's really a hero. He wants to make sure that every veteran who wants a dog gets a dog, and that's what Sierra Delta is all about. We're actually going to restore our, not DeMayo's downloads because Nick is too busy behind the scenes and also recovering from a bad bit of the flu that he picked up here in New Orleans. We tend to do that to people. We give you something, and it's a little lanyap we put right on top of you. Fast recovery, Nick. But Nick has been looking for somebody to talk about, games that you guys can play while you're out there on the road, whether you're on your 30-minute break, hour break, overnight break, hanging out with the family. It doesn't make any difference. We'll be talking to Jez Corden. Mark Anderson is going to be here for another edition of Revolution Road. You can tell it's definitely a Friday here, a freaky, feisty, flinty Friday on Road Gang Radio. And then Raymond Montoya, who is a wonderful comedian, will be joining me. That's going to be happening. Mark Anderson and Raymond Montoya are going to be here when we do the second half of the show, which is all about making a life. First half's about making a living. Second half's about making a life here on Road Gang Radio. We want you to jump into the conversation and be a part of all the action over here. Joe J., good morning to you, my friend. He's telling Mark, our good buddy Mark, who is recovering from his operation, Godspeed. Get those exercises in there, brother. Do what your doctor says. There is a former person that we used to work with who we wish all the best over on another platform who didn't listen to his doctors and went back to working out after a rotator cuff surgery didn't work out for him. Dave, on the other hand, after he got a surgery, was told, take it easy, follow your doctor's instructions, and recovery will be yours. That's it, Mark. Do exactly what they tell you. If they get it wrong, you got somebody to sue. If you get it wrong, our good friend, the Grumpy Pete is out there telling everybody good morning. Good to have you as well, Mr. Grumpy Pete. Lots of stuff to talk about. Let me go through some news that we're kind of keeping an eye on these days over here at Road Gang Radio. All the news that you guys need to know. Everybody is going to be tracking for the next couple of weeks the EPA's rollback of greenhouse gas emissions for CMVs in cars. They're going to be talking about that on Trucking with OIDA. I'll get to what that's about here in just a minute. 400 truck carrier closes after 71 years. They are claiming that too many frivolous lawsuits did them in. You can dig into the stories all over the interwebs and figure out your opinion on that for sure. $40,000 in stolen cargo was uncovered in Tennessee by state troopers. I might be able to dig into that a little bit later. There's a declaration of emergency in Oregon. You guys might be tracking that as well. And new tariffs, well, they locked in last night on August the 1st, which is the day of today. By the way, today is National Water Balloon Day. So I would suggest everybody, if they have any time this weekend, and by the way, weekends have been a thing that I have fallen deeply in love with. Deeply in love with here. After years and years of working weekends, actually working around the clock, it's been nice to get some days off. You guys know my nephews, Gustavo and Henry, don't think for a minute we won't be filling up some water balloons this weekend, and maybe I'll get some video of that stuff as well. There's a lot of stuff happening right now out there. We'd love to hear from you at 615-292-6366. So we just got back from TXTA, and they always put on a heck of a show over there. We've talked about the idea that Sacramento, Austin, and our friends over in D.C., each one of them thinks they're the nation's capital. Because so goes California, so goes the nation. So goes Austin, so goes the nation. At the end of the day, though, if D.C. don't like it and shuts it down, that's the ballgame. This is how it kind of works, Madison, the way to kind of think about it from a civics view. Depending upon what administration is in office, either Austin or Sacramento takes the lead. Do you follow me? Mm-hmm. If, in fact, it's a Democratic presidency, then Austin becomes the opposition. Sacramento becomes the great laboratory. If, in fact, a Republican administration occupies the White House, then Austin becomes the great laboratory. Sacramento becomes the center of the opposition. That's kind of the way to think about it. Our friends over there tried to make a couple of tweaks. They had a big tort reform victory a couple of years ago. We were there when it happened. They were high on life. It had been achieved in a bipartisan fashion. They went back to the well again in the last session and attempted to kind of close some of the loopholes. It's interesting, too, because they said, look, we made some concessions last time and we tried to close those loopholes. It turns out that every once in a while, sitting reps, sitting senators in state capitals go, no, we left that loophole open for a reason. You're not going to get it closed down. They'll take another run at it. We'll keep up with them. Big thanks to John Esparza, of course, who is basically the president, not basically, he is the president of TXTA, the Texas Trucking Association, for his down-home hospitality and a great lineup of guests. I have something I wanted to tell you guys, though. And I'll be the first to tell you, I'm not going to do too much pushback when I'm a guest in somebody else's house. And I actually made mention of it in an offhanded way. A number of the people who came on the show, great guests, often said this driver shortage. One or two of them did point out about the idea of a quality driver shortage. I will tell you off the record that a number of those folks who I talked to came to me quietly and off the record, got to hold journalistic standards around here, said to me, there's no driver shortage. There's a shortage of people who aren't willing to pay drivers have a shortage. There's people who aren't willing to actually give them a quality of life find themselves struggling for a shortage. One of the guys privately told me, he said, I don't have a driver shortage. He said, we pay people, we give them benefits, we work with them, we help them upscale, we figure out ways to keep them on. We ask them to do what we ask them to do at a high quality, and when they don't, we let them go. He said, but the people who actually work hard for us, we hold on to. We got guy was basically saying he had great retention rates, was able to pick and choose, like our friends from Crete. Maybe we'll hear from them sooner rather than later. But our friends from Crete, by the way, speaking of Crete, 10 Ring is actually lurking around there. Good morning to you, sir. Good to have you. Good to have you be a part of the conversation. Guys, this is going to be really kind of interesting this morning, too, because we have got to get Jeff Seeger on here. So what we'll do, Madison, is we'll take a little bit of an earlier break, okay? We will do the pledge, the national anthem, have a bracing cup of Java with Pastor John. I do want to give you some interesting things, though. I'm going to give you a choice. At some point during the course of this day, Madison, probably when Lindsay gets here, we have a little breathing room. Maybe when Tara arrives for Breaker Back Talk. I have 3 interesting pieces of animal news.
Okay.
And I'm going to actually ask you which of these 3 stories you want to choose. And you guys can chime in on the chat over on Facebook, chime in the chat over on YouTube. Here it is. I got a story about a wayward sea lion that was found wandering on the California roads.
Okay.
It's National Colorado Day, and there is a really funny story about an escaped goat that led police on a chase through Wheat Ridge, Colorado. And then finally, we're going to offer a big congratulations to an alpaca named Horthornden Wainui of New Zealand. Big congratulations to him for setting a Guinness Book of World Record. So which one do you want to hear about? You want to hear about the alpaca, the goat, or the sea lion?
I think I'm going to have to go with the alpaca.
I think people are going to lean towards the alpaca, too.
Yeah, I mean, what was his... I want to know what his Guinness Book of World Record is.
It's a pretty impressive world record, I can tell you that right now. So if you guys want to know which of those 3 stories you want to hear about me go into detail when Lindsay arrives on the scene at 9 in the center, 10 in the east, please do so. Before we actually take this break, I also want to take a moment to remind you that we are going to end today's show with our friends from OIDA, Trucking with OIDA. When we come back on the other side, before I dig into NACV, I'm going to give you a preview of what that show is all about. It's Road Gang Radio. I hope you got a freaky, feisty, flinty, fun Friday on your docket. I hope you're rolling to where you want to roll to. I hope if you're getting started up, you're going to have a great weekend. I hope if you're revving it down, you're going to have some time for a little rest and relaxation at last. Okay, without further ado, or further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Madison for a pledge, a national anthem, and a cup of coffee with Pastor John.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Hey, it's Friday, but it's something special about this Friday. Just in case you didn't know, this is the first day of August as well. So guess what? We've transitioned from July to August, and our weekend is about to begin. Hey, I want to share something with you before you get out there and get all excited. It's found in Jeremiah 17, verses 7 and 8. Very powerful passage here. It says, blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, who trusts in the Lord. Watch what he says. Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, whose trust is in the Lord. Don't miss how they wrote that up. Don't miss how God penned that. He said, blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord. So now you trust God. Now that's what he's saying. He says you trust God. But then he turns around and says, but whose trust is in the Lord. He's letting us know that you can say you trust God, but if you don't have your trust in God to pull off what you prayed about, then your trust is not in the Lord. See, because we say we love the Lord, we say that we love God, and we say that we're God's children, but guess what? You can say you trust him, but you don't really see and really comprehend trust until you put your trust in the one who you know can do it. That's why Jeremiah 17, verse 7, it says, blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, whose trust is the Lord. He is like a tree planted by the water that sends out its roots by the stream. There goes the trust. And does not fear when heat comes, for his leaves remain green, and is not anxious in the year of drought, for it does not cease to bear fruit. When you trust God, God says, I will take care of you. So my brothers and sisters, let's start trusting and watch God take care of us. God bless you, and enjoy your first day of August and your Friday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen. That was Java with Pastor John. Can you believe it's already August, Jimmy?
Yeah, I can believe it. I'm just unhappy about it. Your Friday, by the way. We're going to pull that. I'm going to have Claire Marie pull a little piece of that so that we, every day when Pastor John comes on, Phone Master Dre and I have talked about this on many occasions. Dave and Michael, when they ran the company, would always kind of, rankle at him, like always identifying what day it was, that it couldn't be evergreen. You couldn't do a replay.
Friday.
He had a couple.
Friday.
He had a couple of evergreens. What I really like about it, though, is that it gives me all kinds of possibilities. When you break up a piece of sound, you can actually pull from it. And we have a Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
I'll be able to drop that all over the place when we get a little chance to breathe here on Road Gang Radio, by the way. Run on less. Our friends from NACV have been joining us over the course of the last couple of months. Really great information, by the way. Mike Roth has been terrific, filling us in on what's going on, what's going down. But I thought we'd go to the heart of the matter. So did they, by the way. That was kind of more their idea than mine. But when they suggested it, I thought it was terrific. I'd like to introduce you to Jeff Seeger, by the way. He's a clean energy consultant over at Wegmans. He actually works for a company that started in 1916. And you know them. You've seen them. They got over 50,000 employees. Good morning to you, Jeff. How you doing, man?
Hi, Dave. Good morning to you. Happy Friday. I'm doing great. Thank you. How
Really,
about yourself?
I'm really good, actually. Lindsay, Lawler, and I just spent the last couple of days in Austin, Texas. It was our first remote broadcast. We're back here in the Fastport Studios in the heart of the Crescent City of New Orleans, less than 6 blocks away from where Dave Nemo started this whole idea of trucking radio. So I'm having a really good morning. You got any plans for this weekend before we kind of dig into all the stuff that's been going on?
Well, this is probably not a good weekend or week to ask me that. I've got a little surgery I'm going to have later today, so I'm going to just kind of take it easy and hopefully recover quickly.
Well, best of luck with that, by the way. And we've got a couple of drivers and listeners out there, one of whom, Hazmat, drives tankers, who just had knee surgery, by the way, and is in the midst of a hopefully positive recovery. So we're rooting for you, and we're thinking about you.
Thank you.
Let's dig into this, by the way. Let's kind of get started. Talk about Run On Less,
Absolutely.
And then we can pivot into the particulars of what you guys found out from your particular POV.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And so I actually am a part of the NACV team and was fortunate enough to visit Wegmans. And as you mentioned, we're doing this Run On Less Messy Middle. And Run On Less Messy Middle is we're looking at many different fleets that have different powertrains ranging from they'll be running renewable diesel to battery electric vehicle to hydrogen fuel cell to natural gas. And I'm part of the natural gas team. And we visited Wegmans in early June, and it was very exciting. Wegmans, as you mentioned, it's over a 100-year-old company. They've got over 50,000 employees. They've got about 110 stores, and they operate in the Northeast area, I think from about North Carolina up to Boston. And I was really excited to see them, and I'll share more with you about this natural gas vehicle if you'd like me to go down that path.
I really would, and really quickly to kind of put things in perspective, Wegmans started before America's involvement in World War I. That's how long Wegmans has been around, to kind of give people perspective on that. Yeah, let's talk about what you made your discoveries in regards to being embedded with Wegmans and kind of getting a really up close look at this stuff.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. So what I took away was really really impressed in that their commitment to sustainability and making it work economically. Today, they are 76% non-diesel. Most of that is natural gas. They do have a few yard spotters that are electric trucks, but 76% non-diesel, and they have a goal to be 100% non-diesel in 2026. So a real commitment to sustainability. What we looked at was we're monitoring a Peterbilt 567 truck. It's got the new X15N in it and a Allison transmission. It's got 175 diesel gallon equivalent tank on it. So that truck is equipped to probably run 700 to 800 miles without refueling. the Wegmans route, they run, this truck's going to be running from Rochester to Albany, New York, and that's about a 530-mile round trip. And, we were able to talk to the drivers. We were there filming and seeing some of the features about the truck, and it was just really a great experience, and to see how a company like them can use natural gas and make it work for them.
I was kind of curious too, because you talk about the idea of a 500 plus overall route, and the idea is that sometimes it's very easy to create a Potemkin village or to do something in a very, very short span and be like, see, it works. This is is that kind of the baseline for how you guys look at this stuff? The idea that is there a certain mile marker where you go, okay, we can get a real sense of whether this thing works or not? Are you following me?
Yeah, I'm following you, and yeah, it sure is. I mean, we look at many things. I guess I'd like to talk about their load and their route as well, because as you know, it's not just miles. So they're hauling two double 48 trailers. Some of the time they got 140,000 pounds that they're hauling. Matter of fact, I think this route does that a lot, and they're able to make it all in one thing. So I think load is certainly a part of that. That terrain, as you know, is hilly as well. I think they get about an 800-foot elevation change. So that's clearly it. We spoke to the driver. We spoke to the whole crew, but the driver is really an advocate of the natural gas trucks. He's been driving the 12-liter natural gas truck for some time. Originally, there were shift problems and some performance problems, but between Cummins and the transmission supplier, they got those worked out. And now this 15-liter, they say it drives just like a diesel. So the 15 natural gas truck is driving just like a diesel. And so, you ask about, is it just miles? It's also load, it's performance, and they're really pleased with how it's going.
I want to point out something else, too, for our listeners. If you notice that he actually talked about some of the issues and problems that had to be worked out. This program is not a PR. This program is an actual in-depth look about how this works and how it can be made to work, with them making tweaks along the way and you kind of tracking that progress. That's a really important thing, too, because if you guys are simply out there rah-rahing this isn't going to work. You really have to make sure that the problems and issues get discussed, because when they get fixed, that's the cause for celebration, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And NACFE is, we're trying to help the industry, but we're unbiased, and we look at technologies, and we try to help fleets in the industry with this. And certainly we're not going to promote anything, but we will talk about what's working well and what isn't working well. But my take on this was this thing's working pretty decently.
And I have a kind of an off-site question, but I think it relates to the other stuff we have to kind of cover today. One of the great things is, as a reporter who used to be embedded with organizations on convoys and a whole bunch of other stuff, you get a real sense of people's culture there, their culture of adjustment. Can you talk a little bit about being close to Wegmans and getting an up-close chance to see what they do? You talk about the load and all the other stuff too. What did you notice in regards to the culture making a comment on the technology that they're using?
A very good question. And so I think I want to first start out by saying, just a very good kind of family spirit at Wegmans. And they mentioned everybody, calls each other by their first name and those kind of things. But for me, a couple of words came up. One was sustainability, and the other one was technology. On the sustainability side, just their commitment to natural gas, I think, shows that. But the other thing I'd like to mention is these natural gas trucks that they're running are running on 100% renewable natural gas. And I don't know if the audience is familiar with that, but that's like landfill and dairy waste and things like that. And I mean, that's actually, very good for the environment to run off of renewable natural gas. So these trucks are running that way, and you can see that in Wegmans in terms of sustainability. The other part of their culture I'd like to call out is technology. And, interestingly, I'll say from making furniture to, sophisticated control systems on trucks. And what I mean by that is before the day started, they walked us through their corporate office, and they got a shop where they make the furniture, the stands, and the displays for their grocery displays and things like that. So you can see, they just have kind of built this business up from ground and from innovative standpoint. The driver talked about the technology on the truck, and this thing is just loaded with a lot of stuff. It's got ADAS, autonomous driver assisted things, so you can tell if you're getting out of a lane or if you're getting too close to another truck or something like that. It's got all of that. It's got all these cameras and radar and stuff like that. And that was really one of the things that the driver mentioned, technology, and he likes these Peterbilt trucks and the technology on them, and just the feel is really good.
It's interesting to me too, because as somebody, and by the way, I've done a lot of things in my life, having worked in grocery stores, having worked in areas like that, is that the people who sit behind the wheel of those trucks have to be very, very, almost a jack of all trades and a master of the wheel, because they have to kind of know all points in regards to all the stuff you've talked about. They're very familiar with the setups. They're very familiar with what they're carrying and all that kind of stuff. And now we're asking these drivers more and more to begin to deal with the products that you guys are testing, the ones that people are looking at and making a deep study of. In regards to your relationship with the drivers, what did you find in regards to their adjustments to the new technology and their adjustments and their likability of what they're now driving?
Yeah, I think they're humans like all of us, right? And I think change is always difficult, right? And I think they mentioned early on, and I think we're probably going back several years, there was some reluctance to drive a natural gas vehicle, and even at that time, I think there were some positives, but some negatives. The negatives were the performance problems, there were some shift problems, and there were some reliability problems. But the positives are, and I think this has been true with all the natural gas vehicles, is you don't have the smell or the odor of diesel. So you come home and your clothes, you smell like you maybe went to the office rather than in a lot of diesel fuel and stuff like that. So they see that they say that the engine is a little bit quieter with the natural gas. So I think they've shifted from maybe somewhat being reluctant and seeing some problems to now they're real advocates. And the driver we spoke to, he doesn't want to go back to the older trucks. He doesn't want to go back to the diesels. He wants to drive these newer trucks, which have the 15-liter diesel in them.
Let me ask you too, in regards to what we got a few moments here, by the way, left. Jeff Seeger joins us, by the way. He was taking a hard, close look for NACV at Wegmans. But what do you feel like when we get to September the 8th? What are you looking for? Where are we headed? And what are you hoping to see next? Because it sounds like a lot of progress has been made already.
Yeah, great question, and that's going to be really exciting. One of your questions was, do we promote technology or companies or things like that, and we don't. And one of the things I wanted to mention was we're going to have a dashboard, and that's one of the things I really like about Run on Less. If you go to www.runonless.com, actually today you'll start seeing some of these profiles, and Wegmans will be posted. But come September 8th, whenever we do the run, these trucks are going to be running the real operation. So like I said, this one's going to be going from Rochester to Albany, and we'll be monitoring that. We'll have a dashboard. We've got a guy that does our IT, and we've got a dashboard looking at all of these vehicles and these different powertrains. So, this one's natural gas, so we'll be looking at, fuel usage versus mileage and the route and things like that. You can click to another fleet that might be running a battery electric vehicle, and you can see, how the state of charge is it being charged, how many miles they're running. You can go to the diesel and see how that's running. So these trucks will all be running their various routes in real world applications, and we'll be posting, what's happening, but you'll be able to go to this dashboard as well and see how they're performing. And it's just for nerds and geeks like us who like data, there's just a lot of data that we'll be looking at both real time as well as offline and seeing how they're performing.
Jeff, we've only got a few moments left here. Is there anything else that you feel like we didn't get a chance to cover when we're talking about Run on Less and talking about Wegmans that you feel like we have to touch on?
I think we've covered the key points. I mean, the whole thing of Run on Less is seeing these in real-time applications, seeing the real engines, seeing the real vehicles running into routes. We're all interested in the environment and seeing the different types of powertrains, and all of them have pros and cons in terms of emissions and fuel economy and things like that. And I think Run on Less just does a great job. And I'd encourage everybody to go right now to that website, www.runonless.com. Look at it, and I think everybody will get a good feel for what we do and what's happening in terms of technology in the trucking industry.
Jeff, I can't thank you enough for making time for us on this freaky, feisty, flinty, and really fun Friday, and especially with the fact that you got some stuff to take care of this weekend. We're wishing you the best, and we're thinking of you, by the way, man. Thank you so much for making time.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Have a nice weekend.
You got it, too. And by the way, I realized at the beginning, Madison, what I was saying. I said for, not with. Jeff doesn't work for Wegmans. He works with. I'm like, oh, what did I say wrong? And then I realized what it was. Okay, everybody says stuff wrong. That's what I do for a living. I say stuff wrong, and then you call and you correct me. We'll talk to Weasel on the other side of this, and we'll work on getting our first guest of the morning in the second half hour of Road Gang Radio. Take a quick break here. Come back on the other side. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. It's Road Gang Radio. And by the way, it's brought to you by Truck Down.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're rolling with Jimmy Mack, live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans.
Man, you can hear the motorcycles in the background, by the way, as we still kind of get this whole place proof for sound. I'm going to be sad, actually, when we get this place completely proof for sound, Madison, to be honest with you, because the sound of the beeps and the sound of the bus line and the sound of the trucks that occasionally
Sound of the
roll
city.
by. Sound of the city as the city of New Orleans comes to life over at the Fastport Studios. And by the way, let me take a moment to thank our friends at Fastport. They're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, most of all because it's Brad Bentley and his friends over there, people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. By the way, one of the people that Brad Bentley introduced me to is a whole network of great friends that we have over here. One of them is BJ Ganem. He'll be joining us in short order. He's the guy that put together Sierra Delta. They are going to be assuring that any veteran who wants to have a pet, a dog, is in fact going to make that happen. BJ, by the way, had one of his portraits done by, a portrait done, one of George Bush's famous paintings that he did after he left the White House. And we'd love to hear from you, as we heard from Weasel. We'll be talking to him in a second here at 615-292-6366. Good conversation going on, by the way, on the chat. Steve says the sun is coming up but no cakes on the griddle. Sorry about that. Thank God you're a country boy, though. Good morning to Earl and Joan Noble. Good to see you guys out there. Natural gas works, but is it practical for all applications? Steve, by the way, what you're going to find as we talk to the NACFE folks over the next couple of weeks, they're looking at all kinds of alternatives. That's the groovy thing about it. They're trying to figure out where certain things work. I don't know if you were listening yesterday, guys, but Jerry Maldonado was with us at TXTA, and one of the first conversations I ever had from him, that we ever had, Dave and I had together, was so groovy because he's a big believer in all of the above, and he's got this kind of blanket statement. He said, we're going to use natural gas and hydrogen for a lot of regional runs. Propane, by the way, as well, too. Tenring points that out. We're going to use diesel coast to coast. Diesel ain't going nowhere, Madison. That is just the truth. That is the truth, Ruth. Diesel is here. And by the way, burns cleaner than a lot of other stuff that's happening out there. And there's some diesel alternatives. Diesel that is, got the bio kind of thing in it.
Have they invented electric semi-trucks yet? Or is that still...
Oh, yeah, that's there.
It's there?
But the problem is that they eat so much power. I mean, they just...
Yeah, it's insane.
It's not so much... There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. We've had a couple of people come on the show and talk about that. But the big thing is that people like Jerry, who we got a chance to talk to yesterday and in the past, talk about the idea that it's an all-of-the-above approach, which, by the way, full disclosure, I don't often give away. There are people out there who think I am a lot more liberal than I am. There are people out there who think I'm like a rabid conservative. Dave and I are simply believers in one party, the party of protecting truckers and making sure their lives are comfortable and that their livings are solid and good. But there's a lot of folks out there. Joe J says, Flying J put in a bunch of CNG fueling infrastructure some years back. I remember that. They've been shuttered for years now, just taking up a lot of space. It's a shame. One of the things that NACFE is doing is taking a look at all those different kind of models. We're not just going to be talking about natural gas with them. There's a lot of different models that are coming our way. I want to take a moment here before we get some more phone calls in, before we get our guest on the show, to say good morning to Weasel. Where are you calling from, Weasel? What's going on? What's happening?
Oh, I just rolled through St. Louis. Beautiful city to drive through. Go through on 64, go right by the stadium and the aquarium and several different things.
I really like driving through St. Louis. There really is a nice sense of it. I mean, I will say that I've always managed, because of my triptych, I like to say that, makes me feel old school. I always manage to try to hit every major city while I'm on the road. I travel, in many ways, I think like many of you guys do, to avoid rush hour traffic configurations. But it really is a great place, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the scenery. Like I say, the stadium, Busch Stadium, the aquarium, several other things, and Interstate 64 is elevated going right through there. So it's very scenic, beautiful buildings and stuff like that right in that area.
Really quickly, by the way, I have a comment for Madison. Joe J says, and the electric trucks are as ugly as sin. It's one of the other problems, too, by the way, Madison. And Tom Bray says, when, not if, diesel prices blow up again, alternate fuels will become popular again, but not until then. Paranormal Pie Man, by the way, Weasel says, good morning to you. He's only here for a little bit. He's off today and telling everybody to stay safe. I think he's talking particularly to you. Okay, so you're going through St. Louis. Where are we headed next? Tell me again.
But I wanted to, you brought up the bats in Austin yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And I heard a deal on a comedy station. Well, Larry the Cable Guy has his weekly show with a bunch of guys. But anyway, somehow the bats in Austin got brought up there. Do you have any idea how many insects and bats eat in a night?
Actually, I don't, and now I am dying for you to tell me. How many insects does a bat eat in a night?
Between all them bats, they eat between 15 and 30,000 pounds of insects a night.
That's a protein cocktail if there ever was one, man. Holy moly, man. That's a lot.
Like, how many insects would it take to make a pound? That's a big pile.
I'm not sure how I feel right now, dude. We usually spend the first hour of the show getting people's appetites fired up for the day. I think you might have actually put me off. I'm not angry at you. I need to go on a diet these days. I need to kind of cut back.
No more donuts.
God Almighty, man. That's the end of the donuts, man, right there. That's the end of the donuts. Jeez, unbelievable.
Have you ever eaten a bug, Jimmy?
Yeah, I have. I've actually eaten butterfly.
Oh.
I've actually eaten a butterfly, prepared
That
butterfly.
makes me sad.
I've actually, well, I mean, they're breeding these butterflies for eating. They're not
Yeah.
going out and snatching butterflies.
Well, I've seen people eat like scorpions and stuff.
I've
haven't...
had scorpions too. I've had
Okay.
chocolate-covered scorpions. I've had chocolate-covered grasshoppers. What about you, Weasel?
I've had ants and grasshoppers, and I've seen the scorpion suckers, but I have never tried one of them.
Yeah, the thing about the ants, they make ants that basically taste like Raisinets. I mean, basically what the ants do is they basically give a crunchy effect to chocolate.
Yeah.
When you hear about chocolate-covered ants, so basically what you're eating, you're eating a chocolate-covered protein pitch.
And a lot of other cultures, it's pretty normal to be eating bugs.
Well, yeah, because sometimes the only thing you can eat. I
Yeah.
mean, if bats have taught us nothing, you eat what you got to eat. You know what I'm saying?
15, what did you say, 15,000 pounds?
15,000 pounds, Weasel, was that the number you're talking about?
Between 15 and 30,000 pounds a night.
That's crazy.
Oh, my God. I don't even want to think about what that would look like in a block. I don't want to think about an impacted, crushed block of that stuff.
Well, we need more bats here in New Orleans because the bugs here are ridiculous.
Yeah. Weasel, have you ever been down here in the summer for an extended period of time?
I've spent some nights and stuff down there. One weekend I spent down there. I can't remember if it was summer or not.
I went to Avery Island once, and I actually I was breathing in mosquitoes. That's how thick the mosquitoes were one night I was doing it. Unbelievable, huh?
I can believe that. Avery, that's where Tabasco's made, right?
Yes, it was Avery. We were actually visiting the Tabasco plant, and then went on this nature trail. And then literally they actually caught up with us and said, you need to get off here. We've got a mosquito warning. Yeah, that's right, a mosquito warning. Go ahead, Madison.
Whenever I was growing up down here, because I'm from like an hour south, so like I grew up on the water and in the swamp area. And when I went off to college for the first time in Savannah, Georgia, I was making new friends from all over the country, all over the world. And, you know, having only ever lived here, I just kind of assumed this was the norm, you know, as we do. And so I remember one day I was talking to my friends about the mosquito truck, and they were like, what the hell is a mosquito truck?
Never heard of it.
So where I'm from, and like I guess generally in...
Happens here, too. It used to happen in the summer all the time.
Yeah.
We used to have these trucks. You know them. We're talking about Riesel, right? These trucks that roll through, and you can hear the blower, and it's basically... killing.
Poison.
It's poison. I mean, they're poison in the air. Weasel, I got to float you, but I want to give you a final thought. What's on your mind?
We have them up home, too, in South Dakota. But thanks a lot, Jimmy, back for taking my call. And thank you also, Madison.
Of course.
You guys have a good day.
You too. By the way, Madison, every time he hangs up, depending upon how many people are in the studio, he tries to name everybody and thank everybody. I really like that from Weasel.
Yeah, that's sweet.
615-292-6366. We're still trying to get Mark Schroyer on the phone for Miles back. We'll get a chance to talk to him in a second. By the way, Oregon has issued an emergency declaration because of the active and ongoing wildfires now in effect, and that's going to be in effect until August the 30th. It was initially enacted on July 16th. It was set to expire on Wednesday. It continues. A broad area of Oregon remains threatened by wildfires, according to the emergency extension that was signed on Tuesday, July the 29th. Motor carriers and drivers providing direct assistance to emergency efforts related to the wildfires in Oregon are granted relief from maximum driving time for the property carrying vehicles and maximum driving time for passenger carrying vehicles for the duration of this order. Okay, transportation relating to the restoration of essential supplies and services is covered by that declaration, which applies to intrastate as well as interstate loads. The origin of the trip is not a disqualifier as long as the carrier or driver is providing direct assistance to the state. Get it? Got it? Good. Pack Rat has given us a call. Good morning to you, Rat of Pack. What's happening and how are you feeling, Mr. Recovering?
I'm getting better. Still not there yet, but I'm better than I was a few weeks ago.
By the way, it's funny too because I'm glad you say that. A lot of people say, "Well, I'm well now." You are better, not well. Correct?
That is correct. Yeah, I'm starting to get my mojo back, but we haven't talked football in a while. So.
Oh, I know. And by the
But
way, I'm writing
I-
Mike Florio today to see if he's ready to kind of come back and drop back in. So we'll see where that goes in particular. So yeah, Mike has just been
awesome.
busy, and we're rack packed and
Oh, I
stacked.
understand. Yeah.
But we have actually opened a spot just in case he wants it. I know a lot of people were crazy about him. Chris, by the way, says good morning to everybody. He's in Iowa, waiting on his travel agent to call. Nicely said, by the way. All right, go on.
Okay, I heard this a while ago. Tom Brady, when he was at the combines, a lot of the coaches there looked at this guy. He's tall, lanky, kind of gangly, uncoordinated, a bit slow. But there was one coach in the fray that saw something unique and saw potential in him, and that was the Mooch.
Explain.
Well, I don't know how to explain what he saw in it, but what I found odd about that is that Mooch was also the guy that told Kurt Warner to go pound sand.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm like, how did he see something in somebody and not be able to see it in Kurt Warner? I mean, that's an interesting kind of situation that you're kind of referring to there. But go on.
Okay, no, that was just kind of had me wondering because but Kurt Warner also said at that time he wasn't mature enough. He wasn't ready for the big time, and it took him a while to develop, and he had to go through a long road to get to where he got. So maybe this time this Booch he saw something this one time in his life, and it came to fruition. I guess I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm not really sure. I wanted to ask you really quickly, by the way, in regards to what's been happening over in your neck of the woods with your favorite team. Can you kind of talk about where you think you guys are going to end up and land in regards to all the changes that you guys made, although the song remains the same with Mr. Allen? Do you like your chances of what I'm asking?
Okay, I'll say they need a running back. They need a Marshall Falk.
Well, everybody needs a Marshall Falk. I
Lynch.
mean, everybody needs a Marshawn Lynch or a Marshall Falk. It's like, I could also use $500,000 in my bank account right now. I mean, what are the chances and what are the odds, though? Kind of take me through that.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm at right now as far as what their chances are is they rely too much on Josh Allen. Like he's their best running back right now, but like I said, they need because they let what's his name go, Amari Cooper. That's
yeah. The thing is,
so
the thing is, I'm going to tell you this too. The national championship game, and then I got to get back to trucking here, my friend. But the national championship game, I want to get a final thought from you as well. Had that magnificent drive that Notre Dame started this the game off with. That 18-play masterpiece, that 10-minute drive. And by the time it was over with, they couldn't run him again. That Riley Leonard was absolutely wiped out. And Joe Brady is a good enough offensive coordinator, as you well know, that he is not going to let Josh Allen run his legs out from under him. He likes to give the ball to people and set up Allen for play action, set up that cannon for play action. So we are going to take a hard look this year at if, in fact, they have the backs. Now, you could also do the Peyton approach, which is running back by committee, where you line up enough backs in the backfield to keep people guessing. All right, final thought.
final thought for the day. I'm going to go with something that Steve Covey once said. You know who that is?
I do. Give us the quote.
Okay. Do you listen with the intent to understand or with the intent to respond?
By the way, that is a great tip for anybody who actually does what I do for a living. And that is such the most important thing that we do in regards to you got to make a decision. Are you waiting to interrupt or are you waiting to actually respond and figure out what the other person is saying? It makes a big difference. Although there are some places where actually acting is better than responding because it means you got the first foot ahead. Thank you, my friend Packrat. Please get better. Please recover. I need you, man. I need you at full force.
Okay, Jimmy Mack, all the best.
All the best, by the way. 615-292-6366. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is sending the word out that hundreds of truck drivers have been ordered off the road for failing to demonstrate English language proficiency. That's the word from our friends at CDL Life and a whole bunch of other outlets, too. What you're going to hear next is a combination of what they had to say and me kind of cross-checking a lot of different stuff. So on the 30th, which is just a couple of days ago, Duffy took to social media in his role as the head of transportation. He's Secretary of Department of Transportation to report on enforcement of federal language requirements for commercial vehicle drivers. Had a lot of great talks, by the way, at TXTA. Our good friend Raman Dillan Singh has talked about this. The head of the Punjabi Trucking Association has made a real big point of saying that everybody here, regardless of where they're from, if they're in fact got their green card or they're a citizen, is absolutely committed to this approach. It makes for safer highways. Everybody from Jamie Jones to friends over at the AT&A to Teamsters have all said, man, you got to have this stuff down. This is what Duffy says. Since I took action to enforce language proficiency requirements for truckers, our state partners have put roughly 1,500 unqualified drivers out of service. That's what I call results. If you can't read or speak our national language, English, we won't let your truck endanger the driving public. The other big thing about this, too, is the fact that that's a drop in the bucket in regards to numbers, but it does send a message, in particular down to Texas, that cabotage, that ain't going to fly anymore, and that people playing games around the border in regards to kind of moving back and forth and undercutting prices and undercutting lows. Look, they could take care of every single person who's not playing by the rules in every single one, and it still wouldn't make that much of a dent in regards to what's going on in regards to capacity. But I've always said that during a downturn, it's really good to kind of clean up your shop. That when you don't have any jobs to do, find a job to do, and one of them you can do is actually clean up around the office. That is part and parcel of what's going on here. There's my little Dave comment, part and parcel. Duffy's statement came just over a month after non-compliance with existing federal regulations requiring ELP for commercial vehicle drivers became officially an out-of-service violation. That happened on June the 25th. As of that day, in order to avoid an out-of-service order, commercial truck drivers taking part in traffic stops or inspections must demonstrate the ability to read and speak the English language and to understand road signs. I'm still not clear on one thing, and maybe anybody who's actually run into this, just, a perfunctory sort of this, if in fact the law enforcement agent, the inspector at any point be like, you got it, we're good. You know what I'm saying? There's a moment of doubt, somebody with a thick accent is suddenly told, you know what, pal, you got it. We ain't got to go through this entire process. It seems to me that you've got this going on. You got the joke I just told. Yeah, I mean, that's another way of doing it, by the way, Madison. You tell a joke. or you could tell the person, tell me a joke. I would. That's the kind of stuff that you can do before actually getting to the test. You can be like, hey, man, do me a favor. Tell me the worst joke you know.
You want to hear one?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Tell me one bad English joke. I mean, like I said, there are things that you can do as a law enforcement agent before you actually start the clock. Because there are some processes where people are told, once you start, you got to go through the whole rigmarole. Mm-hmm. And I get that, by the way. But I'm wondering if anybody out there who does this job actually has little tells. Because there are moments of doubt. There are people who have incredibly thick accents but speak beautiful English in regards to proficiency, mm-hmm. who understand every single word you're saying. They're just, they're a little thick on the descript, as it were. Totally get that. Is there a way to kind of figure this out and be like, I'm not taking you through the whole thing? Because once I start, who do we got?
I think that's Mark.
Let's get Mark in here because I can play all kinds of games. Mark, is this Mark Schroyer? You there, buddy? You there?
Yes.
Hey, man, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good.
It's good to have you. We got a little bit of limited time here, but I might hold you over into the next segment before we actually talk to our friend BJ and a couple of other folks here as well. What is going on, my friend, and what are you up to on this Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Friday?
I'm just trying to get things done here. Sorry there that I actually forgot about that there, and I just got the message there that I was supposed to be on earlier there, so I apologize for that. But no, things have been going well. As you know, that I won that award from the National Tank Truck Carrier Driver of the Year this year, so it's been quite a roller coaster summer, doing several different events around the country for them, and just to win an award like that is just pretty amazing. I tell everybody, your companies always recognize you for doing well, but to get recognition like this has just been above and beyond for me.
I want to talk really quick. We just got back from Austin, Texas, Lindsay, Lawler, and I, and the whole discussion was about education. The whole discussion was about scholarships. And over at the ATHS, you guys got some scholarships going on, do you not?
We do. We have the George Schroyer Memorial Scholarship going on, and it's been a really, really good thing for us. In fact, we started out giving 2 scholarships. Now we increased it. We increased the number of them and the amount of our scholarships as well.
Okay, talk about the idea of what these scholarships provide, how you how people can kind of apply for them. It's always at the core of the matter. We have so many listeners who have, people who they care about, sometimes even themselves when they're younger. Talk about how the scholarships work.
Well, we set it up so anybody that has any kids, any grandkids, or relation that is related to a member of our society, them kids can all apply for it. And it's anything to do with trucking, you're eligible for the scholarship, and that falls into just about everything. You could be going into nursing, you could be going into a doctor, because as you know, all drivers have got to have nurses and doctors, to do physicals, and if somebody gets sick or something, they could fall into that. Accounting, the trucking companies always need accountants. Just about anything related, mechanical. If a kid wants to go be a mechanic, that would qualify. Or a truck driver, go through truck driving school, and just about anything could qualify for our scholarships. So, and the way our scholarships work, when you apply for them, there's not anybody from American Truck Historical Society that even reads a resume. So it's really, really fair. The Greater Kansas City Foundation, they're the ones that handle that for us, and they're the ones that go through the resumes and the applications for it, to pick our winners each year. And then at our conventions each year, that's when we announce who the winners of our scholarships are. So it's a really, really neat, amazing program that we have.
I think it's, like I said, I want to kind of repeat what Mark said here, by the way. This is incredibly well set up, because often people worry about what they call the inside job. This has been set up in such a way. The idea that people often work with clearinghouses in this kind of way, or law firms in this kind of way, or foundations and associations. This is really set up in a way that we want to encourage everybody actually to kind of get out there who has somebody they care about, to get out there and apply for this scholarship, because it is so important that everybody gets a chance and everybody gets an opportunity to pursue their dreams, particularly if they work really hard. Mark, we've only got a little bit of time left here, but I want to also remind people that we are now talking to not just Mark Schroyer, a friend of this show, but he is also the 2024-2025 National Tank Truck Carriers Professional Driver of the Year. And by the way, that's because of your skill, your dedication, and your unwavering professionalism. Congratulations to you, Mark, by the way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mark, tell people where they can go to find out more about the scholarship.
Yeah, they can go to our website at www.aths.org, and just click on there, and you can go to it and find it. And in our magazine, that we advertise it in our magazine, the Wheels of Times, as well.
Yeah, it's a terrific program, by the way, Mark. We're going to find more time to get you on and into a deeper conversation. But I feel like we've covered the fact that you're an amazing driver, and we're thrilled to call you a friend. And this is an amazing program, and we're thrilled to call the ATHS our friends as well, too. Go have the best of weekends, buddy.
Okay, I sure appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You got it. Road Gang ready to take a quick break here. We're going to come back on the other side. We are racked, packed, stacked, and jacked, of course. And BJ Ganem is going to be coming up here next. He's a cool dude. I can't wait to unpack his resume for you. I know it. We love him. We'll be right back after these messages. Big thanks to ShadyRays.com. Give us code ShadyRays.com. We've got your back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio. Let's rejoin your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Big Easy.
Joe, our good friend Joe J said, that's it, that's enough. I'm heading back over to satellite radio. And I was like, what are you doing? Say it ain't so, Joe. And he said that bug discussion was a bit too much for me. He was just kidding around. Good to have you back, never having left. The Paranormal Pie Man said he was being attacked by a car wash. Hope that worked out for you, pal. So I was making the joke, before we get BJ Ganem in here, I was making the joke that maybe one of the ways that you could possibly avoid having to put somebody through the whole rigmarole of that test actually is 2 steps and takes time. But to prevent yourself from kind of locking into that kind of, that sequence is, tell me your best bad joke. A number of our friends jumped in on the chat. It's pretty spectacular. Before I get to that, Trucker Boson said that Arkansas is still doing the cat in the hat test. Not a bad idea, by the way. Marshall Platter writes, here's his bad joke of the day. I would never date a tennis player. Love means nothing to them. Nicely done. Nicely done. Trucker Boson says, I would tell a joke about layoffs, but they don't work. Oh, my God. I will show myself the way out. By the way, our good friend Tom Bray says, back to the ELP, the numbers are not as surprising. When you look at historical violation data, the violation is written up roughly 10,000 times a year. And that goes back to what Tom was talking about. They got to 2016 and simply stopped enforcing it. So it went from like 10,000 to about 1,000. Given what they're doing now, Tom is exactly right. We should see the numbers bear out to the anywhere between 10 and 15,000. Tom, if I'm wrong about that, please jump in and correct me. A lot of great comments. And I realized something else, too. And one of the things that we're going to maybe institute here, I love talking process on the air, Madison, before I bring BJ Ganem in here. You are here a lot for the run of the show. You have limited hours, but you come in a lot for the show. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking about maybe, and would love to hear what people think about this before Lindsay joins me in the morning, of setting you up like TJ on the Rich Eisen show. Getting you up here at the desk, putting you on a computer, putting you on a microphone, and having you in charge of online conversation to be able to kind of throw in banter.
Oh, okay.
Because what I realize is happening, that's really cool here, that's happening on the chat right now, really groovy, is I in a way that we never could before, I feel like I'm sitting in a diner.
Yeah.
and that these men, these women, these folks that join us for this conversation are actually there. And I wouldn't mind, by the way, if we had a person actually able to kind of move back and forth between that.
Yeah, be like a moderator.
Like a moderator,
Yeah.
which would be really groovy, is the ability to jump from one platform to the next. Because what Tara does is she comes in for Breaker Back Talk and gives us what I call the long form. People commenting on all the platforms and all that. People who have taken a moment to think about what they're going to say and write out their thoughts. This is something different. There is a lot of good chat going on. By the way, Steve says, hold on a second while I get you a mirror. I don't know what that means, but I'm excited to be a part of it, by the way.
Sassy.
You actually can give us a phone call, too, at 615-292-6366, because you might want to actually talk to this cat. The founder of Sierra Delta joins us this morning. I've actually kind of unpacked his bio before. B.J. Ganem is founder of Sierra Delta and a great friend of this show. It welcomes all military veterans. They provide all veterans, all military veterans, with an engaged, strength-based, veteran-led community of support, education, and grants. All of it focused on helping our military veterans access professional dog training support in our Life Buddy program and opportunities to continue to be of service in their Life Force programs. They are a registered 501c3, too legit to quit, and they rely exclusively on in-kind donations and sales campaigns like their upcoming True Blue campaign provided by Blue Buffalo Pet Food, and that will start September 1st at Walmart. They have, they provide over 100 Life Buddy training grants. We'll talk about the particulars of this, but I just want to say good morning to my good friend, BJ, who has wrapped up some great fundraising activities with our friend Brad Bentley. BJ, good morning. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm great. You want my bad joke?
Oh.
You were talking about bad jokes before.
Let it rip. Here we go.
All right. How to get a Kleenex to dance?
How do you get a Kleenex to dance?
You put a little boogie in it.
Love it. I love it. I love it, man. I got to tell you, I got an 8-year-old nephew named Gustavo who is just going to literally pee himself when he hears that joke.
Exactly.
I am
That's my
delighted.
that's my kid joke. That's the one that I always tell the kids.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, so
No.
I unpacked Sierra Delta, but let's just unpack what's been going on, not just with Sierra Delta, but with you on the move, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy this life. I'm going to turn 50 next year, and turning 30, turning 40 was not a big deal. 50's a little different, and it's kind of forced me to pause and just realize, like, hey, we need to slow down and really, really enjoy this journey. And so I've been kind of shifting into that. Me, I'm always really pushing hard to help bring back the agency to the veterans, right? Instead of everybody focusing on our disabilities, let's focus on our strengths that we have. But really just trying to sit back and just watch it all unfurl. And I know that things are crazy, but there's never been a better time to be alive than right now.
I kind of love that perspective too. BJ, I'm going to make you do short order of this because I know you've unpacked this 1,000,001 times. We're on a new platform. We're on a whole bunch of platforms right now. And I don't feel like I can do it justice. Can you give our friends out there a little bit of your story that kind of contextualizes everything you do? Because you are a man who moves, and that is a commitment that you have made to living a purpose-driven life, but also putting your money where your mouth is, because you really are a hand-up, not hand-out kind of guy. You are not a bellyacre or a griper or a what's in it for me kind of fella. You and I have talked about this at length, about the idea of being a fully minted citizen of the United States, first and foremost. Can you kind of talk about who you are and where you come from?
Sure. I mean, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. My family, third-generation Lebanese immigrants that came over, and our family business is still there in Savannah, Georgia, on Havisham and Gaston. It's called Johnny Ganem's. Package store is what we call them back in Savannah, but it's liquor, wine, catering, anything around a party. So I grew up around, celebrating things. And when I graduated high school, I went on to college for 1 year until I was politely asked to not come back after posting a 1.3 GPA. And really all I wanted to do was just travel the world and fight. And so the only people advertising that was the United States Marine Corps. So I joined on a whim, and it was one of the best decisions I ever made. So that was '96, I'd go in, become a Marine Corps infantryman, serve on active duty until 2000. This was the when we were drawing down, and as an infantryman in active duty, we're running around the woods yelling "bang bang" at each other, and so I was a little disenfranchised, but I loved the camaraderie. I loved the brotherhood of the Marine Corps. So I got out, but stayed in the Ready Reserves. Took a job with Kraft Foods, started selling cookies and crackers, and climbing that corporate ladder. But 1 week in a month, 2 weeks out of the year, and anytime I could get on a school slot, I was a Marine again. And all that changed in 2001. Towers go down. We get put on alert, and we go to Iraq in 2004 to serve in Operation Iraqi Freedom, which we all know is, a little bit murky on why we went in, but I can tell you that the men that I served with, we represented this country well while we were over there in a difficult situation. And I was injured on Thanksgiving night of 2004, which caused the amputation of my lower left leg below the knee and ended my Marine Corps career. And that was a really hard pill to swallow. And it took me a little while to get my footing again. And one thing is everybody was so receptive, so supportive of me, and there was, and still are. It's almost, it's so amazing. Sometimes it's hard to manage, but in those early days, it was even harder to manage. Obviously, with the amount of head injuries that I had, being exposed to IEDs, being hit by a car, even when you're in that depressive state and you have brain injuries to boot, it makes it really hard to kind of see what's real, to feel what's real. And I was in the midst of all that depression, anxiety. I was uncomfortable with the amount of how many people wanted to help me, but nobody wanted to help the other 200 Marines that were with me. And just trying to figure out, like, I'm no longer a Marine. What does this mean? Am I, missing a percentage of my body? What does that make me as a man? And I was going through a bad divorce, a bankruptcy, a DUI, like all the stereotypical things that we hear about in this veteran community. And in that moment of depression, I could rationalize everything away. I thought my kids would be better off without me. I thought all my family and friends would be better off without me. It was an old English bulldog that I bought on my first convalescent leave from Walter Reed that helped me see my way through that depression, because he was the one thing I couldn't rationalize away. He had no special talents, no special breeding, no special training. He was just a gruff bulldog that could get slobber into places you thought was physically impossible to get slobber into, and clear a room with his farts. But he was always there, and he needed me as much as I needed him. So if I quit, he would have ended up in a shelter and probably been euthanized like the other 800,000 healthy, trainable, and adoptable dogs we kill every year in this country. And so just that unconditional love that dogs give humans and have been giving humans for 35,000 years was enough for me to pull my own head out of my ass, start putting one foot in front of the other, and living what I call a life on the good foot, whether it's my foot that's carbon fiber and steel given me by science, or my foot that's flesh and blood given me by God. Whichever foot I'm going forward on, I was going to make do. I was going to figure out how to improvise, adapt, and overcome, and love this life. And that all came from that unconditional love of a dog, which was the inspiration for me to start Sierra Delta. And Sierra Delta stands for service and dogs. When I look at the communities and I look at this nation, like, I know everybody loves our veterans, but all of the services, to include the VA, to include all the nonprofits, are all predicated on us either being broke or broken. The VA only services 30% of the men and women that ever served, and they don't do a very good job of it. All of our nonprofits, the majority of them are focused on only post 9/11, wounded, ill, and injured. But what happened to the social contract? We need to redefine those terms and conditions of what does it mean to have a small portion of your society raise their hand and be willing to go into unpopular wars, go into these places that are full of strife and misery and combat. What is it that what is the one thing that we can promise them when they come back to this country? And so what I thought was, let's just make sure that every single person who ever put on that uniform, whether they served before 9/11 or after, whether they saw combat or not, whether they were injured or not, can have access to reasonable and sustainable resources to help them develop the relationship with a dog through professional training so that they could have that unconditional love when they need it. 99% of the veterans do not need a service dog, an ADA medical assistance service dog. And those dogs do provide something, but it's a fraction of the percentage. What the majority of us needs is a teammate. We miss being on a team, and this is what Sierra Delta is trying to do. We're trying to help that all veterans can get access to a professional trainer in their area to train to their individual needs and lifestyle based on the capacity of the dog that they have. So that means that we have sport dogs. We have people doing dock diving and agility course running, and we have people doing scent detection. A lot of people just want a meat and potatoes, good family dog. And yes, some want service dogs, and they're able to get there within the Life Buddy program provided by Sierra Delta. But more importantly, let's just try to bring everybody together around the one thing that I think this country still agrees on. We all love dogs. 68% of American households have a dog in it. Dogs and humans have been working together for 35,000 years. Doesn't matter what your politics are, what your religions are, it doesn't matter. Most humans love dogs. And so let's build a strength-based community around that supports our veterans. That is what Sierra Delta does.
By the way, like I said, the next time you come on, I won't make you unpack all of that again, but I feel like as we move to new platforms, as people who didn't get a chance to hear us on the old platform, I wanted to make sure people got a sense of that as well. And you go a lot of places. I want to make one really quick comment before we talk about the events in Nantucket and a whole bunch of other groovy stuff also involving my co-host in the second half of the show, Lindsay Lawler. It's important to remember, too, that so much of when we talk about traumatic brain injury, people have a very, very distinct vision of that. Sometimes it is simply piercing headaches on a regular basis and a lack of equilibrium. And people don't understand that simply having someone that loves you next to you, giving you a little comfort in those moments, can make all the difference. I keep thinking about that in regards to my friend and I. We just put down a dog, a 15-year-old Catahoula named Coco. It's heartbreaking for us both. But at the same time, I remember there were some really dark moments in my life when Coco would just stare at me, knowing that I was in pain, and I could look over there and see that unconditional love pouring. And as you say, we're not talking service dogs here. We're talking about simply I want somebody in my life to take the journey with me who makes no judgment on me, but is simply there to provide sometimes actual equilibrium and a lot of the time simply emotional equilibrium. And that's kind of it. We just want to give people a chance who want to have a companion and who have served this country. It's a small price to pay for those men and women. Fair?
Absolutely fair. And you summed it up. I mean, trauma, when I talk about trauma, I always tell people to look at your hands, look at your neighbor's hands. They all look similar, right? Mm-hmm. But we all have these fingerprints that have never been replicated in the entire human history. And that is trauma too. We could be in the same spot and a traumatic event happens right in front of us. And everybody around there is going to have a different response. We can't put this on a conveyor belt. We need to meet the people where they're at. And we need to find the one thing that can at least help them find their own base and then allow them to be on their own journey. So what I tell the veterans, the Sierra Delta, this Life Buddy program, there's no destination. It's not like you're going to get to a level of training and that's it. Training is continuous. And what they start to realize, this is a journey with your dog. It helps you form some healthy routines as well. That's good for you and your dog, but it also just gives you that sense of this dog needs me, I need this dog, that purpose, and it builds a bridge to everybody else. The civilians might not understand what we did in the military, but I think they can understand the love and loyalty that a dog provides. And if we can build a community around that, I think we can spread a lot more healing even beyond the veteran community.
I have a couple of great comments for you. Our good friend Tom Bray says, as a shout out, he was an Army guy. He says, not a whim, but similar. He ended up in the Army because it wasn't the Navy. His dad was in the Navy. Tom also gives you a shout out saying he loves the term social contract. If we send them to fight for us, popular or unpopular, we as a society have a responsibility to them. Our good friend Trucker Boson says, I have 2 dogs. I can't imagine not having them around. Now, I want you to brace yourself yourself, BJ, because you had a bad joke. They've got some bad jokes too.
Great.
This is Tom's. Horse walks into a bar and the bartender says, "Why the long face?" Sorry, I've been waiting to do that for a while. And then, by the way, Trucker Boaston also writes, "It's a new wine. It's named after Casper. It's a nice little spirit, but it's got no body." I like that a great deal. Okay, so you just wrapped up Nantucket, Pledges for Pups, but I want you to talk about why is it always in Nantucket?
Sierra Delta was founded in Nantucket. So back in 2012, my good friend Jim Baisley, who had helped me through a very difficult situation with an employer, asked me to come speak to this group called Holidays for Heroes. And this group, Holidays for Heroes, was bringing military veterans and their families from the hospitals in Walter Reed and Bethesda to Nantucket for a week-long respite. And so I helped with that. At the time, I was working for the Semper Fi Fund, another great 501c3 organization. And so I was already working with many of these men and women that had these injuries. And so I was able to help curate the list and get people over there, and just really enjoyed what they were doing. Nantucket's unlike any other place I've been to. It's very special, beautiful. And I was doing a lot of talking. As you know, I can suck the air out of any room. And
well, that's why they paired you with me. They figured that's what Brad Bentley figured. They said, well, BJ's going to suck the air out of the room. Who can actually take the oxygen back? Oh, we'll put him together with Jimmy Mack. Go on, though.
There we go. That's right. So I was talking about how many of the negative outcomes we're seeing in the veteran community has to do with how we're delivering services to them. And I kept going back to the story about Dozer and talking about, like, even the service dog thing. It seems like we're putting, we're not able to get enough. You add up everybody that says they're providing service dogs to veterans, it only equals about 800 to 1,000 a year. And there's only 18 million vets in this country, and the average age is 68.7 years old. So we're doing it wrong. And the great thing about Nantucket is one of the biggest places with the highest concentration of wealth. And Tom McCann was the one that founded Holidays for Heroes, and he was a great networker, knew everybody, introduced me to the Bishop family and Bill Bishop, the founder of Blue Buffalo. I told him my thoughts, and he said, yes, you need to start an organization, and we're going to help you. So the island of Nantucket is who gave me the courage and the resources needed to start Sierra Delta. And when we started it out, we were trying to help more veterans get access to service dogs. So we worked with all these ADA organizations. President Bush, who painted me in the Portraits of Courage, his nickname for me is Belushi. And when he heard I was doing this, he's like,
by the way, if you see BJ, you'll get the reference, but go ahead. Keep going.
Sure. He told me, he's like, Belushi, I can give $5 million to any one of these dog organizations and it won't move the needle. And in 2 years, we gave away $2.3 million. And he was 100% right. Not a single one of those organizations even did one more dog. And it's because they can't. They're at capacity. That's why there's 5 and 6 year wait list. So in 2018, I was diagnosed with lymphoma and had to go through chemo and radiation. And so I was locked in a room in quarantine before it was cool to be quarantined. And Dozer had just died a month before I got that diagnosis. So he was on my mind a lot. And I was just thinking about how all the vets I know, I mean, in my career as a veteran advocate, I've worked with over 25,000 vets and from all eras and all different types of service types. And the most common story I hear is a dog that they had. And so in that moment is when I realized that we need to open this up to all vets. We need to figure out how we can properly thank these men and women for their service. And like I said, with the amount of dogs that we waste in this society and how easy it is to become a dog trainer. It's only 2 years to become an accredited dog trainer. And most of the time you need to train the person. And so the veterans are apt to receive training and give training. And so if we build that program specifically for them, we thought it could work. And so far it has been. It took us a little while to figure out the delivery mechanism, but right now we've already delivered over 100 grants in the first 6 months of 2025. And we have a goal to try to help 10,000 veterans annually go through professional dog training by 2030. And that means at a minimum, we'd have to raise $35 million a year. But look at all these other organizations. You got Wounded Warrior Project at $400 million a year, Folds of Honor, hundreds of millions of dollars a year. It's possible, and I think by transferring the agency from the organizations back to the individual veterans and recognizing that these are accomplished individuals, they've done something hard that most Americans can't do. So when we come out, even though we have injuries and we have bumps and bruises and challenges, we still have value, and we're not a victim class. And that's what I'm really trying to fight against. Like, I love that everybody loves us and they want to help the most injured. But every single one of us raised their hand and did the job that was assigned to them. That is why no one in this world can mess with the United States of America, because the 2 million people that are on active and reserve every single year are better than any other 10 million man army out there.
Yeah,
It
and the best
doesn't matter.
support
We still
network
have- yeah.
and the best support network in the world, from the dogs that they've actually raised before they went into the service, to the people that love them, to the women and the men who
Yes.
support them at home, to the children who wait patiently without dads, without moms for long periods of time. I think it is so important what you're up to here, because it's a reminder these are your fellow citizens. These are not.
That's right.
It's like, and the fact is, look, I believe that there are people who are part of a warrior class, but there is no special. These aren't samurai. These aren't Teutonic Knights.
No.
These are people that have barbecues and go swimming and love their kids and go to Nantucket and write songs.
That's right.
I have to pivot on that
Exactly.
really quickly here. Pivot, because I want to bring up my friend Lindsay Lawler, who has a new show, We Should Write, and we really want to get your butt on there because you've got some experience with songwriting, do you not?
I do. A good friend of mine, Billy Dawson, out of Nashville, and Chris Bishop, from the Bishop family. We came together. We came up with this concept, the Warrior Life album. We invited other veterans to include the 16th Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, Sergeant Major Kent, Sergeant Major Erickson of the Army. So many other veterans participated, and there's 11 original songs written on the Warrior Life album. I helped write God and the Dog, and The American Way. 11, they're really great. You can find them on Spotify or iTunes or wherever you get your music. We haven't printed any CDs or records yet, but the finished project had Billy Dawson, a bunch of other songwriters, a lot of great musicians like David Lee Roth, drummer, I think 9 Inch Nails bassist, and just such a great collaboration, and a lot of other famous people that worked the boards. And when it was all done, these great people out of Nashville said, you know what, we want all the proceeds to go to Sierra Delta. So every time you spin that Warrior Life album on your streaming service, all the royalties come to Sierra Delta to help us provide more training grants to more veterans so that they can find a life buddy that works best for them.
Really quickly, by the way, you and I have been, I guess, embedded is the word for this, with Transition Trucking, Driving for Excellence.
Yeah.
And it's been a big part of our lives. It's why we are friends. It's how we got a chance to finally get to meet after we had both been talked about forever and a day by our mutual friend.
Sure.
Talk about what kind of changes we're going to be seeing this year before we kind of shuffle. We got about a minute and change here left, BJ. But give us a sense of what you and I are going to be seeing over the next couple of months as that ramps up, because there's a big announcement coming on that on Monday.
Yes, there is, and I'm excited for it. I mean, this Transition Trucking, I grew up watching Smokey and the Bandit and Convoy and BJ and the Bear. And when I first met Fastport, they were all really around trucking, but they really stretched out into logistics and cybersecurity. And this Veteran Ready Summit, big companies like Amazon and Walmart all come to D.C. in that first week of December to ensure that they're veteran ready so that we can hire more of these men and women and give them careers that are going to last, which is great. And they've really come a long way. I don't want to steal the thunder with the Monday announcement, but honestly, if you have a company and you want to hire veterans, look to join that Veteran Ready Summit that's in DC, put on by Fastport. It is amazing. You're going to get some great knowledge and understand how to attract men and women who have served their country, who are not looking for handouts, who are looking to be on another team and bring those leadership skills, the ability to improvise, adapt, and overcome to your company. And there's not a better way to be veteran ready than to go to the Veteran Ready Summit in D.C. put on by Fastport.
Yeah, basically the pitch is you help them to help your company. I mean, the fact of the matter is it's about understanding who it is arriving into your company and maximizing their potential. It isn't about giving them special consideration. It's like
That's
really
right.
understanding who's showing up to make sure you have the network in place. BJ, as always, you and I went long. I don't care. I love having you. SierraDelta.com. We love you, brother. You can find them on Sierra Delta Dogs, on the Book of Face, the Gram of Insta, the X, formerly known as Twitter, and the LinkedIn. Thank you, BJ. I love you, man, and I'll see you soon.
Love you too, Jimmy Mack, and thank you so much for always having our back.
You got it, man. And by the way, he is right. We got your back over here. All of our veteran friends, all of our friends who support veterans, all of those veterans out there who are driving the trucks up and down the highway, we're here for you. Friday is freaky, feisty, and a lot of fun. We also have Revolution Road. They show up once a month. We'll be back on the other side. Great conversation coming your way. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. And go to truckdown.com. Download that app and make sure you get yourself out of the ditch and back on the road. They've been doing it since '97. We'll be right back. Thanks to our friends at Fastport for that interview.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Live and rolling once again. This is Road Gang Radio with your host Jimmy Mack, coming at you from the heart of New Orleans.
Hey, by the way, we are from the heart of New Orleans at the historic Degas House. Less than, it's about a 3 to 4 minute ride if you caught an Uber to get down to the studios where Dave Nemo actually began his career in 1972 on the Road Gang. He began his career at WWL before that, but he actually took a break, Madison, if you don't know that, to make his way to Korea. To serve during the Vietnam War. He actually was a broadcaster in Korea. He essentially did Adrian Cronauer's job. He just did it in Korea. By the way, the North Korean government, they took out a bounty on his head. He really had a bounty on his head, by the
crazy.
way. Often, by the way, really quickly about Korea as a conflict as well, too. People call it the Forgotten War. People wanted to get over it and through it. I want to point out the fact that there are tens of millions, by the way, tens of millions of South Koreans not living under the repressive regime up there because of their bravery and the support they were given by the bravery of the American troops that are over there. So there are a few Korean War veterans left out there living. If you get a chance to thank them, you should. Speaking of where we are, not only are we by the WWL studios, we're down the block from the New Orleans Fairgrounds, and a hop, skip, and a jump away, as Madison can tell you, is the majestic, and that is not an exaggeration, City Park. It is the third largest urban park in the United States. It's bigger than Central Park. You can tell that to the New Yorkers, and I like it better than Central Park. Prospect Park's pretty cool, too. I flipped and reversed, by the way. I had a panic attack because Madison had Jez on the phone, and I'm like, going, no, you're calling the wrong person. You got to call Revolution Road. And I'm thinking because Revolution Road normally comes before Lindsay comes on the show. Here's what went down. We actually had to do our first live remote this week, which meant everything got shuffled around.
Mm-hmm.
Everything got moved and grooved. And so even Lindsay's like, why are we having Revolution Road? And then they looked at the schedule. Lindsay looked at the schedule and went, oh, I get it. I understand what's happening. I know what's going down. 615-292-6366. If you dig what we're talking about, you want to jump into the conversation. Before I get to the conversation, I do want to point out that there are a couple of stories that you guys should be tracking out there in the trucking world. The EPA rollback on greenhouse gas emissions for CMVs and cars. OIDA is applauding that after 15 years. There are big changes coming that way. After 71 years in business, 400 truck carrier has closed. They are citing too many frivolous lawsuits. You can find out about that all across all platforms like CDL Life, Landline, Transport Topics. A lot of people are looking at that story. Over at CDL Life, there's a story about $40,000 in stolen cargo was uncovered in Tennessee by state troopers. And of course, I unpacked the declaration of emergency in Oregon because of the rampant fires. It has been extended to the end of August. So for those of you who are up there doing that job, thank you very much for making that happen. And the new tariffs kicked in 25% on India. Punitive, and they're basically because of India's relationship with Russia. It's punishing both countries, and 15% in a lot of other places. It's also National Water Balloon Day. There are a couple of video games, by the way, Madison, that actually involve not water balloons, but ink balloons and ink guns. I'll get into that a little bit later on. But fresh out of high school, our new friend, Jez Corden, joins us this morning. He's the executive director at Windows Central and a podcaster at XB2 Podcast. We're going to be talking Xbox, PlayStation, evolving strategies for gaming, the rise of PC gaming, issues facing the gaming industry, all kinds of cool games. Jez, welcome to your first edition of Road Gang Radio. How are you?
You're right there, mate. I wish I was fresh out of high school. I need to update that, but I'm pushing 40 now.
No, I know that. I know you're not fresh out of high school. I actually, fresh out of high school is when you fell deeply in love with all of this stuff. And by the way, I really do deeply wish we were both fresh out of high school, because if you were fresh out of high school, I would be in my mid to late 20s and probably very excited about the life looking forward to. But we got a whole bunch of other great life too. Welcome aboard. How are you, sir?
Yeah, doing pretty good. Thanks for having me.
Can let's just kind of start basically talk about your own love of video games, kind of unpack yourself. I got a bio here that I could read, but that's not as much fun as hearing from the source itself. Talk about your transition from simply being a lover of games to somebody who actually is a voice that needs to be listened to, because we got a lot of friends out there on the highways who often have long periods of downtime. 34-hour breaks are required to take. 10 hours at the end of the day, they've got to shut down. They have often time off with their families where everybody plays and everybody wins. But talk about your own love of gaming.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's been a lifelong passion for me, and I suppose a lot of people around our kind of age, this sort of traditional sort of gaming ecosystem, whether it, you started off with the Atari in the 80s and then through to Super Nintendo, and then you had the Sega Genesis, and then the PlayStation 1, and 3D graphics happened, and then, now we've got internet connected gaming and all that kind of stuff. So it's always been very present for me, my entire life. But I suppose the transition to making it a career for me, and again, this is true of many other people with the advent of social media, YouTube, and stuff like that. I just started sharing the passion online, right? Talking about it on YouTube, and we do a podcast about gaming, which is very popular as well with truckers and stuff like that, because it's 4 or 5 hours long, so you can kill a long journey with a sort of weekly news recap about everything to do with gaming. But it's I think I got kind of lucky. I sort of rode that initial early wave of social media coming in and YouTube growing and getting big, and then it sort of turbocharged during the pandemic when everyone was stuck at home. and everyone was sort of reading what they could about games and getting into for a lot of people, getting into gaming for the first time, right? So very lucky, I think, for me. I was an IT technician before. I used to work with computers and networking and stuff like that. And while I was waiting for the phone to ring, to tell people to reboot their computer or turn the printer on and off again to make it work, I used to write blog posts and record videos and things like that in my office while I was waiting for the phone to ring or between projects and things like that, and spun it out into a career, right?
Yeah.
Very, very lucky, I think, mostly.
I'm going to tell you something, by the way, and there's an element of luck, of course, there is in regards to timing, and that's an important thing about when you get started and when you do this. But there's a lot of our friends out there, and this is a pivot into the internet world, that don't understand that if you set out one day, you have no followers, no social media platforms, nothing, but you've been kind of following it and enjoying it, and you say to yourself, I'm going to make a living at this. Good luck with that. That's not how it works. And I go back to podcasting as well, too. It's one of those things where I have friends now who have massive followings on TikTok, massive podcast followings, massive social media, YouTube followings, who will tell you they started off simply with a passion that they began to kind of develop while they were doing the other thing. And at some point, it's the regularity of it, right? That the only way you really can do this is... And the number of people I know who spent years trying to develop this kind of stuff and were about ready to give up and had no followers and one day found the formula that made it work for them is kind of a consistent ongoing story. The reason I think you're an important conversation for a lot of our friends in the trucking industry is so much of what we've been talking about over the last 4 to 5 years, and I'll let you expound on this, has been people, because of the pandemic, shut in. So many of our listeners, so many of these truck drivers actually were the one group of people who weren't. They had to be out there. They were essential workers. So the world in the internet, in the internals of the internet, changed while they were busy doing their jobs. And so part of what we're dealing with here is a lot of these men and women, when the dust settled and they were able to get back to sort of a regular schedule, showed back up on the internet and the whole world had changed around them. What I'm asking you in regards to that approach is, if I was somebody who had, it's a collection of Rip Van Winkles. We got a lot of men and women out there who basically were doing their jobs while the rest of the people were ramping up podcasting, ramping up internet presence and all that kind of stuff. If I am Rip Van Winkle, how do you explain this new gaming world that people have walked into? How about that?
You mean gaming is in from a content creator perspective, or what gaming actually entails?
What gaming actually entails, a lot of people don't understand that a lot more communities have popped up since then, and there's actual studies that show that people who got hooked into social media walked out of the pandemic depressed. People who got locked into gaming actually came out with their mental health more intact. I was thrilled to find that out, by the way. I said, that's why I'm not crazy. I understand. But you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it is quite interesting the way sort of gaming has become social media in a way, because a lot of these games are permanently online. A lot of the most popular games, they also have chat systems built into them. And that's why PC gaming specifically has become so popular, because you've got a keyboard there at all times and you can type to make friends and stuff like that. I've got friends I made in online games like World of Warcraft that I've literally had for like decades. I started playing Warcraft when I was 18, and the game's still going now. It just had its 20th anniversary, and those friends are still there and still present, right? But obviously, it's a great way to unwind at the end of a long shift and stuff. And obviously, it is weird because I do work 9 to 5 technically. But, like working in content creation, it's a bit of a lifestyle kind of job, right? You're never really off the clock. But it's such an escape from the grind. Even though I work in games, it's also like you can take on the role of a completely, another person and save the world from dragons, or, a really popular game right now coming up soon is Battlefield 6, military shooter, and there's games like Call of Duty and things like that. There's puzzle games where you can test your wits, social games where you can battle monsters with friends, and then you've got sort of single player experiences, which are almost like an interactive movie, right? I think it's there's reams of studies out there about the benefits that gaming have for cognitive health, especially like later in life, and also combating things like loneliness and things like that. There's tons of studies that have been done about the benefits of gaming from a mental health perspective and all that. And just speaking to myself, I took this week off work because I feel like it's been a long, hard summer. I think in the industry, it's a very busy period in gaming in the summer when the different companies are ramping up their marketing for holiday season, right? So I took this month off to have this week off. Sorry, not month. I'd love to have a month off. I took this week off to have a sort of bit of a staycation and catch up on some of the games that I missed out on. And it's I feel so much better for it. I can't speak for everyone. Everyone likes different things and stuff. Some people it's reading a book or doing some exercise and things like that. I like those things too, but there's just something about gaming that's always been so much more immersive and special to me. And it's the same true for many other people, many millions of people. I suppose billions of people now.
I'm going to tell you a little bit of something about myself to kind of give you a perspective. And by the way, while our gaming experiences are incredibly different, you will see that it actually provided the same kind of thing for me back in my 30s. I had a couple of friends, neither of which is with us any longer, wonderful friends. Anytime a new horror role-playing RPG would come out, anytime Resident Evil or the new Silent Hill or any of that, the three of us would actually go to one of each other's houses and we'd play together. With somebody on the map, somebody making guesses, somebody screaming while the other person made their way through whatever chamber of horrors these gaming platforms had created for us. And it really brought us together. So we would have a week of work, and then we'd plan to get the pizza, and we'd often meet in the early evening, go take a walk, and then kind of settle in and play these games together. And it does, in many ways, become restorative, particularly if you find a way to turn it into kind of a social energy. For those of you who don't know and are just joining us, Jez Corden is the executive editor at Windows Central and a podcaster at the XB2 podcast. Windows Central, of course, is windowscentral.com, and thexb2.com will actually open up all the possibilities in regards to where you can find the podcast, where you can find that conversation. All right. I kind of wanted to give you your bona fides and kind of unpack all that stuff as well. I did want to kind of talk to you about your own, what you're looking at these days, and it's a reminder to our friends out there, if you only find one or two games that you love, you can get a return on investment from a platform or from a computer pretty darn quickly, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, do you mean where there's costs involved?
Well, yeah, what I'm basically saying, I mean, let me kind of unpack that again, because like I said, there's so many ways you could answer that question. There are people who, they'll watch videos on games, and, your job is to play games. They're like, well, I can't play all those games. You don't need to play all those games. If you simply find one or two games that you really, really love, it's like a gym membership. If you're going to the gym every day and only using the ellipticals or only using the treadmill, but you're going every day, you're getting your money's worth. If you find a game on a particular platform or two games on a platform and you meet friends and you find time to really enjoy your company with them, it's worth it. If, in fact, it provides exactly what you and I just talked about, that sort of solidarity or that sort of comfort or that sort of quality downtime. And I was going to ask you, in regards to your own experiences, there are games you play to give your listeners a sense of what's out there. But what games do you gravitate towards? Which are the ones, along with Warcraft, are the ones that really get you excited about what's coming up?
Oh, yeah, I totally feel that. I mean, there are just to answer the first part of your question, like there are so many different ways to get into gaming now. There's like a great service called Xbox Game Pass, it's essentially like Netflix for gaming. So buying games piecemeal can be quite expensive. It can rack up, right? If you pay like for PC Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass, and also PlayStation, it's their own version, PlayStation Plus, I think it's called. You pay I think the highest tier of Game Pass is like $20 a month, and you get access to hundreds of games of all different genres, all different styles. You can find the kind of games you like, games that you might take 8 or 10 hours to finish, an experience, or games that literally just go on forever and just keep getting updated. Like for me, like World of Warcraft's always been my game. And there's a great show on Netflix called The Remarkable Life of Ibelin, which is like a documentary about a chap who he suffered from like a lot of disabilities, right? And he experienced the world through World of Warcraft. And it was sort of like unbeknownst to his parents, right? And then after he passed away, his parents discovered like all these friends and all this community that he built up through World of Warcraft alone, and they've made a Netflix documentary about it. It's incredibly like moving, you know. But World of Warcraft's just one of so many games, and like you say, like even the horror games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill and stuff like that. I remember playing Silent Hill, the first Silent Hill, when I was 11 years old. And I had pretty much the same experience. Like me and my friends would play it together in my room because it was too scary to play by myself.
Oh,
you know?
my God. Oh, my God. So, I literally had to call a friend, and I was in my 20s. I had to call a friend and say, hey, would you mind coming over? I want to play this by myself. Really quickly, before we kind of move on to the next point of conversation, I want to give a big shout out to our friend Junker, who is out there letting everybody know that he got home. He's got new eyeglasses. He had a doctor's appointment today. He's going to be back on the road by Sunday morning. Be safe out there, my good friend. And also really quickly on the chat, our good friend Tom Bray gave a big thanks to the previous guest, BJ Ganem. He says, thank you, BJ Ganem, and thank you, Sierra Delta. Guys, thanks for taking the road. Bruce Almighty has joined us in the chat. He's going from El Paso to Plainview, Texas. It's go home day. Get home safely, my friend. I'm sorry about that, but we got a lot of friends out there who want to be a part of the conversation, and we're making sure they get in.
So good, man.
So go ahead, brother. I cut you off. I wanted to kind of put the brakes on you, but you talking about Silent Hill there for a second, about the idea, can I call a friend? It's almost like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Who Wants to Be Terrified
Yeah.
Alone? Can I call a friend? Go on. What else do you enjoy?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many. There's a game coming out soon called Battlefield 6, and Battlefield is like it's a big military war simulator. There's like 100 players in the game, or I think it's going to be 80 players or something, or 64 players. I can't remember. There's tons and tons of players in the game. And, you know, there's tanks and jets and all that kind of stuff. And it's like hyper-realistic graphics and, you know, buildings blowing up and all that kind of stuff. It's really, really exciting. Looks fantastic. It's coming out in a few months. But there's, you know, to what you said earlier, there's a new Silent Hill coming out in September called Silent Hill F, which is set in 1960s Japan. And it looks absolutely every bit as terrifying as the original. Silent Hill's going through a bit of a renaissance right now. They remade Silent Hill 2 last year, and that was like exceptionally well done. I was really worried they messed it up, but they did a really great job. There's also a new Resident Evil coming out, Resident Evil Requiem. There's just so much. And this is one of the issues the industry is facing right now, is that like during the pandemic, they invested very, very heavily in this idea that, oh, we've got millions of more players now. But now all those millions of players have gone back to work, right? So there's a sort of sense in the industry that there's like an oversaturation of projects at the moment, which is great if you're a big gamer who can play a lot of stuff. But like you said earlier, like a lot of people of our age, even though I work in gaming, I don't have time to. My backlog is ridiculous. The amount of games I want to play and the amount of games that I can play. And there's also these, you know, forever kind of games, which just keep going on and just always get updated and updated and updated. And more people just want to play those instead of experiencing the variety of the smaller games that are out there. And the industry's kind of wrestled with what to do in that situation. A lot of companies have had layoffs, cancelled projects and downsized because of, you know, the sort of generational shift that's taking place where older people like millennials and Gen X and above, they've got less time to play games. A lot of my friends have got kids now, and they've got less time to play, all that kind of thing. You know the story.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, too, where, I mean, this is the absolute truth. I have been in New Orleans for 2 months. You know, my place of residence actually is in California, where my spouse Claire Marie has the PlayStation. I've actually contemplated buying one for here because the best way I can stay in touch with them on a regular basis is to put those headsets on and actually find some game time. But life is what happens when you're busy making plans, and the idea that it's like how many of the people out there on the road right now, I mean, we know some serious gamers, and there's some guys who have set up their trucks to have gaming systems in the back, but everybody can't do that.
That's awesome.
And so you've got to kind of pick and choose your battles. And I mean that pun intended. I mean, whether it's Rainbow Siege 6 or whether it's Call of Duty or whether it's Dead by Daylight, you've got to kind of pick your battles and you've got to find your community. Because one of the things that we've always talked about here for a lot of the truck drivers out there is finding a good community. That's where I kind of wanted to close out our first conversation. You're a man who actually understands that. How does one, like I've always asked this question of any gamer that comes on here, because we have a lot of truck simulator players who have TikTok, who do those things too as truck drivers. How do you find a good gaming community?
Oh, that's a really good question. I was actually going to mention Truck Driving Simulator. I've got a friend who streams Truck Driving Simulator who also, like, he works with me at Windows Central, and we work from home all the time, and it's kind of ironic that he spends so much of his time playing these simulation games. I'm actually based in Germany, and there's like a stereotype that Germans like work really hard, right? But it's kind of funny that one of the most popular genres of game in Germany is these work simulation games like Farming Simulator, Truck Driving, Euro Trucker, and all these kind of games, right? Which kind of you work, you do your hard day's work, and then you come home and then you do it all again. But like
it's like Fisher Price for adults, you know what I'm saying? Where you get like the grocery store,
yeah, kind of,
and it's like so. I've always said if you ever want to know what video games are, just go back and watch how kids amuse themselves from 75 to 85, and they've simply turned it into a game platform reality. That's kind of it. But I mean, that's the truth, right? I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to, is that we're always looking for ways to play being adults as opposed to actually being adults.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, finding the gaming communities online is different, obviously, per region, and like different countries have different behaviors when it comes to this stuff. Like I'm someone who plays like a lot of solo games, not hugely community-based games, but like World of Warcraft is the one outlier for me. And like inside that game, there's a lot of tools where you can be like, I'm applying for a raiding guild, and then all 20 people will get together on Discord or some other chat program, and we'll go and fight some giant dragons or something like that, right? But for me, like building my community around the podcast and things like that, it was all Twitter and X now it's called. I built my entire career through X and Twitter over the last 10 years. Just conversing with the gamers, and the algorithm kind of, I suppose it'd be TikTok now similarly. The algorithm learns what your tastes are, and it will automatically connect you with people who are sort of like-minded, right? And then you can reach out to people and end up building communities that way. I've made so many friends through the Xbox community specifically. I'm very, very lucky and privileged to be able to go to Gamescom in Germany next month, which is a big convention, and make even more friends there and stuff like that, and just you build up a sort of circle of like-minded players around different kinds of games online. Games like Fallout 76, which is like a sort of apocalypse simulator with zombies and radioactive mutants and stuff like that. And all there's like even cuter things like Minecraft, obviously, is a very big one, and Power World as well, which is sort of similar to Pokemon, building a base and all that kind of thing. One upcoming game I'm really looking forward to is State of Decay 3, which should maybe come out next year for Xbox and Game Pass. It's like a zombie apocalypse simulator. So you get with your friends, you make a base, hunker down, fight the zombies, in America and stuff like that. These friendships, like they're online, but they're genuine friendships, and if you find the right people, they can last forever, man.
Oh, and by the way,
forever.
we got to wrap this up. But by the way, as if right on cue, I wanted to let you know that there are at least there's a good number of folks who jump into the chat every morning at YouTube for us as we broadcast live there too on Road Gang Radio. It really is a really cool thing, by the way. And I'm going to tell my friends who are listening right now, all the chatting you're doing right now, Marshall, Trucker Bosun, Tom Bray, Joe J, all of those folks. That's the beginning of what a gaming community looks like. It's just finding people online who you make a genuine friendship with, and at some point maybe meeting in the real world. I hope you and I get a chance to meet in the real world sometime soon, Jez. I can't thank you enough for making your first appearance here. He's the executive editor at Windows Central, and he's a podcaster over at XB2 Podcast, the XB2.com, windowscentral.com. You can find him on the tweets at Jez Corden, at WinC Space Gaming, and at XB2 Podcast over there on Twitter. LinkedIn, by the way, is Jez Corden. I'm finding you today, and YouTube at Windows Central. Thank you so much. You're welcome back anytime.
Oh, thank you, man. Anytime, man. Anytime you want to talk gaming, I'm down. Whenever.
And we will dig into that. If you guys are interested in gaming, please head over to his all of his socials. They will point you the way to a community where everybody plays and everybody wins. By the way, that's my mantra in trucking. When everybody gets a chance to play, get behind the wheel of a truck, play by the rules, get that English proficiency down, get yourself in the game, and get to the next destination in one piece. Play by the rules and win. We don't play by the rules here at Road Gang Radio. You live vicariously through us. Lindsay Lawler is coming up next. Strange special edition of Revolution Road. This is basically the weirdest week we've done here since we started this.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today. Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
And we are back with more Road Gang Radio live from the Fastport Studios. We've got a new addition now, Miss Lindsay Lawler.
A new but old, not in my age because I'm younger than Jimmy Mack, but old in spirit and soul. I guess, something like that. I don't know. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. I'm here, so it's going to get even weirder. We are back from all of our travel and a wonderful time in Austin, Texas, Jim. I loved listening to you talk to BJ Ganem this morning, and I know you mentioned We Should Write to him, but it dawned on me how amazing it would be to have a We Should Write segment with veterans. You know, I work with a lot of people that write music with veterans. I'm like, this would be an amazing addition to We Should Write, where, you know, we bring veterans in, we write songs to help them heal, and just talk about the healing power of that. So anyway, I was inspired by that this morning. Good to see you, my friend. Glad you made it home safe. It appears you did.
You as well, by the way. And you're going to laugh, by the way. Because Brad had actually sent me the note about bringing up something to do with We Should Write, and I hadn't looked at his note, and I hadn't gotten your text message yet. And on my notes, I said, you know, given BJ's background of having written music, I said, I hope I won't be too forward if to remind myself to actually send you a text where I said, hey, can I bring up We Should Write? And then I looked at everybody's notes and went, oh, no, great minds are actually thinking a lot, which is kind of groovy von Groovenstein.
You said, should I bring up We Should Write? And we said, right.
Right. Should I bring up We Should Write?
Right. And on that note, the episode from this Wednesday with Timothy Howells, of the Plain White Tees. Hey there, Delilah. So I should do With the Rhythm of Love, because that's the one he wrote. That episode is up now live. You can find it everywhere streaming. I think the easiest to do is go to iHeart. You just search We Should Write, actually, on iHeart. And you will find that episode. And I listened back last night, and I was like, this is really good, if we do say so ourselves.
Actually, I'll even go one step further. I'll say so myself. I wasn't.
That's better. That's better.
I was there for it, but I didn't participate at all. I had nothing to do with it other than kind of enjoying it and laughing, and occasionally so loud that you could hear me from the other side of the room. I thought both the interview in regards to being a dad on the road was really profound. I thought that his song in studio or at the hotel was spectacular. I was so pleased about that because we've never done that before, guys. Road Gang Radio, and for many years, because of the previous platforms, we never got a chance really to do a lot of stuff live other than the national anthem. And for him to take that plunge with you, to be the first person to play live music on this platform, and the first time for Dave Nemo's programming and Radio Nemo's program for the first time in years. What a great start to it. I mean, I kept thinking to myself...
And a good sport about it, too, because I was like, this could sound bad. And he's like, it's cool. We're fine.
What I thought...
He's a Grammy-nominated artist. A lot of times they'll be like, I'm only doing it if it's a perfect situation. He's like, we're cool.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I was so impressed by it, I almost wish they would actually kind of mint it now and basically turn around and say, this is the We Should Write version. I wish they would release a single.
That's a great idea.
And maybe when we get everything up to speed as the world kind of rolls on by us, we get to a place where the studios are set up for playing either in Nashville or here in New Orleans, where people actually drop their We Should Write version. And people
and we have a We Should Write album, edition 1, edition 2, edition 3, sold at all the truck stops across the country.
The possibilities are endless. They really are, by the way. I mean, in regards to where we can go and what we can do and what we can shape here on this Freaky Feisty Friday.
I was actually, when I woke up this morning, I was having a dream. You were there, and we were in the studio, and it was a live audience for a We Should Write show. And it was really cool. And I was like, oh, obviously we're doing that.
Let me make a programming pitch, too. Anybody out there who actually, because a lot of these conferences will often have live music. A lot of them will have live music. And I was kind of wondering if we got ahead enough on the curve, imagine that where you have some kind of established artist playing that night in front of the convention or the conference. And then the day before, you actually get a small room where they actually come in and talk to you and then do songs for a small audience. I mean, Nastic used to do that when we would broadcast from there. They'd set up a shop and you could hear the show and you could hear people talking, and there was a lot of fun. But imagine doing that with the on-site guest. I mean, the on-site artist that somebody has booked. Would be a really
I think it's great because here's the thing: when TCA, and I used to perform at the NASTIC event, and then TCA, you know, they travel and have their annual event as so many other people do. And it was funny, Jim. A couple of years ago, TCA was having their 75th anniversary conference, and it was going to be in Nashville. You know, they rotate to a different city each year. The Truckload Carriers Association, and it was going to be in Nashville. And I was like, this is back when I was working hand in hand with them, and there was their spokesperson. And I said, you got to let me be in charge of music. And they said, sure. And I said, it's got to be a songwriter event. And they're like, that's going to be so boring. I'm like, you got to trust me. We're in Nashville. You know, they spend so much money, and they have people like Freightliner, whoever will pay $1 million to bring in Brooks and Dunn or whoever. And I was like, you just got to trust me on this. And I was sort of I fought tooth and nail for it. They did a big band one night, but the night that I did it, I had 3 hit songwriters, like bona fide. They would sing hit after hit, you know, hits for Keith Urban, Garth Brooks, yada yada, and I moderated it and sang with them. And it was the one event where people stayed to the bitter end because, you know, Jim, we go to so many of these events and it's a long dinner and there's awards, and then they get to the entertainment. And people are like, I'm spent. We've been working all day to be up in the morning. I gotta go. People stayed till the bitter end because hearing the stories behind the songs, it's something that will never get old to be able to hear. There's, you know, millions of songs that have been written. So to hear how it came about, what that person was thinking, I mean, it is what We Should Write is all about. So there's a lot we can do with this, and I'm excited.
I'm very excited as well, too. I'm also excited by the fact is this is, I think, the first time you've ever actually done a Revolution Road with me.
It is. So things are about to get dumber around here.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 723,000.
Here it comes.
I want you guys to head over to markandersonhistory.net, by the way. Mark is joining us for a special edition of Revolution Road. A lot of Tetris had to happen for the week of programming to actually remain intact, and Lindsay graciously allowed time that usually is spent kind of opening the second half of the show to be actually spent for Revolution Road. Mark, by the way, is an independent historian in Colorado Springs, Colorado. He specializes in Canada, Northern Borderlands, and Native Americans in the American Revolutionary Era, which means Megan Kate Nelson would love him, by the way.
Yeah.
He is the author of multiple articles, essays, and 3 books, including The Battle for the 14th Colony, America's War of Liberation in Canada, 1774 to 1776. It is our pleasure to welcome him onto the show. Mark, welcome to RadioNemo.com. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Hi, thank you very much for having me on.
Let's kind of start off, by the way, really quickly by kind of talking about your passion for the borderlands, for the northern border, and its history wrapped up so much in multiculturalism, wrapped up in Native American relations, and wrapped up in a whole lot of really violent people trying to figure things out. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
So kind of talk about your passion for this area.
So as I was developing my interest in the Revolutionary War and the history around that, I looked at and saw that there was sort of a theme in the, you know, you talk about 13 colonies, and occasionally somebody mentions Canada, but all the stuff that was going on between those areas and out to the west with the Native Americans wasn't really being pieced together. It was only where it touched one side or the other. So I really saw that as a great place to focus my work and start to get smart.
Start to get smart. That's where I enter in, because I am not smart, Mark, when it comes to this kind of thing. I'm here for the colorful commentary and the entertainment value. But when I saw you were coming on, I'm like, all right, this is a chance for me to ask the dumb question. Jim, I'm going to start with number 1.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 1.
Number 1 for today. But Mark, I'm going to be, and we'll go back to your passion in a minute because it all weaves through here, but I'm going to be real honest. I'm going to say the thing. I didn't know the American Revolution even involved Canada until prepping for the show. And I'm going to hope someone else out there thinks the same. So you've already doubled my knowledge. Thank you. But he wrote a whole book on this. So obviously it's a big deal. But, can you walk us through, obviously, the why in 1775? The colonies thought invading Canada was the move. What were they hoping to accomplish? Talk to me. Canadian invasion for dummies here.
Sure. To start with, Canada was the one colony that was different from all the other well-settled colonies on the North American continent. The others were all mostly English-speaking government with Protestant religious background, and Canada had been a French colony up until the 7 Years' War, the French and Indian War. And in 1763, it finally officially became an English colony, part of the empire, but it had been French settled and Catholic. So it had a different background, and in fact had been at war with the other colonies on and off for about 100 years. So it was similar in that it was in North America, similar that it was part of the British Empire, but different in how it was settled and what its people were like.
This is interesting, too, really quickly. I'll let you get back to your thought. The idea also is you got a bigger problem here in the sense that most of these colonies have been long-standing institutions that have figured out how they're supposed to be governed, who have been left alone until they weren't left alone, but really had kind of figured things out. Canada, we're looking at it, it's a 12-year period of actually imposing British rule on an area that had a very, very different structure. And second of all is that everybody south of Canada, Lindsay, was used to fighting people in Canada, so it wasn't that big of a leap to go back to fighting them again. Is that fair?
Yes, there are a lot of people, as tensions started ratcheting up, that seemed the natural thing, primarily defensively.
Well, was there a little bit of logic around maybe if we liberate them from British rule, they'll join the rebellion?
Yes. There are two things there. One is there had been a small group of English-speaking Protestant settlers that went to Canada after Canada was conquered, and they maintained business and communicated with the other colonies, so there was communication there. And second of all, even before there was a real threat of any war breaking out, the First Continental Congress at the end of 1774 saw that if they could get Canada to join in the Continental Congress as a political act, that would show continent-wide unity and perhaps get a political resolution with the ministry in London to solve the issues, a driver by showing unity that way.
Really quickly, too, so given the fact that many of the people who lived in Canada weren't crazy about the British for obvious reasons, given their language and given their religious background, what was the gravitational pull that really prevented that from becoming a reality? Like I said, that's one of the odd things about this conversation. I've never really understood. Were no overtures made? I mean, you'd figure before you go around fighting people and pulling out your hatchets, were no overtures made of a serious nature to really kind of resolve this before it got started? Am I making sense?
Yes. That political outreach that I talked with from the First Continental Congress started with a letter to the inhabitants of the province of Quebec, as it was called at the time. That was all of Canada that we're really talking about. And they invited, it was an explicit invitation to join the Congress and shared English understanding of rights. The Canadians, you mentioned earlier that they were just figuring out how to be part of the British Empire. In 1774, London issued the Quebec Act, which basically established a constitution where none had been for Canada. And that's where some of the tensions come in that it gave established rights or confirmed rights for landholders, the upper class, and the Catholic Church that helped create a defensive structure for the British support, while there were others that were less happy with the results of that act and saw some common spirit with the Americans to the south.
Let me ask you a follow-up question to that too, to kind of give our friends a sense of this. So the British, in order to maintain a launching point, and like I said, I'm still catching up on this. I know a great deal about what went on in the colonies. I'm not as familiar with the Canadian situation either. So the British made concessions at a level that they would have never normally made to the Canadians in order to maintain the ability to kind of stay there and have a place from which they could enter the United States. Is that a proper understanding? It's okay if the answer is no, because I don't know.
Yeah. In the background, there was discussion about having it as a safe colony for anything that might pop up in the colonies. I mean, there was obviously unrest there. But really, the governor of the province of Quebec, Guy Carleton, had spent almost a decade trying to figure out how to incorporate this large French Catholic colony into the empire, because the empire's rules just weren't written that way. You could not hold an office if you were Catholic, as a starting point. And having a Catholic church just for that many people was not a thing. So Guy Carleton spearheaded this effort to create what was really an enlightened solution to the Canadian problem. But it just happened to come right as the Revolutionary War was getting ready to kick off, helped draw lines in the sand, and made it really look like it was in a way to oppress the colonies, punish them for the Boston Tea Party and their resistance.
Just to kind of follow this up really quickly, I also want to let people know, if you're just joining us, Mark Anderson is joining us. He is an expert on the American Revolution, particularly as it revolves around Canada and Native American issues around Canada, and also, intergovernmental relations around that area. You can find his contributions in the 10 Key Campaigns of the American Revolution, where he writes about the 14th colony, the Quebec Campaign, the invasion of Canada by the Americans 1775 through 1776, and the battle for the 14th colony. And I want to go to the last book I mentioned, talk about why, the idea of the 14th colony. Is that the implication that had this played out differently, everything could have played out differently, that there was a 13th apostle, a 14th colony, the possibility of an alternative history? I don't mean playing those options through, but showing us where choices were made along the way that could have really turned what this continent is in regards to a nation. Is there a scenario in which this plays out, in which the Canadians are fully on board with us and we've got a whole bunch of other states in the Union?
There's really straight out not much opportunity there, as long as the British really wanted to hold Canada. There were certainly points where it seemed like Canada was going to fall into the hands of the other colonies, particularly after the invasion. But as long as the King and Parliament wanted to send a military force to reconquer Canada and hold Canada, the colonies just didn't have the strength to project their power that far north and provide sufficient opposition. There's lots of things going on in Canada that made it difficult to maintain local support, which would have been essential in a counterfactual situation. But it's not out of the realm of the possibility that could have happened. It's really what's happening in England that's going to drive the fate of Canada.
And I'm also wondering too, from again, the dumb perspective here, because before I look at all the history, my first inclination is to think, okay, was it just the colonies being like, north or south, Canada or Mexico, that we don't have to go over water for, like just almost looking where to go next? Because I'm wondering if there's something bigger at the time that made the colonies think they'd actually be welcomed there. Like, were they hoping to, team up? And you've talked about this a little bit, but actually team up with the French Canadians, or was it kind of just about picking the next quote unquote fight?
It really was about trying to bring the French Canadians into Congress and part of their confederacy at the time. This is playing out a year before the Declaration of Independence, which is an important consideration too. But it really was an idea that if they could get the British government, British troops out of Canada as a factor, that the French Canadians would see that it was in their interest. And there was some communication that expressed that there was an interest from some of the Canadians into joining the Continental Congress and being part of that political movement. The real drivers to take it to war was, first off, a military threat. The intelligence coming from Canada wasn't that great. So while they knew the British Army wasn't very strong there, and the French Canadians weren't very interested in fighting for the king, there were First Nations or Indian communities in Canada that had been the source of many of the raids on the frontier for the past 100 years before the war. That the intelligence was, one day it was that they were lining up with the king and they were ready to invade and start attacking the colonies, and the next day it would be, oh no, they're not that interested in that. So the actual authorization to launch the invasion was driven by one of these intelligence reports that, yes, these Indians in Canada had committed to fight on the side of the king. That was not a correct report, but that was what actually led to the authorization to invade.
Because you're dealing with two things right there, Lindsay. I mean, you're dealing with, first of all, you're not just thinking about the Canadians and the British colony there. You're thinking about the tribal nations that often act in their own, deservedly so, interest. So you're actually looking at about 3 or 4 different scenarios that even if you get some buy-in from the Canadians and you can cause a little strife up there, the wild card in the equation, of course, is the Indians, and of course, dealing with that is a whole other front to fight. We've only got about a minute left here, by the way.
Can I tell Mark about my tattoo real quick in that minute?
Yes,
and then let him wrap up after that minute.
Yeah.
You can do that. Mark, no, I'm Choctaw, which is a different. That's I'm from Oklahoma, and I just want to share this with you because I think it's sort of silly, but I love it. I wanted to get this tattoo that said Nayukpa, which means to be happy in Choctaw, just sort of a peaceful sentiment I have about life. And then I thought, wouldn't it be cool if the chief of the Choctaw tribe wrote it for me? So, Mark, I called 1-800-CHOCTAW. That's not the number, but I called the Choctaw organization and I said, can I speak to the chief? And they put me through. And within 24 hours, I had his handwriting sent over to me. So I have the chief of the Choctaw tribe's handwriting on my body.
Nice.
I thought that was neat to share. Now, you take it, sir.
Okay, Mark, you got about a minute left here. I wanted to make sure we talk a little bit about what you're working on next and where the gravitational pull of your research is taking you, sir.
So right now I'm working on the Native American nations that actually chose to ally themselves with the Americans during the Revolution. Generally speaking, the Indians wanted to stay out. Some were drawn to the British. That was the natural pull since they had the trade power and had been the colonial power. But there's 3 key nations, the Oneidas, the Stockbridges, and the Catawbas, that chose to ally themselves with the Americans. And I'm looking at what they contributed and why they made those decisions to fight on the American side.
Along with being the author of 2 full books and actually having his a wonderful chapter about the 14th colony, the Quebec campaign, and 10 key campaigns of the American Revolution, Mark Anderson joins us this morning. MarkAndersonHistory.net. We're going to get you back on when this segment returns to its regularly scheduled program, because I want to have a longer conversation with you about the factions of people in the United States, some of whom wanted Canada and those of whom didn't, primarily for either religious or commercial reasons. Make some time for us, my friend. It's good to have you on. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Guys, go to allthingsliberty.com, allthingsliberty.com, and find out about those folks over there. They are giving both professional and amateur, all passionate historians of the Revolution a voice over there, and they've been doing this for about 10 years now, by the way, Lindsay. How you doing?
I'm okay. I've got this cough. Sorry, I hope it's not spilling over. And on top of that, just, the other thought when listening to BJ Ganem this morning, the Surface Dogs, we got a quote back from my dog Mimi's surgery that is like $5,000 to replace her patella on a tiny French bulldog. Think of that little tiny patella. We're going to look for alternative methods, by the way. But if anybody has a French bulldog, and I've been told this runs in them, this is a genetic thing, let me know what you did, because I can't imagine having her go through surgery for a little tiny patella.
Oh man! By the way, Lindsay, Joe J says we need a compilation reel for Lindsay's dumb question of the day by now.
I like that.
I do too. I do too. By the way,
I like that I told the guy about my tattoo, and he goes, "Nice." Sorry, I do. You know me. I'm just trying to fit in the conversation.
Well, no,
there.
I didn't think his nice was like whatever. I think I think he was like nice. He was like awesome. I mean, that was the tone I picked up from him. I didn't give you the face. I heard him. He's like, all right. He was like, that's really kind of cool. By the way,
I know. I'm the one that's again dumb in there. I'm like, what am I going to say next about the American Revolution that I know nothing about?
By the way, there is a really great thing. Speaking of fashion in the American Revolution, somebody said that Americans' inability to dress is not about their inability to dress. It's the fact that the Puritans so much eschewed dressing nice and dressing cool that they actually forced on a lot of people of, I don't dress like that. That's not how I dress. I got that Puritan work ethic going on. By the way, Trucker Boson says good morning to you. Marshall Platter says, well, I'm trying to get to Northern California, bringing the load down to me. Was supposed to have it here, but I'm told it was too heavy for California, and it's being reworked. All kinds of friends out there. And Trucker Boson reminded us the first time he met you and I was at the NASTIC conference. I remember that. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Cool stuff here. We got to take a break.
All right, let's do it, because after that, we're going to talk to Tara Harris. I always mess that up, but I do it on purpose. She is joining us, Tara the Turtle. And speaking of Tara the Turtle, Jim, Tara and I are going to, we're going to talk about this maybe a little on the other side. After you left us at the airport yesterday, because your flight was on time and ours was not, we sat there and we talked about everyone on our staff. Since Tara's the turtle, Nick is the penguin, we started talking about what would everyone else on the staff be.
I'm terrified, by the way. It's 615.
No, you'll like yours.
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
Hey, guys, go to truckdown.com. Go to shadyrays.com. Those folks are taking care of us. And go to fastport.com. The Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence nominees will be announced on Monday.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Hey there, thanks for riding with us. Now let's get back to Road Gang Radio, live from New Orleans and Nashville. Here's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack, paging Lindsay Lawler, paging Jimmy Mack. Good morning,
Here.
Oh, here.
Here.
Who else is here, by the way?
Here and present, and not like clear and present danger. Maybe it's clear and present danger since Tara's showing up on the scene. Tara, did you make it home? It sounds like you did.
I did. I am home. I'm glad you guys made it home safely as well.
We did. It was nice flying home with you, Tara. I don't know if you heard, and we'll talk about it later, but we alluded to the spirit animal, or no, actual animal conversation that you and I had about our staff. So we may have to touch on that. I'm writing them down right now to make sure we remember them all.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm fully in.
So, ladies and gents out there, both here in studio, over in Nashville, and over in Tennessee, and all points in between, all the folks out there listening, we have now successfully completed 7 weeks on the air on the new platform, and we christened it yesterday and the day before that with our first on-site live broadcast, not just of Road Gang Radio, but also of We Should Write. Tara, how do you feel like it went?
Oh my gosh, so good. I was so happy to get to like bring the energy that we've been bringing on air, bring it in person, show people what we got. I'm so excited. And it was so good to see everyone in the trucking industry there and to present new content. We Should Write. I'm so excited. So many things. I could talk forever about it.
Did you hear us talking a little bit ago, Tara, about the idea of, having We Should Write compilation albums and We Should Write live in studio audience events for a broadcast,
Yes.
right?
Oh my gosh.
Does your
that.
knowing, I know your brain and your creative brain and your social media brain, does your brain go wild when we talk about all the things we could do like that?
Yes. Like the reels and the playlists and all. Yes. I go insane in the membrane for real.
Good. All right. Well, go on, Tara.
Guys, did you even realize until like today that it was August? Like I woke up this morning, I looked at my phone and I was like, I don't know, I've been stuck in this July mindset, I think, with all the traveling and the party and everything that happened. I feel like I didn't even realize August was going to ever come. And then I just woke up this morning and I was like, oh my gosh, it's literally August.
I want to point out really quickly, by the way, that there are 2 months that are what I call the slogs. The first of which is the fact that January has 47 days and August has 105. So what I'm hoping for is a replay of July in August. They have Christmas in July. Well, I want July in August because July, because of the 4th of July, and in our case, because of the 4th of July, then giving way to a party, then giving away to our first on-site broadcast. I'm really hoping for the sake of everybody's sanity that August flies by as quickly. August really is the beginning of the dog days of summer.
Well, and it's weird for me too because Freya, my 6-year-old daughter, starts first grade on Monday, this coming Monday, and they got out of school May 20th. So, but in my head, Jim and Tara, summer is June, July, August. I mean, that is summer. Not in my head. That's also legitimately what it is. And so, it's so strange to be like, she's going back the very beginning of August. Now, that being said, I'm very glad to get back to some routine having her in school, but it's very strange to me, the idea of kids being in school in August. Although, as I say that out loud, maybe it becomes, okay, summer is the adult. I mean, August is the adult summer. Kids are back in school and we play hooky, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, August is like a tease. But growing up, it was a tease, like, haha, summer's over, you got to go back to school. And now it's a tease for me because I'm obsessed with fall. And so it's like kind of dangling over my head. The promise of fall is dangling like a little clock in front of your face. And it's like, it's still really freaking hot outside. And they're putting pumpkins out in the stores. Like, deal with that. You know what I mean?
But I can't wait to cuddle with you in the fall, Tara.
Yes.
It's going to be great.
I'm craving that fall feeling.
Same.
Always.
Same.
I have a theory that I think a lot of our listeners who fall into my generation, all of us Xers actually have. And it's interesting because over the last couple of decades, I don't know if you have a memory of this, Tara, or if you have a memory of this, Madison. Lindsay does, by the way, because she's perpetually young and in a state of flux. She travels across time and dimension. So she has a real connection to this. But
Thank you.
But August, Lindsay, you're right. We weren't back in school until the absolute end of August. I mean, when I was growing up,
it was like a Memorial to Labor situation,
I mean,
right?
Yeah, I mean, basically Labor Day was kind of the starter pistols that you would come back, have a week, and then everybody would get Labor Day off, and then school would really begin in earnest. And I will tell you this, I really think that a lot of people send their kids back to school because so many people work 2 jobs, people want the break and all that kind of stuff. And of course, the way we actually make teachers more effective is we give them less time off and less time to reprocess a 5-year-old screaming in their face for an entire day.
Right.
I think that if we went back to the old model, if you ever want to, if you're one of those people out there who really wants to recapture the spirit of the 70s, like, I wish things the way they were when I was growing up, one of the things you could do is start training kids to be more independent earlier, which has been a big discussion, by the way. a big discussion about the idea, are kids not independent enough early enough? And doing that, making the summer longer, would create more latchkey kids, I think. The idea that get out there and do your thing. I mean, I have no problem with sending kindergartners and first graders into the cauldron in August, but there's something to be said about a third grader, fourth grader, fifth grader. Give these kids a summertime. You know what I'm saying? There's not enough summertime. Trucker Boaston says he remembers summer break being from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Amen to that.
Mhm.
That's my memory of it. Is that your memory, Tara?
It's not my memory. I wish it were. I mean, we would go back to school. Like, I remember going back August 6th, 8th, 9th. Like, that was the end. And they just had like a whole hot month of school, and it never felt right.
Last thought really quickly, and then we'll pivot to what people are saying on social media.
Pivot.
Too. Pivot. I actually think it would be better for the trucking industry too, because a lot of people don't take vacations in August. They've done their vacation in July, and I think it would actually have a traffic reduction effect in August. I think you could have less school zones, all of that kind of stuff, without all the people going on vacations all across the country. Because August, the only people that travel in August is people who want to escape heat, going to the beach occasionally. But for the most part, people don't vacation in August. People never vacationed in August. And I think maybe it might reduce and make it easier for the men and women who drive trucks on the highway to have at least 1 month where it's like, not as many commuters out there would be kind of a nice thing. That's it. That's my only thought. Okay, breaker back.
That's my only thought until my
Go
next
on.
one.
Yeah.
It's my only thought until my next one.
Go on, TG.
Hit it, Tara. This is the breaker back talk. I keep calling it breaker talk back, but it's back talk?
Yes.
Okay, I'm wrong. Once again.
Alliteration.
Yeah, understood. Breaker back talk. Okay, it rolls off the my heavy tongue. So, and what that is you go through, and this is really
Is that a fat joke?
Yes, always. This is a time to engage the people. This is why your comments on YouTube, when you email us at weekends@radionemo.com, when you go on our Facebook, Instagram, all the different places, and from the live broadcast. Tara goes in and compiles all of that, and the stuff that we don't get to talk about on air, she brings up here. So this is a way for y'all to be engaged and really use your voices on our show. So hit it, Tara.
Thank you for saying that. And yes, that is what it is. A lot of you guys comment during the live stream, but a lot of you guys comment after the live stream as well. So we don't want to miss that. But we did, obviously, we went to PXTA. We've been talking about it. You guys were listening. And if you missed any of those shows, go ahead and go to YouTube live tab, and you can go do full show replays or keep an eye out. I'm currently uploading individual segments as well as we speak. But when we first arrived, Jimmy and Lindsay, you guys shot a spontaneous reel, kind of-ish, of the Wednesday show lineup. And we've had some thoughts in the comment section on that reel. So Floyd G commented, Lindsay, you are a bundle of energy. I agree.
You know what? Here's the real quick. I am and I'm not. Listen, if I am if it's like off the cuff, but if I feel like in my head I've got no more energy anymore. But then all of a sudden when you hold it, all of a sudden Tara puts a camera up and Jim and I are like, okay, let's go. It's I can turn it on, but man, it's a lot easier to turn it off in my old age, I will say. But yes, Floyd, on camera, yes, Floyd.
Yes, Lloyd. But PXCA dropped some fire emojis and said, glad to have you here. Lindsay's friend Emily from New Orleans chimed in and said, oh, I hope you guys have a blast. And Mystical Melissa, who has been loyal supporter of Lindsay over on Instagram for years, came through with a whole string of fire and clapping emojis. So I guess it's just the consensus of you guys are just on fire, I guess. And I love that for you.
You know what's neat about Mystical Melissa, Jim, my friend? So she hosts she wouldn't be the person that you would think would be listening to the show outside of that she's my friend. But because she does, and she has started bringing her she's got a global community, women's community that I'm a part of. And all these women who have just the most interesting talents. And it's really this like women lifting women up. And yes, we meet under the full moon and we're weird and witchy, but we're also really positive in a vibe. So all these women have started listening to the show because of women. So I think because of Melissa. So I think that's very cool. Yeah. Welcome to all the witchy women out there, Jimmy, right?
Oh, man, I'm telling you. Witchy women and pistol packing mamas, by the way.
Yeah,
which was another
baby.
comment made over there, by the way. I noticed on the Book of Face as well. Yeah, one of the things about those guys is the fact that we spend so much time kind of going over the lineups, and we do. I'm not being like disingenuous. We go over the lineup, so when Tara turns the camera on, it's a matter of finding the energy, not so much finding the information. Because I'll tell you, man, our emails blow up between us all when Lindsay will be asking questions. Why are we putting this segment here? Not like why is it here? It's like, okay, explain to me what we're doing here with this segment. Often kind of going through the information. So by the time we get to the show, we have a pretty good sense of what it is that's going to happen. We try, we make a plan and then assume we're going to get punched in the mouth and the plan will change. But we can always kind of, when called upon, turn the camera on, and Lindsay and I can get through whatever's happening in pretty short order.
Dance, monkey, dance.
Dance, monkey, dance is a lot of way. And it's funny, Lindsay, I noticed, too, that you always go to kind of being a charming cowboy, a cowgirl, and I always revert to kind of being like Louis Pugh, a Mid-South wrestling announcer. I don't know what it is that happens.
Oh, that
for
is
both
funny.
of us.
Yeah, you're right.
It really goes like, let me tell you something, let me tell you something. And you're just kind of like, pew, 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 pew.
You're right. You say charming cowgirl, more like nerdy cowgirl, but you're right. You are the wrestling announcer. That's so funny. Those are good characters.
It just always kind of reverts back to that. I've always kind of
that Jim. Those are that's the Nash and Nola characters right there.
Oh,
I'm Nash and you're Nola.
Oh, I know. I live in a giant wrestling match, and you live in a big old cowboy country performative society. So it all kind of works out in the end.
I'm a rodeo clown, and you're a okay. Go on.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of being punched in the mouth, I have to say this really quick. I found it so funny. If you've never met me in person, I know you know where I'm going with this, Lindsay.
Yeah.
But if you've never met me in person, I'm 5 foot even, so I'm quite small. And I was kind of going through the crowd at TXTA, and I was walking through these two guys. It was the only place I could get through. It was very crowded. And they go to fist bump right as I'm walking through, and they almost both punch me on each side of my head. And I've never been in that situation. It was literally like a cartoon scene. And then they both like, whoa, and they like backed up real quick. I was like, sorry. And they're like, no, we're sorry. And I was just, honestly, Lindsay on the plane was like, I kind of wish you would have been punched in the face, but not because I wanted you to get hurt, but like that would have been a funnier story if you actually would have been punched by two men at the same time.
Yeah, and moving forward, Tara, whenever I tell the story, you did get punched in the head by both of them, just so you know. It's way better. You got punched in the head. You weren't hurt, but they were two Texas cowboys, so they were mortified. So they picked you up and they held you like a queen, and they took you for a steak dinner, and we got you checked. You don't have a concussion, but they...
No, thankfully.
Yeah, but they did buy you a house, so that was cool.
Right, yes. It was very cool. I'm living in the house now. It's great.
Yeah,
but
it's great.
Quick shout out to Jody. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Today. Happy birthday, Jody. And then Chad is always checking in. Good morning, RGR World. Morning, Jimmy. Morning, Madison the team. Morning, Turtle. Morning, Lindsay. All the things. So thank you, Chad. Always checking in the comment section.
By the way, I have a feeling anybody that doesn't know why Chowder hasn't made his presence known, I have a feeling that he might actually be searching for Dre as we speak. I have a feeling he might be trying to find Phone Master Dre as we speak. And by the way, Phone Master Dre, shame on you. I know you're on a vacation. Give us a call, dude. We need to hear from you.
I know. I said certainly you're going to call in from, like, we should have had a Where is Dre, Where is Waldo check in while he was at surgery. He's like, oh, yeah, dude, I'm totally calling. I'm listening. I'm calling in. Crickets. He has been liking our texts, but come on. If you're listening, Dre, call the show.
Call the show. Join the conversation.
Yeah, go on.
So more from TXTA post. John Rojas said, have a great time, my friends, and that we definitely did. Jerry Bowers added, glad to see y'all made it safe. Gail Cook commented, how are y'all keeping it together so well? And
We're not.
Also said, exactly, literally. Says that he saw miles and miles of Texas, of course. And Bruce Almighty dropped in just to simply say, Texas, hashtag RGR. And Elizabeth Bond wrote, tell all my Texas friends hello. And I feel like we definitely were successful in that.
Speaking of that, Jim, did you get this feeling, Jim and Tara, when we were there for TXTA? It was a very different feel for me. And actually, Dave, Nemo, and I were texting about this because I said it really seemed to me like, I mean, that was our first remote since not being on the last platform and in this new space where it felt like we were there on our own accord because we were, by the way. Yeah. And it's like we're choosing to be there. The the people had still asked us to be there. Didn't matter what platform we were at, that we were still asked to be there. And it just felt like a different, I'm not going to use the word respect, but maybe mutual respect. It just felt like a different vibe where it's like, we weren't doing it so, just in our sleepwalking through it, kind of like it had become over at the old place, perhaps, where it was like, of course, we're going to go to every conference. It's like, no, this is one we want to be at. This is one that people have reached out to still specifically have us. We're having some kind of different conversations, some different kind of guests. And it just felt really refreshing, really positive, and I don't know, it had a different feel about it. Did you get that, Jim?
Yeah, I did. And there's a couple of, and this actually ties into a couple of the shout outs that we were given to kind of shout out back at them. And I don't know if you're going to cover this, Tara. Jerry Bowers posted a great picture. Somebody said, well, this isn't about trucking anymore. And yet there's Jerry Bowers posting a picture back here in the New Orleans studio of himself and the two road team captains all sitting around a table with me while Lindsay's on the way to arrive. And then Elizabeth Barna, who, of course, has been working so closely with Claire Marie as we kind of amp up the number of folks we want to get on from trucking associations all across the country. The different feeling I got there, Lindsay, and by the way, big shout out to John Esparza and all the organizers over there, because, man, they read the room, Lindsay. When it's packed and it's going, they move. You know what I'm saying? It always moves. They don't, there isn't a sense of celebrating themselves. They get right down to Texas business and they do their thing. And I felt where we were sitting and where we were, that we were in the middle of the action, like Tara's video showed. I just felt like we were there for ourselves, for our listeners, and for our friends, to let them know exactly what was going on the ground in Texas, and that there was a real sense of being connected to the event. And by the way, they've always made the effort. TXTA has always made the effort to make us feel connected. I felt very connected to both the Texas Trucking Association and to Texas in general in a way that I had not felt before on our end. I felt like we were there for us.
Agreed.
And that made a big difference. And the idea that we're out there not so much, this is our best shot at kind of promoting a studio presence is on location. I felt like we were there because Texas right now is where the action is in regards to the border, in regards to tort reform, in regards to a lot of really important conversations happening in Texas. And we were there. When others weren't, we were there. That's what it felt like to me.
Yeah, I agree. Everything's bigger in Texas, and so are we. Is that a fat joke? Yeah, no, it was good to be there. I love being in Texas, and the only thing I wanted to do while I was in Texas was be in Texas more. Got to be honest. I came home thinking, shoot, am I going to renovate my house, or am I going to move back to Texas? If I moved back to Texas, my parents would lose their you-know-what, because they just moved here.
I got to tell you, I love Austin. Austin's a great place to visit. You moved to Texas, dude, and it's like I want a reason to visit you, and Franklin, Tennessee, along with you, is a great reason to visit you. That area of the world you live in is just God's country. Hang in there, Lindsay. Hang in there.
Okay.
Hang in there.
Hey, Jim, let's tell Tara to
go
on.
Well, this kind of is in the same conversation, because shout out to Rebecca Brewster of Attree. She stopped by the booth, snapped a photo with the both of you, and she posted it with the sweetest caption on LinkedIn and said, it's going to be a great day when you start with a quick visit with your friends at RadioNemo. And
Aww.
We love you, Rebecca. That was so sweet. And it also got a couple of other people in the comment sections. John Mayle of Triple T Transport said, gotta love the RadioNemo crew and love Jimmy Mack. And Tom Cuthbertson, I hope I'm saying that right, of TGC Regulatory Consulting added, the Nemo crew are great people. And so it just kind of, that was the recurring theme. I don't want to sound like we're bragging, but it was so great to have people liking that we were there, and not because maybe we had a logo of a big company smacked onto our banner. You know what I mean?
And let's brag on Rebecca Brewster. That was my first time, Jim and Tara, meeting her in person. Obviously, I've heard her a lot, and you guys have spent lots of time with her. That was my first time to meet her in person. And here's what I like about her. So many things. But that she is this, like, very reputable, crazy smart, successful, powerful businesswoman, and she was there in her dress, and she had her Hey Dudes on, her Hey Dude shoes on.
Oh, I love it.
I was like, I love your shoes. She goes, I have 13 pairs of them. I have them in every color. I wear Hey Dudes. I'm not even their spokesperson, but she's like, that's how smart people get stuff done. They're comfortable, but they're also professional, and I'm here for her party.
Yeah, and truckingresearch.org is where you should go to find out more about Attree. I'm going to give them a shout out because, by the way, they do not sponsor this show. They are a nonprofit organization. They're dedicated to everybody out there in trucking, and I love that. So when Rebecca says we love you, it means they love you. They've got no dog in the hunt, you know what I'm saying? And it's really great to get their imprimatur tour and have her. I mean, and think about that too. She made a point when she arrived. She wasn't on the show, just to come by right before we got everything going, to come by and say hi and wish us the best. Really was great. She's a great lady. And by the way, they reposted, if you guys get a chance, the Alex Leslie interview is really, really important. If you get a chance, go over to YouTube and check that out as well. Get on board for that. Lindsay, shall we say it together? One,
Tara.
two, go on.
Go on.
So we got a comment on Facebook from Pete S, and it says, being on Spotify would make listening to you guys a lot easier, ... Well, Pete, let me shine some light on that, because we are on Spotify. I wish you would have just searched. It was there. It was there. You didn't even need to comment. But while we're not live on there, because I don't think they offer that on Spotify.
They don't.
Or we probably would be. But you can listen to full show replays. Search Nemo Nation, Road Gang Radio, We Should Write, Tracking with Wida. All of them are set as podcasts on there for all of the full show replays. And we're so excited to be on all of those platforms. So if you go to our website, RadioNemo.com, you click on a show, you can now go click and see where all you can listen from, and kind of set your presets to where you want to listen. If you like Spotify, if you like iHeart, if you like the YouTube channel with the live chat, anything you want, we're there, and just kind of pick and choose. Where do you want to be?
Yeah, and yesterday or the day before, Tara, you were with me. I started a We Should Write playlist over on Spotify. So that's another thing. Please go follow that. It's got songs from our from myself, as well as our first two guests that have appeared, Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth and Timothy Howells of the Plain White Tees. There's music of theirs in there, and we're going to be adding music for every guest we have coming up and after the fact as well. So please go follow the We Should Write playlist.
I love that. I know that there are a lot of stations on channels and whatever, and I know you guys are just obsessed with Morgan Wallen. He has a station that plays all his favorite music.
Sorry.
It plays like his favorite music and also like his music. So I love that it's kind of like that same vibe, even though, of course, you know, we love him so much.
Do you think
it's
yeah, all his favorite music? Is it just all his music? His own music
No,
on
it's
his?
actually,
Okay.
it's actually not, but it is the same vibe, and it's a great concept. Other people do it too. That was just the first thing that came to mind, obviously. But you know, just having some of your music, some of your favorite music. We Should Write music. I love it. It's like the best.
Love it.
Love it. Love it.
Go on.
Okay. We just brought it up. So speak of listening. Quick shout out, Lindsay, second episode We Should Write, dropped while we were in Austin. It was such a great conversation. I was honored to be there. I grew up listening to Plain White Tees, so it was really cool to be a part of it. If you haven't listened to it yet, both episodes are up on the iHeartRadio app. That's probably the best place right now to listen. Just search We Should Write. Make sure to follow the show.
Yes.
That just helps so much. Follow the show We Should Write on iHeartRadio, and you won't miss what's next. It'll notify you when episodes drop. And I'm just so excited for you, Lindsay, and can't wait for the next one.
I am too. Follow it and set it as a preset. When you go to iHeart, search We Should Write. It's really easy. At the top left, there's a button that you could just click, says follow, one that says preset. It's absolutely free. And you'll get notified when the shows come up. My friend Todd just drove cross country, and he's at our house now, and he said, I was driving, I didn't know you were on. I'm like, did you set it as a preset and a reminder? He said no. I said, well, there you go. Now you know.
There you go. Now you know. The more you know.
Now. Go on.
Thank you. I'm going to rush through these comments really quickly because we have a lot to get through. But we are still talking about the party, the opening of the party, the new studio, all the things, because the love keeps rolling in, so we don't want to, skip over it. But Chef Marty said, terrific time, always enjoyed coming, and enjoyed cooking the Jimmy Mac on CBS television. There's a short clip on our social media of that, and there's an interview of that on YouTube as well. Just type it in. But Paranormal Pie Man says he wishes he could have been there and told us to let him know if we're ever in Wisconsin. And Pie Man, I've never been there, so I'd love to make it happen someday. Sherry H commented, all of it looks amazing. And then Polly Trotter from Bennett said, thank you for the invite to this year's coolest party. Love seeing Sweet Friends, and let's do it again soon.
Every single one of those things I completely endorse, by the way. Every single one of them I completely endorse. So many great friends that we've made along the way, and we've actually picking up more and more supporters. Our good friend Marshall just said good morning to us, Lindsay, and said we both looked great yesterday in the photos from Austin. It's really funny. People didn't read my comment. They're like, oh my God, Lindsay's so much better looking than you. I'm like, no, dude, I said we clean up well. I didn't have any comments about who looks better. Lindsay clearly looks better than me all the time.
Different. I look different than you. Not better, just different.
No, I'm going to go on the record here and saying if I was going to say who's easier on the eyes, I'm going with Lindsay Lawler. And I think anybody out there on the chat will probably back me up here. Even the ladies, by the way, are going to be like,
hey, girl.
Right now.
Yeah, hey, girls. Hey, ladies. It's actually a way bigger compliment when a lady hits on you than a man, I feel like. I'm like, now I've really cut through it all.
You want to you want to tell us what happened yesterday at the airport? You want to go into more detail about that, Lindsay? I mean, it sounds like something happened, something went down. What was going on? Was that
what?
Was that stewardess looking at you from across the way? Is that what you're talking about?
I did kind of flirt a little bit with our flight attendant on our flight, actually, if I'm being honest. And when I left, I said, "You seem like you're really fun," and I think she liked that. Tara, go on.
Well, last thing I will say to wrap it up, Bill H. commented on the latest Trek with OIDA and said, a really good segment on all issues with autonomous cars and trucks. And we couldn't agree more. We're excited to have OIDA on board with us. And I know that you guys will be previewing what they have coming up later in the show.
Yeah.
But it was great seeing you both in New Orleans and then Austin. It was back to back. I loved it. So much fun. And now it was great talking to you on Breaker Breaker Back Talk again. Thank you guys so much for having me. And who knows where we'll cross paths next. Who knows? I don't know.
Working on it, trying to get you down here faster, trying to get Lindsay down here faster, by the way. Really quickly, Trucking with OIDA is the dream team of Tyson Fisher, Jamie Jones, and Mark Schwemmer. We're actually going to be talking with our friends Ashley and Scott. We'll preview that in more detail.
Nice.
That's it, T. You're done. Get out of here.
I'm out. Goodbye.
Have a good weekend. You have a busy weekend. Enjoy it, friend.
Oh, I already miss Tara. And I've seen her more than I've seen her in the last year, by the way. I mean, it's been a blitzkrieg of Tara. I've seen more of you in the last couple of weeks than I've seen in quite some time, and that's made me very happy as well. It's good to see you.
Good. It's good to see you, too. It's better. Together is better. As my husband and I always say, together is better.
Tell that to Claire. We got to take a break here, by the way. Guys, go to RadioNemo.com and listen to us on 365. Of course, you listen on the Tube of You. You can find us on the Book of Face. You can find us on the Heart of I and a whole lot of other places, including on replay on Spotify.
And don't go anywhere, because coming up next, we've got Raymond Montoya, an amazing comedian. Get ready to laugh. We'll be right back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
And we are back on Road Gang Radio, live on iHeart, YouTube, RadioNemo.com, and more. Live from the Fastport Studios in NOLA to Nashville. The mics are hot.
By the way, and so is the news. Of course, our friends with Trucking with Oida are going to be showing up a little bit later on at 11 o'clock in the center, 12 o'clock in the east on the dot. They're going to be talking to the Dream Team over at Landline, our good friends Jamie Jones, Mark Schwemmer, and Tyson Fisher. By the way, the folks at Oida are applauding the EPA's rollback of greenhouse gas emissions for CMVs and cars. There's also some stories out there, by the way, in a number of platforms about 400 truck carrier closing after 71 years. Over on CDL Life, there's a story about $40,000 in stolen cargo uncovered over in your neck of the woods, Lindsay, in Tennessee by Tennessee State Troopers. And we're going to keep on tracking that emergency declaration in Oregon that's been extended to the end of August for all those wildfires out there. If, in fact, you are driving in relief of those fires, you have been given an exemption both for interstate and intrastate. And, guys, over at Transport Topics, they're really focused in on the tariffs that just kicked in. But here we make a life. In the last 2 hours of Road Gang Radio, Lindsay, Lawler, and myself taking you down the road to make sure that you enjoy your weekend on this freaky, feisty, flinty, and we hope very funny Friday. I turn this over to my colleague and my conspirator and my partner in crime, Lindsay Lawler. Who do we got up on the docket now?
Well, this is really fun, Jim, because, Tara, speaking of Tara the turtle, who just joined us, she likes to creep on people up into their, slide into people's DMs. And she's really been following a lot of gamers and streamers and influencers kind of that we end up having on the show. But we always want more comedians. We always want to lighten the mood and the load around here. And she found this great comedian who I hadn't heard of yet, but now I will never forget him, and I don't think you will either after we talked to him today. Really excited to talk to him. He's, Jim, an award-winning ham, and I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that as the biggest compliment ever. Raymond Montoya is his name. He's a hilarious stand-up comedian. He's an actor. He's a producer. And he's been charming crowds, listen, Jim, since he was 7 years old when he won actual awards, not just like his mom and dad being like, you're real funny. He won actual awards for being the biggest scene stealer in the room, okay? He's performed everywhere from the Comedy Store. He's on TV. He's had appearances on Jay Leno, Craig Ferguson. He's also the brains behind Comedy Juice, one of the biggest live comedy brands out there. He also apparently moonlights, Jim, you'll like this, as a Dungeons and Dragons nerd. And
it was my gravitational pull, by the way. And by the way, I
know.
think comedians make great dungeon masters, by the way. But go on, please. Go on.
Well, and he's a podcast host, which, of course, makes me love him more. Please welcome the man who's got more side hustles than Jimmy Mack has squirrels in his brain. Ladies and gentlemen, Raymond Montoya. Good morning, friend.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
We're good. We're glad to have you here.
Yeah, that was a great intro. I don't think I'm going to live up to it. I don't know if you know, but comedians wake up about 13 minutes ago. So all of that was a lot for the last 13 minutes that I've been awake. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's a lot. And if you want to hang up now and just let the interview in there, we would understand.
I know, right? Honestly, I should go out on a high note, as we like to say in the business. We get our laugh, and then we go home. And I think that's where I'm going to end right there.
That would be an interesting. It's like leave the people wanting more. I never even come out on stage. It's like a whole bit.
Say my name, and I give a wave, and I can go home, and that's about it.
By the way, that actually Andy Kaufman would do stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, totally.
He'd get introduced, and then they have a spotlight up there for like 5 minutes. Really quickly, before we actually get to some questions here, Raymond, there is a really funny Flip Wilson routine about being on too long, Lindsay, that is one of my favorites of all time, where in the back of his brain he loses the audience, and he goes, a little voice in the back of my head said, "You've been on too long." So I realized I had to wrap it up, and so 45 minutes later, I finished my set. And he actually gets jumped in the parking lot by the entire audience after the show. And one of the things I wanted to ask you in regards to this, because we are now in an era in regards to both comedy and in regards to content and information, where we're working in bits. The word bit, which of course means something else to comedians and people who practice comedy, has now become something else these days. The idea that everything, whether it's TikTok or whether it's YouTube, live streaming, everything is kind of kernelized into bits. And I'm wondering if that's had a positive effect on comedy overall. The idea that since people are told, get in and get out, if not increase the quality of comedy, because that that's a subjective thing. If it is actually encourage people, get off the damn stage and stop being on so long. Am I making sense?
That makes sense. It makes total sense. And I mean, I think everybody's answer is going to be different, in my opinion. I mean, like you already said, comedy is so subjective. So some people love it. Some people think, that everything is a good thing, and it is helping people realize, okay, I'm being self-aware about things that are working and not working on stage. But in my opinion, everything is being a bit makes things much worse for comedy, because at least myself, I'm a storyteller comedian. So someone tells me in a bar, hey, tell me a joke. I go, you got 5 minutes? Because that's how long my joke is. Because I'm going to walk you through this whole story. And people's attention spans are so low now because of TikTok and because of everybody thinking every little thing is so funny, that it's not great for a lot of comics, because we're like, no. Comedy is taking you on a journey, not this 6-second TikTok that's going to make you laugh and then you can scroll away from it,
Well, I mean, and speaking of being a story, yeah, I mean, I hear that people want to get in, get out, but someone like you who tells stories and has been doing it since you were very little. So here's what. Okay, we're gonna go vulnerable here. Can you put on your smoking jacket and go deep and dark with me for a minute?
Absolutely. I'll light up a cigar at 8:06 in the morning. Let's do it.
Perfect. Thank you. So I had this sort of epiphany, not sort of, massive epiphany last night, putting my daughter to bed. And I was like hit with the idea of why do I open myself up more to people I don't know more than people I do know? I don't know where it came from. And then so listen, Raymond, I went and talked to ChatGPT, because she is my,
smart.
Yeah, is my therapist and my spiritual advisor. And what I came to realize, it comes from childhood. So I'm going to bring this back to you. It comes from childhood, and that when we are creatives and entertainers, and maybe people around us get a glimpse of that, and then it becomes that's kind of how we feel seen and loved, and then we realize we're forcing that the rest of our life. So it was much deeper conversation, but I really had to do some inner child work and hold myself last night. But do you, since you have been doing this since you were 7 years old, do you have it like an earliest memory of that? And when you look back, were you sort of, I don't want to say forced into comedy, but was it like, do you have that feeling of like, that's how I'm seen, and now I have to do this or I will die, at risk of sounding dramatic?
No, yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. I mean, I kind of heard two questions in there. Do I have an earliest memory of just doing all of this? Yeah, I mean, I started acting when I was 7. My sister was a stage actress, and still is an amazing singer. And I started doing it, and it's funny because I started doing straight plays, and I hated it. I was so bored. I was doing my lines, and I was like, nobody cares about anything I'm saying. And then I was at my earliest memory, I was actually doing Scrooge, and I was the turkey boy that at the very end of the movie, when he finally comes around, spoilers if you haven't seen it.
What day is this,
finally,
I'm sorry.
Exactly. And he gives you, and so what I'm supposed to do is go and get this big fake stuffed turkey and bring it on stage, and it gets a laugh. But I was like, well, it gets a little laugh. I want a bigger laugh. And so I had taken a boa that I found, and I ripped all of the feathers off, and I put it all over my costume, and I put it in my mouth, and I put it in my hair, and like I had plucked the turkey myself. And I walked out on stage, and it just uproarious laugh, and I was like, that's
Brilliant.
The feeling that I want to chase. I want that. So, but I continued to do plays because I was just so young. I didn't have the choice. I continued to do straight plays until all the way throughout high school. And then once I hit my like 17, when I started doing actual just stand-up comedy, that's when I realized, like, okay, I just want to do comedy. I just want to do this. This is all I want to. I don't want to act. I don't want to do other things. And then, as you're saying, as I started doing stand-up, I really just became. I mean, I was always the funny guy in school. Everybody knew that, blah blah blah. But yeah, like when I started doing stand-up, and then I started leaving school, and I met new people, they were always like, "Oh yeah, you're the clown. Essentially, you're the glorified clown. That's all you are. Now dance monkey." That's kind of like how it was. And then it wasn't even until I did that. I did feel like that, like how you're saying, where it's like. We as a comic, we call it going on and off. That's kind of how we say it in the industry. And so a lot of times when we're in the green room or when we're with other comics, it's nice because we can be off and we can just hang out and we don't have to be on and talking to people. Because even when you're in public, if someone knows you're a comic, they expect you to be on, because then when you're not, they're like, "Are you sad?" And I'm like, "No, I'm just not on right now. I'm just not doing the thing." And so there is a big line, and I had to learn it probably about 6 or 7 years into stand-up, where I'm like, there's a stage Raymond, and then there's an off Raymond, and those two worlds don't mix very often. And it's always a funny train. My wife always tells me, she goes, "It's so funny to see you drive home, like from a show, because you're like so pumped and you're so energized, and then you get really hungry and tired." Like that's the transition from being on Raymond to being off Raymond, and it's hard to manage, but eventually
it's like being stoned.
You get there.
It's like being stoned.
Yeah. I wouldn't know, but yeah.
Same.
Absolutely.
Nicely done, by the way. There really is a connection to trucking here. And by the way, as radio personalities, Lindsay and I cannot relate to a single thing you were saying about actually having a persona in one place and a persona in the other, and having them both be real. By the way, that's the other thing too that people don't talk about. I don't want people for a second to think that what they're seeing on stage isn't Raymond. It is Raymond.
Right.
What happens in the green room is Raymond. But it's often people don't understand that since you are your profession, literally, it's important to remember that too, because that is how people avoid burnout a lot of the time. There's a trucking connection here in the sense that the men and the women in the cab, as they make their way down the road, have to literally become somebody else when they get home, because they can't carry that into their personal lives. And the same kind of thing applies here. I kind of wanted to ask you my favorite question. Lindsay knows this is one of my favorite questions. When I ask you to name me 2 to 3 comedians, it really where you think about them and they're always on stage with you and they've made their way into who you are, who do you gravitate towards?
That's a tough one, only because I've been doing this for 15 years, so there's so many comedians. And it's funny, when I do answer this question, because I do get this question, the answer isn't necessarily, active working comedians. So you said like people that are on stage with me. But number one that really encompasses like how I do my stand-up is Bert Kreischer. He's a great comic. He does storytelling. His story, I got 5 to 7 minute stories. He's blowing that out of the water. He's doing 10, 15 minute stories with, weaves and turns and callbacks and ups and downs. And his stories are, the way he is a storyteller is absolutely amazing. So I do love Bert Kreischer. There's a very specific comedy special that when I saw it, I was like, this is how I want to do stand up. And he's still doing a little bit of stand up. His name's Hannibal Buress. He's an actor now.
His stand-up comedy, by the way, and by the way, you got the spirit of the question. I don't, like I said, people that you're working with these days. The idea of going back and who are you conducting your seance for? The idea that who the spirit of, as opposed to the jokes of. The spirit of Hannibal Buress. Have you seen him? You've seen him, Lindsay, right? You've seen his stand-up routine.
I don't think so.
Oh my God!
Live from Chicago is that. I was already doing stand-up, but I reconfirmed it for me, like. Oh my God, this is stand-up comedy. It's such a good special. I don't even know what year it was from, but Hannibal Buress Live from Chicago is one of the best specials I've ever seen.
Writing it down now. Got it. I have plans tonight now.
Absolutely.
Friday night just got lit.
By the way, Raymond and I are now in the same. I couldn't believe it. The thing is, the permission slip in that stand-up routine. You're like, oh wait, you can do it like this. There's what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
There's a sense of, oh wait, some of the thoughts that I actually had about how stand-up could possibly go, this guy's doing it, and you don't feel bad that he got there. You're like, oh my God, I can do some of the stuff that I want to do, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Oh yeah, it changed. He had a whole voiceover like that happened during the show, and you're like, wait, you can just play audio tracks? Like we can do this now? Okay, cool. And it was so good. And then one last one, the silliness. I that's half of stand up. A lot of people take stand up. This is the art. This is the craft. This is and yes, that is true. But also, we are clowns. We are silly. That's the whole point. Is we wanted to have fun when we started doing this, and a lot of people lose that, but. Somebody who has it, his name is Rory Scovel.
He's so great.
He is oh my God, he is so great. And you watch his special and you're like, he's just, him and Pete Holmes very closely tied together, where you're like, because Pete takes on a very lighthearted style and Rory just takes his craziness and just says, no, this is real. But both of those influence my silliness of being like, whatever I'm writing, make sure to make it silly, because that's the whole point. That's the whole point of this, is to make it fun. Make it fun for the people in the audience. Want to have a good time. They don't want to just laugh. They also want to have a good time, and the more joy that comes from how crazy I can get. I mean, I had it is early, but I'm losing my voice a little bit because I've had a couple shows in the last few days, and I am loud on stage, and I scream, and I yell in a good way, and I laugh, so it's like making it a whole production is what is fun for me. And so those two guys really do make it a production.
Well, and it could sound to other people to be like, when you say, I want to remember to keep it silly, some other people might be well, no shit, like you're a comedian, but it's not the case. Like that being a real party line for you, it's got to be something that you're like, have to consciously be like, no, I am a silly person. That's where I'm authentic. That's where I connect. And so it's something to truly remember. So I don't think that just goes without saying that comedians are silly. Some are very disgruntled, rough and tough, and that's their thing. Like, so I think we need more of the lighthearted silly. So thank you for that, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And then to pivot, I want to talk a little bit about pivot, because I like to say a lot. I'm a songwriter and a performer, and I like to say a lot that my idea of success is when my dad stopped asking what my backup plan was, and that's when I was like, okay, I've made it. And you've played the Improv, the Comedy Store, Laugh Factory, and do you live in California, in LA?
Orange County.
Yes, I do. Southern California. Orange County,
cool.
Yeah.
So thank you again for being here very early. So, but the idea of that, like to you, because there's household names, and then there's actual working people, and obviously everybody, everyone is striving to become the whoever the Jerry Seinfeld of comedy or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But and you're very well known, but you're also like you're a working comedian, and you found all these different other avenues to play into it, from the the podcasting, all the different things. So do you have I guess the question is, do you have a highlight so far of your career? And then on top of that, what is the highlight that when you'll be like, okay, that's the thing when of course, whenever that thing happens, you'll want more. But what are the two things, like so far, what's been your highlight, and what is the next kind of goal?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's funny, you mentioned what's the backup plan. I mean, luckily my parents, shout out to my parents who are probably listening right now. They have always been like, hey, if this is what you want to do, this is what you got to do. Just know you're going to have to work double extra hard because you're still going to need money. And so but they never discouraged that from us. Me and my sister too, she was an actress all through college, and she did, professional plays and stuff, and then became a singing teacher, became a teacher, all this stuff. So, and for both of us all the time, they were just like, hey, you do your thing. You'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. We're not worried about you guys. So shout out to them. Awesome. That was great. I mean, the highlight so far of my career, and a big moment in my career, not the highlight, but a big moment in my career was when I realized, like, I don't actually necessarily care about being the next biggest name in stand-up comedy, because that sounds exhausting. Like, I look at these guys, and they're on the road 50 weeks out of the year, and I'm like, man, I've got a wife and a kid at home, and I don't want to be gone that much. Like, I love stand-up, and I'll always do it. And I do travel, and I do the road. And I would say I'm on the road, or I'm traveling, one or maybe 2 weeks out of the year, out of the month. And then the other weeks I'm home doing local shows and producing shows and all that kind of stuff. So once I realized, hey, I don't want to be gone away all the time, that made things a lot easier and I became a lot happier once that happened.
That's awesome.
And so one of the highlights of my career so far, I mean, I've done shows with everyone everywhere. I mean, a lot of people always ask, what's the biggest show you've ever done? I was fortunate enough to open for Joe Rogan at the Irvine Improv, which is 600 seats, which was phenomenal. That was an awesome show. And then also I got to go back, not with Joe, but with Alfred Robles and a couple of my friend comedians. It was the day after Christmas. It was the 26th. For the Irvine Improv. That was sold out as well. So another 650 seats, which was crazy. I mean, doing it for that many people and hearing the wave of laughter, you don't forget that. Which is so that those are some of the big, obviously the big rooms, but also big rooms can be awful if it's not going well, The silence is deafening. So I mean, those obviously are big moments in just my performing career.
Those are from like a
That I do
visibility.
remember.
Those are like a visibility, but you probably have ones where you're
Absolutely.
like, this meant something to me and me alone, probably, right?
I'll never. Oh, some of the best. I did a show up in Oregon, where was that show? Near Bend, Oregon, and it was this little tiny theater. It was a Friday night, and we sold a couple tickets. It was. I mean, maybe 20, 30, 40, 50, something like that, something small, and that. I'll never forget that show. People bought my merch. People came up we took pictures, and I was like, "Do any of you know who I am?" And they're like, "We do now." And it was like, "Oh, you guys are incredible! I love it." So little things like that also stick out. There's too many to count, but it's not about the size of the crowd. It's about how much fun they have and how a lot of times after a show, someone will go, "Hey, it's a good show," and they walk away. But at the end of shows, people will come up to me and talk to me and sort of, it's funny, we were talking about it. They try to see the off Raymond, and I can recognize it, and I give them a little bit of it. We have a nice, genuine conversation, and those ones are always like, they remind me why I do this, and I'm like, okay, this is fun. This is why I like it. So
awesome.
Definitely, some of those are like the highlights, and then something that I'm looking forward to. I mean, there's always bigger stages. I mean, I think I got a little taste recently. We will either get into this or we won't have time, which is totally fine. But the company that I now own, we have 2 shows in New York that I have a team out there that runs those shows. But I go out there every so often, and I just started to do some shows in New York more frequently. When I was younger, I would go out and I would do shows out there, smaller rooms and all this stuff. Last time I was out there, I got to do some of the bigger clubs, and I was like, "Ooh, this is a different beast than California is. It's still stand up, but it's 2 very different markets, 2 very different types of stand up." And so doing some more New York stages. I mean, I think if I could get to the Comedy Cellar one day, I would be like, all right, this is because the Comedy Cellar is it's no Comedy Store. Comedy Store you can do well enough and you can get on. The Comedy Cellar, it's like a staple in comedy history, and you need to work to get on that stage. So that would be awesome.
I actually was going to ask you a question about regional performing, but you touched on it enough to kind of satisfy my itch there. I wanted to ask you about your own style of comedy too, because you talk about the idea of the long form and you talk about the idea of the silence in a 600 seat arena, the idea of what that's like. The kind of comedy you do, if you're looking at somebody like Henny Youngman, Rodney Dangerfield, Stephen Wright, even Mitch Hedberg, what you're looking at there is, if that one didn't work, don't worry, the next one will kill. And this kind of rapid fire movement through time and space. The kind of comedy that you do and the kind of comedy that you like often requires a little bit of silence. And so you've almost got to have the courage to keep going until the laugh that awaits. That's like, for me, the ultimate act of courage for a comedian. To actually,
it gives me such anxiety and diarrhea thinking about that.
but there is a trick, by the way, Raymond, one that I actually know. I don't do what you do. I'm not going to claim to be a stand-up comedian, but I do work in long form from time to time, where you actually have to be able to read an audience and say, it's okay, slow down. They're not laughing, but they're with you. You just got to make sure you stick the landing on that. What are the butterflies like? And by the way, I think that's gasoline. I don't think that it's actually stopping you.
Or just gas.
What is it like to make the decision to do that style of comedy and to understand you have to wait for it as well too?
Yeah, I think the thing that I learned at a very young age was you got to be comfortable in silence, especially with storytelling, because like you said, it's required. And now that I'm doing it long enough, I use the silence. I use my face. I'll open my eyes wider, or I'll move my head, and I'll make the silence less deafening, with some sort of, silly thing. And maybe they won't laugh, but they'll understand, hey, something's coming, give it a sec. Right. So that's one of the things that I'll use. And then yeah, I mean, like, a lot of people tend to forget, which I'm not saying you have, but just in general, like, this is also a job where we have the ability to practice before we get up and do something in front of a big audience. So, I mean, I have 2 new jokes that I'm working on currently, and I did them last night at a smaller show. And that's the place that we get to get all the bugs out. And, if it is silent, I go, it's okay. These people are friends. They come to this show every week, and they don't mind if this joke doesn't do as well. which is the joke's bombed or they don't bomb or whatever it's called, however it goes. But you work out the kinks beforehand so that you get to a point, and this happens constantly with all comics, where you go to a show and you genuinely go, man, that audience sucked. Because I know these jokes are good.
Do you tell them?
These jokes.
Do you tell the audience when they suck? Okay, good.
So what I like to do is if I'm coming on last or whatever it is, I go, hey, I don't care what everybody else has said in the back. You guys are great. It's a little bit of honesty and a little bit of me jesting, but it is a little bit of honesty.
That's so great.
Yeah, but we work through stuff, and we work through these jokes that we write, and new jokes and all this kind of stuff, and then when we do hit these big stages, we go, I know this joke works. I've done this joke 30 times in front of other crowds, and you guys don't like it, and that's okay. And so in my mind, I'm going, just sometimes if I'm being evil, I go, make them sit in this joke longer. If they're not liking it, I'm going to give more of the joke to you.
Oh my God, I love it.
Or I just go, we'll get through this and we'll move on to the next one. And then we call them tried and trues. If something doesn't go well and it's a newer joke, throw in a tried and true, and I'd be shocked if that one didn't work, because it's been working for the last 3 or 4 years.
Dude, I'd be the worst comedian, because I would tell the joke, and if they didn't laugh, I'll be like, let me try it again. Maybe you didn't hear me. Like no, that's not that's not what we're going for.
That actually could work, though. That's an approach that could work, where you actually retell the joke in an attempt to help the audience get it. And
this time I'm going to do it topless.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll work. We'll see. We're talking with Raymond Montoya. You can go to Raymond Montoya, Montoya comedy.com. We're almost out of time, but you said you're married and you have a child at home. Are you on at home, or is your wife like rolling her eyes at you? Do you do comedy at home? Do you try things out on your wife, or is that your safe kind of quiet space at home? Or yeah.
Yeah, no, it's funny. There's a classic meme that I always reference, and what it says is, it goes, oh my God, he's a comedian. It's a girl, and oh my God, he's a comedian. He's so funny. I love it. And then it cuts to 6 years later, and it goes, everything's a joke to you.
You knew what you were getting into, yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. And it's funny because obviously a lot of my material is about my wife and my kid, and that's a lot of my stuff is about my home life. But my wife, who is currently sleeping, so she's not listening, but she'll listen to this later. She is very, very amazing and great at recognizing, because she can see it when I'm on and when I'm off. And if I have an idea, or I'm writing a joke currently, or whatever it is, she can see, and she's going, tell me about it. Like, tell me the joke. Just say it how you think you're saying it, blah, blah, blah. And then she notices when I'm off, and that's when I'm playing video games. And that's how Tara found me. And I'm decompressing and stuff like that. And she's very good at being like, I'll talk to you in 10 or 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Like the first couple of years were a little rocky, because she was like, you're always great. And I'm like, I need a little bit of time to myself just to decompress. And so it's 50-50, definitely. It's a lot of like, hey, I'm on, and let's write and let's do this stuff. And then it's a lot of like, okay, I'm taking some time. I'll come to you when I'm ready. And so yeah, it's a good mix.
Takes a good partner to be married to a comedian. So it sounds like you've got a good mix. So that's amazing. Raymond Montoya comedy.com, Jim. We got to go see a show of his, Jim.
Yeah, and by the way, when I get out back to California to see my wife eventually, I'd like to preserve that institution as well too. We'll drop in and come see you, or when you get to New York.
Yeah.
Thank you, Raymond, so much, man.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
RaymondMontoyaComedy.com. We got to take a quick break here. We're going to show up on the other side, because we like both kinds.
Both kinds?
And all kinds.
All kinds.
Hashtag RGR. Madison, hit that music for us. Let's get into this break. Guys, don't forget Trucking with a Wide is going to be immediately after this show is over with. See you.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game.
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
Excuse me?
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Boys and girls, welcome to your country and western music news, because on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Okay, Jim, I think all three of my stories today are or four actually, but I think they can all parlay into trucking actually, or they can relatability here. Here's what's great. Jelly Roll, Jim, revealed that recently he's going to have surgery in the next year as the next step toward his weight loss goals. He has lost a lot of weight very healthfully. And by the way, Jim, Jelly Roll is preparing for this weekend for his WWE Summer Slam ring appearance. It's happening this weekend.
Come on down.
How cool is this? Jelly Roll's going to be, he's in a team match with Randy Orton against Logan Paul and Drew McIntyre this weekend. I don't know who those people are. Do you?
I do, and Logan Paul is like the face. No, I'll tell you this right now. It's like every kid's dream come true. I think that Jelly probably doesn't really care about like music, but man, this is everything to him. Given who he's with, dude, it's like everything. It's
How
a big
cool.
deal.
I wonder if he was losing weight knowing he was doing this, or... Well, I'm assuming he had to train to be able to do this, which certainly would help on the weight loss perspective. You can't just step into the WWE ring if you're being serious without training.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, I mean the thing is, it's like it's a sport and it's real, and you can get hurt, so you better actually not pull a hamstring, dude, because that would actually end your career pretty quickly as a performer. Get on it. Get
up on it. So that he's doing this weekend. But Jim, he says he's going to get in his words, I've got to get my skin cut. That's not a pretty way to say it, but it's true. And he says that the skin, because he's lost so much weight, that the skin is interfering with his daily functions. So he says this isn't really even an aesthetic thing or a vain thing. He said, I literally can't do normal things because I have this skin hanging over. So he was over 300 pounds coming out of middle school, Jim. Let that land. He was over 300 pounds in middle school. And he said, I'm going to finally be under 300 pounds for the first time since middle school, the night I walk into that ring this weekend. How cool is that?
Holy Magoli, by the way. Holy Magoli. And here's the thing is, man, guys, get on your own health situation, because he's got the money to afford those surgeries. But that is, I know what he's talking about. It's the skin flaps, how you sit down, how you feel, all of that stuff,
Yeah.
dude. I feel for him, and I'm glad he's taking the step. I'm glad he has the resources to do it, too.
Well, but he did the work to get there, too. So he actually even joked. He said, you might even see a shirtless Jelly Roll in the future, everybody.
I'm rooting for him.
Me
I really
too.
am. I'm rooting for him. I'm up for it, man.
His exact words actually were, now that I can take my shirt off and I don't have saggy TTs, it's kind of a big bonus.
By the way, that's my new band name, Saggy
Saggy
TT.
TTs. Jimmy Mack and the Saggy TTs.
Woo! Jump over.
What kind of music? What kind of music do you guys play?
Oh my God! It would have to be some kind of parody. The Saggy TTs makes it some kind of parody, some kind of rockabilly parody.
It's funny you say rockabilly because I was going to say it's a little bit of jump, jive, and wail. I think you got some,
Yeah.
that kind of vibe going on.
Oh, yeah. Jump, jive, and rockabilly TTs. I have no idea.
We'll work on it. You work on it. Put some thought into
For
it.
the
I like
rest
it.
of my life. Go ahead.
So, way to go, Jelly. Keeping it healthy. Getting real here. Luke Combs, Jimmy Mack, who's also lost some weight. More on that in a second. He's cutting back on. Here's why I want to talk about this, Jim, because this truckers can 100% relate to this. They don't have the opportunity, perhaps, at Luke Combs to actually take a step back. But Luke Combs, he says he's cutting back on his slate of appearances for 2025. He's not going to do a full tour like he had originally intended to do, but it's for good reason. He said he made it clear that he wants to be there for his 2 young sons, and he was realizing he wasn't around for his 2 young sons, and it really got to him. Got to him so much, though, he was appeared this last weekend at the Newport Folk Festival where he performed, and during the show, Luke Combs' the love for his boys was so special that it came out in song. There's video from the concert you can see online. It shows Luke Combs singing his song "Whoever You Turn Out to Be," which, if you haven't heard that song and you're a daddy, you're gonna want to listen to it. So he begins to cry in the song, and in fact, he was so overcome with emotion that he stopped singing and had to sit there and wipe his tears away from his face. So the song is one that Luke Combs wrote for his sons, whose names are Tex and Bo. Of course they are.
Of course they are.
Of course they are. And the line in the song, Jim, when he starts crying, the line from the song is, "You might choose a simple life, raise some kids and settle down, but you ain't got to change the world to make your daddy proud." And that is, I could see how that would make you stop and take stock and cry. That's when he loses it on stage, and he apologizes to the crowd, and he was eventually good. Like by the end of the song, he was able to finish up, and he said it was really cute. He goes, "Well, now I remember why we don't play that song very often." But think about, there's 2 avenues. There are 2 ways to take this story. But the first, I just want to say that line, you don't have to change the world to make your daddy proud. There's so much pressure to be like, and I feel this being everything Freya does, where I see her doing something kind of well, I'm like, oh, is that going to be the thing? If that's the thing, let's lean in. And if that's going to be the thing, we're going to be the best of it. And you have to remember, like, just let your kid have fun. Maybe just have fun playing soccer. A kid having fun playing soccer doesn't have to turn into, are they going to be on the Olympic team? Like, we've gotten to this mentality with all the travel sports and the competition, and it's just like overwhelming. Like, let the kids have fun again. And I have to constantly remind myself that, Jim. So you could speak on that, but also the idea of, he's like, I got to be home. And I know our truck drivers can identify with that. Our truck drivers have to be out on the road, but that is such a constant battle when you're engaging in the idea of, in order to support my family, I have to be gone. But when I'm gone, I'm not there supporting my family. That is such a vicious cycle that I know tears our drivers up, Jim.
A couple of really quick things here really quickly. I'm sure the crowd felt deeply offended that he broke into tears, which probably required his apology. I'm kidding, by the way. Yeah, people love that, by the way. I won't lie to you. Even when people break, sometimes for laughter, sometimes for tears, it says a lot to the crowd because it basically speaks to the authenticity of the moment. Good for him for letting him show his own real emotions up there on the stage.
Yeah.
So the AFI last night gave a Lifetime Achievement Award to Francis Ford Coppola. This gets at what you're just saying. He was interviewed by his daughter, who's a very accomplished director in her own right, and he just talked about how his kids went everywhere with him when they went to go make a movie, Lindsay. And he said, the idea of being apart from my family, I couldn't have done it. He said, I could not have done this.
Yeah.
And there's so many people like our friend Bandit, who has called with his children in the cab. A lot of our friends have made that call. My good friend Gator Bait, who called me a couple of weeks ago, I still have got to get back in touch with him. He's talked about that. He's had the kids in the cab who have kind of given us a shout out and a call out. Our friend Trucker Boson, of course, has had Penny Lane in the cab with him, his family. It's a hard balance, man. It is, because you can't miss all that stuff. There's a point where if you paid for it and you funded it because you loved them and you cared, it's worthless if you don't get to be there for any of it. And so more people are beginning to get that, Lindsay. More people don't want to end up like the character from the song Cat's Cradle by Harry Chapin. They really are making an effort to make sure their kids are around them. Or, I love what he said, what is it? He's going to be around for his 2 boys. The other thing is, by pulling back on that touring, he's going to live longer. Straight up, honestly, he's going to live longer, which means he'll have more time in the moment and more time in the longevity. Good on him.
Well, and the live longer piece is a big one because Luke Combs, he actually has just lost 30 pounds himself. And that goes, and Jelly Roll's lost weight. Like everyone's talking, you see more and more people don't drink anymore on the road. I mean, including my friend's son who's out touring. He's only 21 years old. He doesn't drink. He's made it a real party line because he saw he has family in the business that had drinking problems because they were entertainers. And he's like, I'm not drinking on the road, and my band can't either. You can do whatever you want in your off time, but we are working now. And so many people are turning the business of touring, both in entertainment and trucking. Jim, dude, just at the convention we were at TXTA in Austin, so many people that I would have used to have gone out and have cocktails with aren't drinking.
They're calling it a day.
Done. They're done.
They're calling it a day on that
Well,
stuff.
people, yeah, I think maybe it's the specific age in your 40s and your 50s, and you turn that corner and you're like, I've got kids and I want to hang out with them for a long time. I mean, that's where I'm at in life. I'm like, Seamus and I are both like, we've got a 6-year-old. She's got a long life ahead, and we want to be here for as much of that as possible.
Really quickly, by the way, I don't know if you saw this, Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson are now dating, by the way, and I realized that the age gap between them is the exact same age gap between Claire and I.
Really?
Exact age gap, by the way.
How old's Liam? He's in his 70s,
73, she's 58. Same age
Love
gap,
it.
same age gap, and he looks terrific and he's in great shape. But that's an important.
I love
thing
her.
Too.
I love her.
I love her too. But I'm gonna make this really clear to a lot of guys out there. A lot of guys out there in particular are married to younger ladies. They didn't nothing weird about it, like met them when they were in their teens. Nothing like that. I mean, like I met Claire when Claire was in the 30s,
kindergarten. Oh, sorry.
In the 30s. Take it easy, pal. Claire was in the 30s, and the idea is that I want my wife, when I shuffle off my mortal coil, to grieve me, not be relieved for me that I'm finally gone from all the pain that I was in, and that's an important thing about not drinking, about staying in shape and doing all that stuff. I'm really thinking about over the next couple of days launching a 20-day 20-pound challenge. I don't want people losing 20 pounds in 20 days. That's not a good thing to do. But the idea of starting
20 days toward the 20 pounds.
20
right?
days towards the 20
Oh,
pounds.
I'll do that with you.
Setting a pattern for that. And we can actually do that because that's an achievable goal. I'm not sure you need to lose 20 pounds, my boo. I think you look I saw that picture. You look pretty amazing.
I've got need to lose 10, like to lose 20. How about that?
I will honor where you feel.
Thank
How about
you.
that? I will work with you and how you feel, because how you feel is the only important thing in this equation. That's
That's all it's about. That's what it's about. Feeling good and being able to run around with Freya when we're taking our walk through the neighborhood and running up and down the sideline or whatever it may be. She starts softball this week as well. I'm very excited about that.
Fantastic. Yeah, but the idea is that guys stay in shape and stay in the game longer, because the people that love you will be so thrilled. Look at my dad. I mean, my dad turned the game around. I mean, he's actually up there moving again. And that's a big deal to a lot of people. He might meet his first great-grandchild. Keep your fingers crossed. Go on.
I think he can do it. I will keep going on. I got 2 more stories I want to hit on. But before that, I want to remind everybody that coming up today is Truckin' with Oida. It happens every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Today is Friday. TGIF. Thank God it's Friday for Trucking with Oida. And Jim, what are they going to be talking about today on the show?
From 15 years of emission regulations on the chopping block and the tariff elect on the cross-border freight to the comprehensive coverage of the Trump administration's regulatory push and more, our friends of this show as well, Tyson Fisher, Jamie Jones, and Mark Schwemmer of Landline. By the way, it's the associate editor, the managing editor, and the senior editor of Landline magazine hop into the studio to recap the latest trucking news and preview their upcoming August-September issue. That's on Trucking with Oida at 11 o'clock on the dot on RadioNemo.com.
So cool. We love that show. Thank you for them being a partner. They up our game around here. They keep us on our toes, and I mean, in the best of ways.
Yeah, well, they are the older child that everybody's proud of, and we are basically the wild card riverboat gamblers. Go on.
Literally, we are great. The Radio Nemo's a look at me. And Ida's like, actually, look over here. This is what's important, guys.
Let's compare report cards, shall we? Shall we?
Yeah, exactly. All right, Jim. I am so. I love this story perhaps more than anything I've reported in a while for multiple reasons. But Here's what's great about this. So Colt Ford, who we interviewed last
Friend
year.
of the show.
Friend of the show. Or it was this year, actually, earlier this year when we were at Matt's.
The bad days.
We interviewed Colt Ford, and what an amazing guy he was. I would actually really love to have him back. I'm going to reach out to have him on We Should Write to dive deeper, because he can certainly talk about the healing power writing, but from a physical place of healing, Jem, as you know. So this is crazy. So Colt Ford, who was ready, he was going to rock the country, that was the name of it, before he suffered a massive heart attack back in April of 2024. So Colt Ford, the singer, he had signed up for Kid Rock's Summer Festival series, but he had to cancel. Colt had a heart attack on April 3rd in Arizona. It was 2 days before the festival was set to begin. They were out there in rehearsals getting ready, and massive heart attack. As he told us, Jim, when we interviewed him, he said he had gotten off stage and he had gone to his tour bus. And he said, luckily, he said normally he would go to his tour bus and go to the back room. You know, they have those bedrooms in the back. He would go back in there, close the door, decompress. But for whatever reason, this time he decided just to sit down on the couch on the tour bus. Luckily, he did, because he passed out. Someone found him. They had to care flight him, and he almost died. He had a near-death experience twice. If he would have gone back to that room, nobody would have known. They would have thought he's just sleeping. Let's leave him alone. He would have died. So what happened? So here's what's so cool about these are all these things we know. But Kid Rock was just on a podcast this week. Colt Ford was on a podcast talking about Kid Rock and what he did for him. So Kid Rock, aka Bobby, he made sure that Colt Ford's fans were still served and that Colt Ford was still a part of this tour, even though he wasn't physically there. He did something really unthinkable. Colt Ford said during the interview, he said that Kid Rock did one of the best things for his soul you could have ever imagined. He shared Kid Rock during the festival. He did not replace Colt Ford on the bill. Instead, Kid Rock, who is a country star, but he's also a DJ and a musician, he did a DJ set himself of Colt Ford's music during the show, during his own show, which is so cool. Okay, and beyond that, Jimmy Mack, here's the even cooler piece. He wanted to make sure that Colt Ford wasn't hurt financially by not being on the tour, all these bills. He went ahead and he said, Bob paid me anyway. He paid me what he was going to pay me to be on the tour. Even though I wasn't on the tour, he paid me anyway. How cool is that? That's the kind of stuff, and Colt said this in the interview. He said, that's the stuff that doesn't always get out there, but Bob called me and said, I got you. And that was a huge deal for me. And it almost makes me a little emotional, because how cool to be seen like that. To most people would be like, replace him, move on. We'll send you thoughts and prayers, but also the show must go on. This was a whole nother level.
Yeah, and by the way, let me talk about thoughts and prayers for a second, by the way, as this playing. No, this is important because I actually believe in thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Take a moment to reflect. A lot of people on both the left and the right who are deeply religious often do this. Take the moment to reflect. And then, once you have, let the prayer space give you the wisdom to do what needs to be done next. And I would put money that there are a lot of people who, after having thoughts and prayers, find the wisdom to do stuff like this. That's what's so important about thoughts and prayers. What I think aggravates people is when, we're not going to do anything, but we're going to think about you and pray.
I'm going to text you and say I'm doing it. I think about that sometimes. I'm like, and it's, to your point, Jim, I'll start to text sending prayers, and then I'll have to stop. I'm like, before I hit that text, put the phone down and actually sit and spend some time with those. It's such a knee jerk to be like praying for you or prayer hands emoji. But like, to your point, I love that you actually sat with it. And not only did I send the prayer up, but be like, what can I actually do in this moment?
Yeah. What do I have the wisdom to know? What has this moment of reflection, of calling upon on what I believe? What does it tell me to do? That I practice a faith, I practice a path, I practice a wisdom. Okay, now having thought and prayed on it, I have decided the best course of action is to keep Colt on the payroll. I've decided the best course of action is not to replace him, but in fact to turn around and make sure I do a DJ set of his stuff. That I think is what we call, the deep sigh before the call to action, the deep sigh before the plunge. That's it. That's my take on it. I'll stand by that.
Well, think what you want about Kid Rock, but at least in that moment, it makes him seem like a really. I've got to spend time with him.
High country.
My husband traveled with him. I've got an amazing Kid Rock story, which I'll tell another day. But he's great. I mean, outside of whatever you think about what he does and believes, whatever. But just as a person, he actually does some really cool stuff. And it was really cool, Jim. Back when I was in, I think in college, I was working for the state radio station in Dallas, and Kid Rock was a performer of ours, so I've seen him live one time, but it was and he does a thing during his show where he's performing. This just shows you the extent of his talent. At one point in the show, Jim, he goes around and he plays every single instrument. Like the drummer just steps to the side and lets Kid Rock sits down and plays the drums and plays them well. And then he moves over and he plays guitar. And then he DJs and he plays the bass and makes them move all around. And that's not him showing off, showing off. It's him having a lot of fun and also reminding the crowd, I actually belong on this stage.
Yeah, I call it the moment of not only empathy, but, oh, yeah, I can do this. That's one of my favorite things when people actually do something.
Hold my beer. Where
it's like, oh, you know that bass line? Well, can he really do this thing? Oh, yeah. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Watch what's going to happen next. Absolutely.
Okay, so here's why I want to talk about this next story. So James, quote, Sandy Pinkard, he was a famous Nashville songwriter. He also recorded parody versions of hits. Have you heard of James Sandy Pinkard, Jim?
I have heard of him. I do not know much.
So he passed away. He was 78 years old. Here's why I want to mention this. It's again a reminder that a lot of the songs the songs you hear, that person a lot of the times did not write that song. There was somebody behind the scenes writing it that's been out singing it for years and years and years before people like Garth Brooks or whoever got their hands on it. And James Sandy Pinkard is one of those. He was a native of Abbeville, Louisiana. Do you know where Abbeville is?
Very well, by the way, and so does our good friend Madison, who is nodding her head. We know where Abbeville is.
Did I say it right? Abbeville?
You said it right.
Okay.
Not Abbeville. You got it. Abbeville.
Okay. Abbeville. He found success as a Nashville country music songwriter back in the 70s. So he wrote, Jim, hits like Mel Tillis's Coca-Cola Cowboy. He wrote for Shelley West and David Frizzell, You're the Reason God Made Oklahoma, one of my favorites. And he wrote Anne Murray's Blessed Are the Believers, as well as Vern Gosdin's I Can Tell by the Way You Dance. So he was writing old school country hits. And he also wrote songs for Brenda Lee, John Anderson, Mickey Gilley, etc. But the bulk of his success, Jim, although most of it was in country music, he also had a big success for Cher, Ray Charles, and Clint Eastwood, of all things. And then he made a move in the 80s into comedy, which I find so interesting. He teamed up with fellow country music artist Richard Bowden, and the two became the comedy country duo Pinkard and Bowden. Now, does that ring a bell to you?
Yes, that's how I know him.
Okay.
Actually, that's it. And Dave is probably going, yes.
I know. I
right
was
now.
hoping Dave's listening right now.
Oh, he is.
If he is, give us a call. So their debut album in 1984 was Riders in Disguise. They were the Riders in Disguise, and which was in the top 40 country charts, actually. And it included, listen to this, Jim, the track list included a number of parodies of famous country songs. He's the Weird Al Yankovic of country music, is what I'm trying to tell you.
And that's it. That's what I started thinking. I said, why do I know that name? Now I know that name. Go on.
So his parody of country songs included Help Me Make It Through the Yard. And he did Delta Dog, as well as Blue Hairs Driving in My Lane, like Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain. So great. They released several more albums, as well as She Thinks I Steal Cars, spoofing off George Jones's She Thinks I Still Care, and Mama, She's Lazy, like the Judds' Mama, He's Crazy. Great stuff. Go look it up if you don't know him. He also, by the way, served in the United States Air Force during the Vietnam War. He lived in West Virginia, and he died at his residence on this past Saturday. So he survived by his wife, Lisa Ann Bonet, and son, Tom Maxwell, daughters Pamela Way and Mary Athalia Irwin, and his brother, Chris Pinkard, and grandson, Henry Stewart Irwin. I say all that to tell you that I think some of those names, kind of like we talk about in Reese Across America, if we don't continue to say the names of our veterans, that's the last time that. What is the saying?
Somebody gets their name said for the last time twice. Once when they pass on, and the last time somebody says their name. after they die.
So I'm going to parlay that into songwriting. Or, by the way, to anybody that we've lost, talk about people, share their stories so that their memory stays alive. So Pinkard's memorial service will be held at the West Virginia National Cemetery. Speaking of Reese America, by the way, or it was held rather yesterday. Sorry, and he had accorded full military honors there, which is pretty cool. And Jim, and finally here, the family requests in lieu of flowers. Anyone wishing to express condolences can make donations to the Louis A. Johnson VA Medical Center, and they will designate checks to the Veterans with Guitars program, which obviously led me to look that program up, and now I'm invested in that, of course.
Okay, I got to make this really clear. Lindsay, do you have any more stories to cover here real quick?
I'm just going to tell you on this day in country music history, which will be real quick, but go on.
We got Dave on the phone. Dave, you literally have 20 seconds because Trucking with Oida has to be an 11 on the nose. Really quickly, Dave, Nemo, and
yeah,
go.
Dave, go.
I-35 south of Dallas, Carl's Corner, Texas. Carl Cornelius has this truck stop that is actually a town. This is before Willie got involved. Pinkard and Bowden are there. I'm there. I'm doing the show at midnight. I'm up on the stage in the area where they have a stage.
No way.
They're down there to go boar hunting. They come in at about 2 o'clock in the morning, and they got this boar on a pole, and they walk it right across the right across the stage.
No way.
That's my contact with those crazy idiots.
Oh my God, Dave, that's amazing. Actually, can we next week, Dave, will you come on and talk a little more about that specific truck stop and being there? Because I love that you brought that up. That is brilliant. And I want to dive in more because I know you agree with me, Dave, about telling the stories behind the people that we don't hear about every day.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
All right.
Bye.
I love that. Coming up next is Trucking with Oida. Don't forget it. But on this day in country music history, Jimmy Mack, in 1998, Garth Brooks, I'm going to ask you a trivia here, Jimmy Mack. He reached #1 on the Billboard country chart with the song To Make You Feel My Love. Do you know who originally did that song?
No, I don't.
Bob Dylan.
Very cool. That's a great place to end it, by the way.
The song appeared on Dylan's 1997 album, Time Out of My Mind. It's also been covered by Billy Joel and British singer Adele. That is your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Trucking with Oida. Coming up next, Jimmy. I can't wait. Have the best weekend, my friend.
You too. We'll talk soon. Probably see each other in person in like 5 minutes or something.
I hope so. Everybody, get home safe. That's the name of the game. We love you.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
We have the receipts, baby.
Welcome to Trucking with OIDA. Scott Thompson here, joined in Studio A in Grain Valley by our friends from Landline Magazine today, Jamie Jones, Mark Shermer, and Tyson Fisher. Lady and gentlemen, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you.
He said lady.
Lady.
Yeah,
Yes.
he said lady.
He
called me a gentleman. I'm shocked.
I mean,
That's not what you were saying before we went on air.
I can call you different names. I've got a list here if you want me to go through them. We'll see which ones you like and which ones you don't.
Which ones stick?
Yeah, we'll stick with lady and gentleman for now. We'll hash this out over
We'll see how it deteriorates through the
That is very true. It's going to be a long hour, and by the end of it, maybe we'll come up with some new names. We're doing well, it seems like.
Oh, yeah.
Been a busy couple weeks. Lots to cover.
It was a busy summer. We just got off of, we do 9 issues a year, and we do 4 in a row during the summer. And it's been named everything from the 4-issue run to the run of hell to things that aren't made for
to giving you the runs.
Yeah.
Is that a little too? To some of the other names, other than lady and gentleman,
yeah,
that'll probably be used later.
It's definitely not
Yes.
PG-13 names. You know, by the time you get to the August-September issue, everybody's a little on the fried side. So
All right, so we're getting the fried version.
Oh
of
yeah, the unfiltered
trio.
fried.
That's
version.
just the way we like it. We are going to talk about the August-September issue here in just a little bit, which, as he said, there is hot off the presses. But before we do that, let's delve into a few stories that you're working on right now because, as we said there, it has been a busy few weeks, actually. I want to start, though, with emissions. And Tyson, you've been following this for the past several months. We've seen a lot of movement from the Trump administration on repealing some of these emission regulations that were put in place during the previous administration, even ones beyond that. And that is what we're talking about right here with the 2009 endangerment finding, which is a name that doesn't seem like it should fit with EPA necessarily, but it does. I think we should probably start by explaining what the 2009 endangerment finding is. Sounds like a movie involving aliens, maybe. I don't know. It's not, though. This is about emissions.
No, and I can't overstate how big this is, this endangerment finding and what it means. And so, essentially, it is the legal foundation for most of the emission standards that have been placed since 2010. And where this came from, so we go back to 1999 real quick. Environmental groups petitioned the EPA.
Year of our Lord,
1999.
That's
Wow.
right.
Going way back.
But yeah, so environmental groups, they petitioned the EPA to start regulating greenhouse gases, citing climate change and whatnot. The George Bush administration in 2003 denied that petition, saying they just don't have the authority to regulate greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act. That was legally challenged, and then in 2007, the Supreme Court issued a landmark decision, basically declaring that the EPA can in fact regulate greenhouse gases as air pollutants under the Clean Air Act. So what the Supreme Court directed the EPA to do is, before you do anything, though, you have to show everybody that that you have, not that you have the authority, but that this is a legitimate issue. So basically, go and find out whether or not greenhouse gases pose a public threat to health and welfare, or determine that the science is unclear yet. Either way, show us what you can find, and then move forward. And then later that year, the EPA came out with what we now know as the endangerment finding, which basically what the EPA found is that greenhouse gases are in fact causing problems for the public health and welfare. So we got to do something about it. That document right there alone basically will be the foundation.
Page one of everything else that came out.
Every emission that came out of this. So that was 2007. And so by 2009 is when it was finalized. It went into effect in 2010. Immediately after it went into effect, you have the Obama administration passed the first wave of vehicle emission rules, which, so if anyone remembers, 2010, we got the truck emission rules, which basically laid the foundation for DEF. It's kind of what everyone might remember that year as.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so
it's being rescinded.
So yeah,
the EPA is now rescinding
so
it.
that
This is a big deal.
document, the endangerment finding, is being rescinded. So by doing that, you essentially undo all of the subsequent emission regulations that were, again, that were based on that finding. So if you don't have that finding, you don't have those regulations.
Right. Which means what?
Well,
we'll find out.
Okay, a couple of things here. So even though they had to go through this ordeal to come out with this report, the endangerment report, let's not forget that trucking was still going under emission regulations. And we had the 1002 engines that were melting apart because of the consent decree, which was supposed to be 2004. We had the 2007. So, even though it was really weird that it couldn't be regulated, but trucking, no surprise to anybody who's in it, we're guinea pigs, and the emissions were being, because big bad trucks, so I think that's interesting. But when you unring a bell this big, there's a lot more paperwork and a lot more steps to happen. So probably wouldn't quit buying DEF just yet.
Well, that was that's why I asked that, is, what does that mean? Because as you said, you can't really unring the bell, right? All these horses, I'm going to mix a bunch of metaphors or analogies here. All the horses are out of the barn, and the
toothpaste.
The toothpaste is out of the tube. It's not, getting that back in there. But what this does is it sets the groundwork for, I suppose, challenges on a lot of these issues. Is that right?
So there's going to be a lot. The courts are going to be clogged with so many challenges here. So the first challenge will be to this rescission of the endangerment finding. For sure, that's going to play out. The question is, why didn't the Trump administration do this during his first term? So a lot of questions there. But let's say this rule is finalized and the challenges are in the background. Yeah, for each regulation you want to undo, you're going to have to do it piece by piece. You can't just rescind this endangerment finding and then everything collapses. You have to go through each one, and that will go through its own challenges. And so it will be a process. It will be a long process. But essentially, theoretically, this rescinding this finding can undo, the 2010 emission rules and then all the ones that followed there.
But, if you think about it, just because they rescind it, you have a 2010 or newer truck. DEF is dependent, it's programmed to run with DEF. It has a diesel particulate filter. It has all of that. So you're not, even if it is rescinded completely, and we get through that complete process, if you own one of those trucks, you're still going to have to use that tech.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
For sure.
And does anybody really believe that the OEMs are going to go back?
Yeah, and that's exactly where I was going to go, because the question is, so now that let's say DEF is no longer necessary. Yeah, are the OEMs going to go back 15 years of research and development and engineering and go revert back to the past
and invest? Yeah, exactly.
And to reinvest.
Throw that money away too. Yeah,
I don't know.
They would have to re-engineer plants,
right? Stuff like that, and then I'm not an engineer or a mechanic, but I'm pretty sure you can't just disconnect a DEF system. Everything's connected, And so, again, we don't know what it's going to look like. And so, as Jamie pointed out, don't get too excited about not having DEF, at least in the short term. We just don't know how it's going to shake out. But,
Yeah, and this may be something, as you kind of point out there, that the free market will eventually figure out. If they figure out it's not worth continuing down this path.
But could it open the door back to glider kits and other, those things that were taken away because of it? That has potential to come back if this all plays out and holds up in court and everything.
And what about those defeating devices? Will those continue to be illegal? So many questions.
So many questions.
The endangerment finding.
You just love saying that.
Sounds like a 1999 movie.
Bad movie.
Involving Will Smith and some meteor from outer space or something, but it is not. But we'll keep an eye on this.
It was Aliens and it was Independence Day.
I was trying to mix the movies. We had a meteor movie in 1999 too, I think. With Morgan Freeman as president.
Armageddon?
It was Armageddon.
There was another one.
And the Morgan Freeman as president. I forget what that was called. Yeah.
We'll do some fact checking at the break there.
Somebody get their phone out
very
and Google
important
that
questions.
real quick.
Yeah, if only there were a way for us to look that information up. Oh, well. Let's move on here and talk about Derek Bars a little bit. And Mark, you've been covering this story. Ongoing efforts, obviously, in the Trump administration to fill a number of positions, specifically with USDOT. We're talking about FMCSA here. We've got Derek Bars, who has been nominated to lead the agency. We talked briefly about this with Louis Pugh on yesterday's show, Mark, but Bars does appear on a path toward confirmation here for the next leader of FMCSA. What's the latest?
Yeah, this week, Senate Commerce Committee, by a party line vote, voted 15-13 in favor to advance. So then we'll have to go to the full Senate. We are, right here with the August recess coming. So we'll, whether it'll get done before, it doesn't look like it.
Probably,
but that's where we're at right now. But OIDA, has been generally supportive of Derek Bars, going through. He's got a background in law enforcement, has worked with CVSA. He seems receptive to a lot of the issues that OIDA has supported. And I think a big part of it with him, too, is we're not to speak ill of any of the past FMCSA.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. But
no one's listening.
But obviously, a lot of them have not had any background or any knowledge of trucking, and as we've seen,
wasn't one of them a taxi commissioner or something?
Yeah, so I mean, there's been a lot of them that just have had really no background at all in trucking, and you could see them learning on the job as we were covering, their tenure. He's already going to know a lot of these issues. And we have right now where the DOT has been very receptive. We talk about this pro trucker package all the time and all of the things that they're doing positive for truck drivers. And we have somebody, coming in. Hopefully we'll do something about broker transparency. They're working on improving due process on data queues. We've already seen, pulling the speed limiter rulemaking. So we've seen a lot of positives, and we have somebody who understands, what truckers have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And, that's where you're seeing, largely quite a bit of industry support, obviously including OIDA.
I think it's really cool that there's been so much of a shift finally in the conversation on the Beltway to safety as opposed to compliance. And when you have law enforcement come in and understand that this is truly about safety. This is not about the gotcha moments on the side of the road.
It's in the agency's name.
I mean, that's their core mission. And so if we can keep that conversation going and keep it at that level, CVSA's come on board with enforcement of the English proficiency, the alignment of CDL testing standards, they're going to petition for that. So there's been this kind of shift, not 100%. It's not like they came over to the good side, but it just seems like there's more conversation about, does this really make the road safer instead of how can we, the stickers on the ICC bumper, come on.
Right. And that's something we're going to talk about here as we talk about the deregulatory push that we're seeing as well, too. But it was interesting, too. I always find this interesting, and I don't think we know the answer to this because it wasn't apparent in any of the committee hearings that we saw with Derek Bars and lawmakers. But, it was a party line vote, I think 16-12, with Democrats voting against Bars'
I think it was 15-13, but I could have it wrong.
Either way, it was along party lines. I always wonder too what the opposition is to someone like him when you do have trucking groups like OIDA supporting him. I'm not quite sure what that is. I'm not sure if it's a politics thing or what. It may very well be.
Well, if it's party line, I would say, politics are
we've been dealing with one of the most divided Congresses for several sessions now.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's just, it's so rare to get bipartisan efforts through. And, I think that's the day and age that we're with. So with the Senate, he should get his confirmation at this point.
He will.
No, he'll get confirmed. But there'll be those numbers in opposition for purely just because
posturing.
Yeah,
Sure.
left and right.
Deep Impact. That was the name of the movie.
Oh!
And
That's
speaking
right.
of deep impacts, let's talk tariffs.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Turning to the
Nice transition. I'm proud.
look about that, huh? Turning to the economic side of things, Tyson. We did get numbers for cross-border freight for the month of May.
Yep.
Speaking of tariffs, looks like they have been continuing or are continuing to have an effect on what we're seeing there.
Yeah, this was kind of be expected. Whereas mostly expected was in April. That was the first time. It was the biggest decline year to year in cross-border freight since the pandemic. Pretty much we all saw that coming because that's when the global reciprocal tariffs were supposed to go into effect.
Right. So everybody was, planning ahead. Yeah.
Exactly. So in the months that preceded that, there was kind of like a very high volume, higher than normal. So that's when companies were front-loading imports to get ahead of the tariffs. April happens. The tariffs supposed to go into place, so it came to a stop. We now know that those tariffs never happened. They were put on the delay till July 9th, which again got pushed to August 1st. And
today,
yeah, that's right. And so we'll get into that here in a second. But go back to May. May was the second consecutive month in which cross-border freight had dropped. It's significant because cross-border freight since October 2020 has been on a major growth streak. In fact, it has only decreased in 4 months. A year-to-year decrease happened only 4 months since October 2020. So for it to happen 2 times consecutively, it's an anomaly. And it's kind of hard to say that the tariffs were not, directly responsible for that. And so the question from here is, what's going to happen moving forward? The numbers for June and July haven't come in yet. But a lot can happen. So the question is, after those tariffs were paused again, do companies go back and start front-loaded again?
Yeah.
There's some people who say that's a possibility. But now, again, those tariffs were that deadline is lifted today. And so that's kind of what everyone's kind of seeing what's going to happen now that we have some level of certainty, because that's the key word you hear all the time.
Exactly
uncertainty. Yeah, uncertainty is always the key word there. So it's not so much that there are tariffs necessarily, it's that they keep getting lifted and they come back and they get lifted again. If you just set a certain tariff for whoever and keep that in place, that will provide certainty to allow businesses to make decisions. That's kind of where they're having problems.
I think it's funny, Tyson, you talked about front loading, and all the shippers and receivers that were front loading and all of that. I actually have a friend, well, we all do. She works here at OIDA, whose mother works in logistics in importing and exporting. And every time those deadlines are getting close to hitting, she's literally a phone on each ear trying to get these loads in and out fast enough to do that. Can you imagine being under that scramble mode?
Right.
I mean, for 20 hours a day, that's what she's been
And how do you keep track to make sure the right hand is talking to this person? Is it the export hand and the import hand? I mean,
are they married up?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
how does that actually, and I said, are you exaggerating? She goes, no, I can't get a conversation with her because she's literally on 2 different cell phones just going for it.
That sounds stressful.
I can't imagine. So, I mean, bringing that up and then the continued certainty and uncertainty, who knows what it's going to be? She's going to have to get a third cell phone. I don't know.
A third arm, third hand. I mean, you could do the headset, I suppose, with two hands.
Do a soft phone on your computer and have a third Zoom call going.
I think we just came up with the next great product for the American technological industry. Let's talk real quick here, Mark. Driver shortage.
There is not one.
Okay. All right. Well, that wraps that up. Thank you. We talked with Louis about this yesterday.
Moving on.
Yeah, exactly. Louis had the floor yesterday. We gave it to him, obviously, in the context of his appearance before that Senate subcommittee last week. We talked about ATA's Chris Spear bringing up time and time again, I got to put the air quotes up, driver shortage. He labeled it as a fact, again, quote unquote there. Mark, you covered this hearing. You wrote a piece dedicated to the never-ending debate that isn't a debate, is kind of how you labeled it here. I'm going to kind of hand you the baton and let you run, let you cook here on your thoughts on all this.
it did not surprise me that ATA is sticking to their guns on this myth that there's a driver shortage. What did surprise me a little bit was the audacity of how aggressive ATA was about it at the hearing. And he referred to all of the claims that there isn't a driver shortage as factless, and was really intense with the way he was talking about it. And what we have over the past few years is we have a report from the Department of Labor, the Institute of Labor Economics, the National Academies of Science, and we are in a long-standing freight recession where everybody's main reason for that is overcapacity. Mm-hmm. Too many trucks on the road. Basically, the demand is not keeping up for the amount of trucks that are there. There's not enough to go around. Factless. So I have a big question mark with that. But what it all comes down to, and the reason I wasn't surprised that they're maintaining it, is if you realize the things right now, we're in the process of a highway bill is going to be coming up in next year, and that work is going on right now. And if you look at what ATA's main things that they want in this highway bill, they're all tied to this narrative that there's a driver shortage. If there's not a driver shortage, there's no reason to be doing these things.
ATA gets neutered.
The driver shortage is their endangerment finding. Without it, is what it is. Because without it, everything falls apart. So there we go.
Hey,
pull that one thread.
Exactly.
That was a thing, though, and I asked Louis about this yesterday, because I have not been here as long as any of you, or as long as Louis obviously has been doing it for a long time. I have sensed the tide kind of turning on this topic in the past few years. You even had lawmakers. You had Senator Markey, calling out this myth of the driver shortage directly in the room, and I think he had Sean O'Brien, the Teamsters leader, respond to it. But again, you talk about Chris Spear kind of being intense about this, where everybody else in the room is basically saying, no, it doesn't exist. It's pretty amazing, really, in a lot of ways.
Sadly, he does still have some lawmakers that are on his side that are still, saying those sort of things. So, they're
PAC money.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that?
This is my translator over here.
Where'd that come from? It's like the subliminal message. Pack money.
But yeah, you have this issue, sadly, where there are still enough that are still going along with some of these things. And we talk about these issues, truck size and weight, increasing it. There's safety concerns. There are real issues about that. But the reason that you would push forward that if you're ATA, the real reason is obviously to lower expenses and pay less. But
follow the money.
Yeah, but they'll say
follow the money.
But the reason that you will give is to say driver shortage. Why do we need driverless trucks, autonomous vehicles? Isn't that going to put people out of jobs? Well, we don't have enough drivers to go around anyway.
Lowering the age. Bigger, heavier trucks.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm turning into Mark's Luther anger translator over here.
Hey,
follow the money.
Follow pack money.
Pack money.
But to your point before, though, I do think with all of these reports that I mentioned before, it has gotten better. When I first started covering some of these hearings, it was amazing to me because has always said
every lawmaker would come out and talk about the driver shortage.
And mainstream media bought into it, hook, line, and sinker.
It was everything you would read. But slowly but surely, OIDA's message, and because of these reports, and that if you're on the side of facts, hopefully that will eventually come to light, and it has. Yet there are some powers, in place right now that are trying to push back against that. And, sometimes the method of refuting a fact is just to be very angry and on the other side of it and just never admit. And that's the approach that ATA is choosing to take right now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you look at it, this hearing happened right after the pro trucker package came out.
Yeah.
And ATA has been, Tyson found the best press release or blog from ATA. I mean, and it was visceral. They were so angry over speed limiters and taking pot shots at OIDA, and that we were using baseless facts and all of this other stuff. They knew going into this hearing that speed limiters were gone, and that's been one of their core tenets for a long, long time. So in order to protect anything else that they're trying to pursue, they had to throw a few random bar punches and try and keep that driver shortage myth alive. I mean, part of that's just politics.
Yeah. Well, and so much of it, another one is now they're trying to act like they were right along with OID on the English proficiency. They're acting like But, they were very silent about that issue before.
Johnny come lately.
Yeah.
Pack money, follow the money. Johnny come lately. We're gonna record a bunch of your phrases, Jamie, and just throw them in randomly at different shows. I think we do that. I also wonder too, as we look to the future here, at some point there's going to be an end of the road here for this narrative. I feel like we can see it. I don't know, but I really wonder how ATA is going to kind of reconcile that and deal with that. Are they going to say, "Hey, we've solved the problem and it's." We can move on now.
I don't think that this is ever going away from their standpoint. If you have a freight recession, then the reason is overcapacity, and you still are going to say there's a driver shortage when that's what the issue is going on right now. I don't know what would ever deter them.
They dug a hole so deep they can't get out of it. They just have to accept it. They accept their fate.
They're just digging deeper. I don't know for a business model what that means when you've built a whole organization on a lie.
Yeah. Follow the money. Speaking of money, we're going to head into a break here. But when we come back, we're going to talk fuel prices. We're going to talk truck parking. We're going to talk Google Street View getting a little more view than it wanted and more, including a look at Landline Magazine's newest issue, hot off the presses, with lady and gentlemen of Landline Magazine. So stick around. We're back with more Trucking with OIDA right after this.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Trucking with OID. A couple quick headlines here before we jump back in with the Landline Magazine crew, starting with diesel prices. They were down slightly last week, according to the Energy Information Administration, and by slightly, we mean less than a cent, bringing the national average to $3.80. No big jumps up or down regionally. The biggest increase is about a penny in two separate regions. The biggest decrease, 3 cents in the Central Atlantic. And some good news in Ohio, where the state just announced a plan to add at least 1,400 truck parking spaces across 19 counties. We're talking 33 new truck parking areas made possible with funds from the current transportation budget there in Ohio. Construction set to begin sometime next year. Tyson, truck parking is your wheelhouse, your forte, your meat and potatoes. It's where your bread is buttered.
Obsession is probably better.
Good news out of Ohio there.
I mean, they're getting it done. I don't know what more can be said other than, good for them.
Yeah, definitely good for them, and good for, obviously, truckers making their way through the state here, as they're really making this a priority in the state there. So good news there. Let's talk magazine now. The August-September issue of Landline Magazine is out. You were served really some grade A material when the USDOT, I guess some weeks back, announced those 9 pro-trucker initiatives. And Jamie, I want to start with you, because you put together an editorial for every edition. It goes in the front. We're going to get into the details of all the coverage here in just a moment. But you wrote about how you're generally tired of the word unprecedented. It's overused. But in this case, it really is apropos and appropriate.
It really is. And when I got really sick of saying it was during COVID. I mean, it's like every time we turned around, it's like, and there was no other way to put it.
Well, it was unprecedented. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there was no synonym that actually, really put that together. But I actually just had my 21st anniversary here at OIDA, and been covering trucking for 25 years. And I can say with complete confidence that the news that has been happening recently is unprecedented in favor of truck drivers. And, Mark always laughs at me because I wheel in the day that we're going to press, and that's a blank page. Every time it's a blank page. No idea, no nothing. And I've done everything from watch American Kennel Club agility drills to, I don't know.
For inspiration? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I actually wrote one about.
It's worked.
Rudy the Bulldog was a theme one time.
Okay. I mean, I like it.
Yeah.
You're going to different wells for
there
inspiration.
You go.
He played for Notre Dame for a little while.
Right.
I might have to
They made a movie out of him, right?
Wrong, Rudy.
Oh, okay.
Same underdog mentality, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so this one, it was just, looking back at how the news has really unfolded in a pro-trucker format over the past couple of months, we have to give credit where credit's due. And OIDA has definitely led the charge on all of these initiatives. But it wasn't without the help and the pressure put on by the membership to lawmakers, regulators, filing comments, all those things that we have in the toolbox to put pressure on. And so the whole theme of this one was no pressure, no diamonds, because good things happen if you keep the pressure on. Clearly we don't want it to go on millions of years, but, to get a diamond. But in congressional terms, this it's
like
happening.
light speed.
Yeah, it really is. And so I think that's the most important thing I can say is that we have the ball rolling because the pressure's been there. We have this pro-trucker thing, but we have a highway bill coming up, and there's going to be a dogfight.
Mm-hmm.
And And we talked about ATA before the break. I mean, I assure you, we're going to be going head to head on some of these issues. And this is where, we've won many, many battles here recently. So this is where the time is to not let up. Do not go, oh, great, we won. Haha.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And this should be looked at as just kind of the beginning, too. And a lot of these issues that we're talking about here, I was in the trailer with Secretary Duffy and Todd Spencer, the president here, obviously. And Todd was bringing up these exact points to him in the trailer at that event in Texas, not a couple months before we saw all of this happen. So to your point about pressure, this is an ongoing thing from groups like OOIDA continuing to push these issues. Mark, you've covered this overall initiative for the magazine. You've got a piece that people can check out to kind of go through each of them in individually. But the pressure is a big part of this. And these are all things of varying importance to different people, but they're all going to have an impact on people out there in various ways. When you look at that list, does anything jump out to you as maybe being a bigger impact than another?
Well, I mean, speed limiters is the one that I feel is like the last several years that anytime I would talk to a truck driver on the phone or see one in person at a truck show, that they would ask about. And when we saw that there were more than 15,000 comments, and anybody who's covered this sort of thing, a regulatory, knows how significant that is, because that just doesn't happen. Every once in a while we'll get 2,000-3,000 comments, we'll get sort of that, but 15,000 just doesn't really happen. And, that, and the majority of them were from truck drivers who were saying, it's back to that whole thing of compliance versus safety, like Jamie was talking about earlier. And so many of these things, I think, do have good intentions. I think if you don't really understand, if you don't talk to a truck driver of what the reality is out on the highway, you could think, hey, slow those trucks down. They're bigger. Slow them down. That'll be safer.
They played into the narrative. I mean, that's what ATA's been doing. They've been putting the narrative out there, these big, bad, scary trucks.
Yeah. What the reality is, follow the money, that that it's about, they're doing it. So many of the large carriers are doing it for a fuel efficiency reasons and to cut money on cost. And so they don't like that their competitors aren't necessarily doing that too, so they want to slow them down. And if you remember what ATA was trying to get out of this speed limiter rulemaking, they were actually trying to be able to go faster than the independents by saying, if you have this technology, AEBs and all of this other gadgets that most of your owner operators aren't going to spend the extra bucks on, that they'd be able to go 70, but you better slow those other trucks down to 65 or 62 or whatever it was that they were suggesting. And we had truck safety groups wanting 60 miles an hour out on the highway when we have speed limits that are 75, 80, 85 miles an hour.
And distracted driving on the rise.
And I mean, it doesn't take a lot of imagination to see how many vehicles would have just run into the backs of trucks going 20, 25 miles an hour slower than the flow of traffic. So that's definitely a huge one. But, back to Jamie's point of the unprecedented and all of this, I mean, there's 9 initiatives, and I want to keep on doing the Ferris Bueller line every 9 times. But it's such a big deal that they did this, because so many times, they had a trucking action plan in the previous administration, and there were some positive things that you would like. But usually when these sort of things roll out, it's like, oh, okay, we like these two. These two we don't like so much. This one's terrible, But we had 9, and every single one of them really were pro-trucker policies and have been voiced by, like you said, Todd Spencer talking to Duffy. And also, it wasn't just that conversation. These have been messages that the association have been preaching, shouting off the mountaintops for decades.
I think this is one that was so wild for us that Tyson, Mark, and I, we kind of sat there and we were looking at the list and we're going, oh my gosh, how are we going to break this down? And, I wound up clerking for Mark, and finding stuff,
Sure.
because I really like the online version, in addition to the magazine version of the story, because we have the receipts, baby. ATA can say what they want, but OOIDA has the receipts. And by God, we went and found every video evidence of it. And so each of these issues, minus one, I think, has video evidence that OOIDA has been testifying before Congress, has been doing something. So it's like, ATA, just shut your mouth and sit down for a minute because we have the receipts.
Yeah, and I think 6 or 7 of them were just in like this year. Louis has testified in front of the House or Senate about. So these are
this was a wild, wild story to cover.
Yeah. Well, and it's one of these things too where, kind of as you point out, Mark, Colin Long the day before caught wind that something was happening, and was more excited than I've seen anybody in a long time.
Kid in the candy store.
More excited than Jamie when the Chiefs won went back to back.
Well,
maybe not. Okay, but the point is, to your point, this is something that every one of those 9 initiatives was something that people were excited about, in the association and in the industry. One of the things too, with truck parking, we talked about Ohio and them doing their own thing, but that's another part of this package. It was $275 million, I think, that's going to be going out in grant funding. And we've talked a lot about grant funding and truck parking and whatnot, but this kind of signifies that there is a new commitment, to this problem. Yeah. Would you say that's safe to say?
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And again, it comes back to, OOIDA and its members and truck drivers have been, complaining about truck parking for years. It's how we got, the Jason's Law, but it's how we got the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, which, Representative Bost and OOIDA worked together to do this.
We still need that
and we still need that, not just focus on that. But like the reason,
that could go in the highway bill.
There you go, see? But one of the reasons why this was on the top of the list of this pro trucker package is because OOIDA and truck drivers and the members have been doing this over years and years and years, and that's how it got to be top of mind for Duffy right now. Without that, years of advocacy, I'm not confident to say that this gets on the list, or at least this high on the list. And it was, and so when we call our representatives and senators and tell them to support this bill and they don't, the point is just don't give up, because just keep banging that drum, because eventually, it will,
We have an administrative-led initiative now.
Yeah, absolutely we do. And it's insane. And, I understand that people get impatient. I am a very impatient person. And but when we call our representatives, we want to see immediate action, and this is not going to happen. But if you just stick with it, this is what happens. It usually doesn't happen in one fell swoop like this. This is nice to see.
Yeah.
We got a lot of things on our Christmas list on the same Christmas day. That's excellent. But again, it comes down to that years of advocacy. It doesn't happen without that. It absolutely does not.
And the thing to watch now is this deregulatory push that we're seeing from the administration. We had the comment period, I think, that ended this week, about a number of things, the labeling requirements. It's these little things that
having the ELD
nuisances.
operator's manual in the truck, with you, just stuff that
silly stuff
have no direct connection to highway safety. And if you can get those things and not stop having enforcement focusing on these things that don't really matter, the paperwork, just all of the bureaucracy that's involved in this stuff. If you can eliminate that and focus on the real issues, I think we'll all be better off.
And Jamie, you sent me a social media post the other day about a guy going to battle with his HOA over some petty parking violation, and the fight. Relatable, I think, to truck drivers out there as we're talking about deregulatory actions. You talk a little bit about that.
Well, it was this. HOAs are notorious for their weird regs and then the wild enforcement that happens. But we actually covered a story out of one in Florida, and it wasn't that the HOA banned truck parking. the neighbors didn't like the lime green color of the truck, and they managed to get this truck driver's truck removed from parking in the HOA. So this guy's so salty. He's Tyson's kind of people. He is so salty. He bought automotive paint in the same color of his truck and painted his house in it because they had no house color restrictions. And I thought that was the most genius thing on the planet. So, it's kind of the mess around and find out kind of thing, to put it politely.
Yeah. Well, and unfortunately, you can't mess around with some of these, again, these, petty little rules and regulations that are in there right now. But maybe there's some hope now that some of these things are going to kind of go away, with some scrutiny and
you
some
look
common
how
sense maybe.
big that green book of regulations is.
Yep.
There's a lot that can go away.
Yeah, for sure.
And these are 18 that look to be headed in that direction, but we also see some things with some bigger stuff. Like, again, speed limiters wasn't on the books, but the fact that that rulemaking has ended, that's not going to happen. But we also, from these 9 initiatives, a chance for more hours of service flexibility, which has been a huge thing that drivers have asked for. Going back to that safety over compliance, because sometimes when you make those rules too rigid, that actually hinders safety, and that's drivers. Know when they're tired. Give them the ability to pause that clock and.
And the flexibility for the sleeper berth requirement, that shut out a lot of couples who were team driving when they restricted that. So that took a lot of trucks off the road that were highly efficient in their routes.
Yeah.
So being able to get that back and give those small mom and pops that ability to run like that.
Yeah.
And then, the broker transparency. That's another big one for us, because where do small business truckers get their loads from? The majority get them from load boards, and brokers.
That'll be the next thing, is broker transparency, cracking down on the broker, fraud issue out there. That'll be the next thing I think we can hopefully expect pretty soon here, and something that OOID has been pushing for as well. We got to take a quick break. Stick around for us, though. We're going to take a look at a few stories when we come back that'll have us scratching our heads, probably have you scratching your heads as well, and they all involve ways in which technology can go awry. So hang tight. We're back in a jiff.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit houseproducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Welcome back. Each issue, you've got something called Slight Detour in the magazine. Kind of a chance to look at some stories out there that... I don't know. How would you describe it? A little odd, a little out there, a little
off the beaten path.
Off the beaten path.
Yeah, stories from the road that are off the beaten path. That's a really good catchline.
You've got an excavator and a guy driving an excavator that got in a foot chase.
Yeah,
in
Ryan
this one.
Witkowski does it. And I think it's really funny because I know when we all find something that's just bizarre, we send it to him.
Yeah.
And so we're always looking for these weird stories. So
yeah, well, check that one out in the August-September issue if you get a chance. One that you can go online, I suppose, if you want to check out. There was a story. I'm just going to read this. I'll let you guys react to it. This is from CBS News. There's a man in Argentina recently awarded more than $12,000 after a Google Street View camera caught him on camera in the buff, posted his picture all over the internet. Again, the story is he was naked at the time. The picture apparently shows his backside. Mark Schirmer is very interested in this
Well,
in the details here.
I am, because I didn't know that they had street cameras. I'm going to have to pay attention now.
He was behind apparently like a 6.5-foot wall, too.
Yeah, I'm like, how tall is this Google Street View car going around?
Yeah. Apparently, this is just backside that got on the internet. I mean, with Google Street View, you can go on there and you can, I guess, if you want to go check it out. But it's got his house number. It's got his street on there. He, basically sued. A court awarded him $12,000. He's a police officer. He said he was being teased about it, I suppose, relentlessly. I don't know.
Come to that total.
But how did people...
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, these people that spend time on like Google Street View and Google Earth looking for stuff just like this is so bizarre to me.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I've seen people go through like the Everglades and look for alligators and stuff like that. Like people, this is the thing
too
that
much
people
time on their hand.
Exactly what that is. Yeah.
Well, and you pointed out, we were talking about this earlier, the Streisand effect.
The Streisand effect is what. So if you don't know what the Streisand effect is, real quick, many years ago, someone took pictures of Barbara Streisand's hideaway mansion, and she got mad about that, so she sued the photographer. But the thing is, no one knew about this photo before she sued them, and so she created a situation to where no one knew about it. Now everyone knew about it. That's exactly what this reminded me of, because what did I do when I read that story? I Googled it and looked for the photo. I mean, who's not going to do that?
Did you find it? Is it still up? They probably took it down by now, right? I did not check.
It's not.
The news stories have his butt blurred.
Oh, yeah.
They got a blurry butt.
Nothing on the internet is ever lost. It's there forever. So
not that I Googled it up.
Yeah, but I didn't know anything about this.
I think you
didn't know anything about this. Now with this news article and that lawsuit, now everyone knows about it. And for $12,500.
So I'm still trying to figure out, did they just go, this seems like it's worth a used Ford Taurus. That's around what you should get.
You get $3,000 for every limb that we put online.
I wonder if that's how much it costs to raise that fence a little bit higher. Because
or put a dome over it,
right?
I don't know.
Or just don't be
put
naked.
Swim trunks on.
Put some clothes on. Sir.
What a world to live in. Let's talk Amazon packages real quick here. I'll lay the groundwork here. ABC7 in the Bay Area reported on that. Apparently, there's a woman in the Bay Area who has been getting hundreds of Amazon packages. Yeah. The company that's behind it apparently is sending out car seat covers that don't fit. People are returning them. The return label, however, has her address instead of this overseas business. So anytime someone returns it, it's going to her house. She said it was like living in hell. And the video shows packages all over the place.
Dude, I would set him on fire in my backyard.
Well, and it seems like a scam too, because the company to return it is charging like a 50% fee.
Yeah, it was like it costs like $130 for the seat, but then like $140 to return
send it back.
To send it back. Right.
Yeah, something like that.
Wait, this was in California?
Yes.
Yeah, my yard fire wouldn't work. Carb would probably crack down on me.
Well, you'd probably start a wildfire too in California. So please don't do that.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, this is one of these things too that I feel like we've just accepted now in society. This Amazon package, like this kind of situation.
Yeah, so I have a situation where my address, is a street, and then there's the same address terrace a few blocks away.
What's that address, Mark?
I'm not going to say.
Look it up on Google Street View.
But I have a 7-foot tall fence, so I'm safe.
Okay, good.
But no, so we now like exchange Christmas cards with these people because we are constantly like every couple of weeks having to do like an meetup exchange of all of these.
Do you wrap up their Amazon package that you got from them and just give it to them as a present? That's what you should do.
I got this for you.
Yeah.
But no, we're constantly having to exchange. With DoorDash and all of that stuff type now, I've had to like flag down people that have just left food orders on our doorstep and rang the doorbell and like, hey, this is not our meal. And so it's a constant thing that is going on. So everybody is dealing, I think, with that. The post office is not doing the greatest job these days. I think that's fair to say.
Well, and also who made these street names, like the names when you're putting the layout together as a city planner, who's thinking like, hey, I'm going to name this one street, and then this is going to be terrace, and the next one's going to be road. You're just setting yourself up for confusion.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
can I pick a bone with somebody? Who do I reach out to?
Well, does anything grind your gears?
We don't have enough time. Yeah.
No, it's just it's urban sprawl. They don't.
Yeah,
they
true,
run out of, instead of just calling
Just run out
it
of
George
names.
Street.
Yeah, it's like George Terrace, and then George Road, and then anyway.
It's usually Jones, but anyway, I digress.
Yeah, and everybody's just plugging in the the addresses
I know,
and the stuff too, and it's real easy to just hit the wrong one real fast. So
Real quick, robotaxis, Atlanta, apparently separate rules for humans and robotaxis there. WSB TV reporting that police have been told now not to issue citations to Waymo vehicles that get stuck in the middle of an intersection or create traffic problems. This seems like a problem to me. Are you in
would
favor?
you want to be in one of them?
No.
I mean, I would want the cops to roll up quick.
Have any of you ever taken a robotaxi?
No,
I have not.
No.
Would you?
No.
No.
I'm
Never?
not. I'm not there yet. No.
I would on a test track. Okay, I would on a test track.
Okay, I'm going to San Francisco in a few weeks, and
Pixar, it didn't happen.
And I'm thinking maybe I might take a robotaxi.
Don't do it on the way to the airport. I don't know if you saw that video that went viral earlier this year, but a guy got stuck in one of these robo-taxis that just took him around the circle driveway like 9 times, and it wouldn't stop. And he had to
Stop, drop, and roll.
And tell the car to stop. Yeah.
Chuck and roll, baby.
He had to call.
He had to make a call, say, hey, tell your car to stop. It is going in circles.
And then it stopped in the intersection.
It eventually did. But he was almost late to his flight because his robo-taxi was going in circles.
What do you do? It's like you're being held captive.
A little bit. So that was pretty recently, and didn't instill a lot of confidence in me, but, that's just me.
All right, well, if I survive the robo-taxi experience, I do it, I'll take pictures. Well, it may be my last proof of life if
there you
things
go.
go
Live
right.
stream it.
Trucking with OIDA. That's our show for today. Thanks for listening. Thanks to Mark, Tyson, and Jamie for the time. We'll see you next time. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.